Hello, everybody, and welcome to the third annual Fright Fatales. I am so excited for today, and I have been very excited for today for a long time. Welcome as well to GDQ Hotfix. As always, we put on a variety of super fun shows all the time, so if you are not following already, definitely consider doing it. My name is Lana Ruse, and I am so excited to be one of your hosts today. I will be here for the first half of Fright Fatales, and then my good friend Charbunny will be taking over for the second half. So please stick with us as we showcase a variety of scary, creepy, and Halloween-themed speedruns from members of our Fatales community all day long. You'll want to be tuned to this channel the whole time, all right? Before we get started and into some incredible games, I have just a couple announcements that we want to go through really quickly, some fun little housekeeping details and whatnot. So just a fun reminder, if you've ever missed out on any of our shows or events, make sure to check out the VODs at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. These VODs will be up here too, so if you want to relive the joy of Fright Fatales yet again, make sure to check out those VODs there and catch up on any Hotfix shows you may have missed. Also, very special Fatales announcement. Did you know that applications for Games Committee and studio roles, including in-studio hosting, are now open for Frost Fatales 2025? But they close after this weekend, so get your application in today. Check the Fatales Discord for more details. And also, we have run submissions that'll be open from November 13th to 24th. So get your games ready. Frost Fatales will be taking place in March, and you will absolutely want to be a part of it if you're part of the Fatales community. So make sure to check that out, and excited to see you maybe running or volunteering there. Now, we are not here to listen to me yammer all day long, so let's get talking about some of the games that we've got going on. I am very excited to introduce our first runner that we have today. We will be starting off Fright Fatales with a Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, normal Zangetsu only veteran run from the wonderful Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia, how are we doing today?
I'm excited to get going here, and yeah, just had a good morning, so let's keep it going.
Awesome. All yours.
Actually, there we go. Okay. So when I'm creating my new save file here, I'm going to go ahead and explain the category a little bit. Normal mode is just standard play, nothing special about it. And the only difference between veteran and casual, well, two differences, but the major one is as you take damage, there is a knockback effect. And that will allow me to do certain tricks that aren't possible in casual mode. And I'll explain Zangetsu only when we get there. So let's just go ahead and I'll give you guys a countdown. So, all right, I'm gonna hit start here, and 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so this is
Good luck.
This is Zangetsu. This is the only character I'll be playing as for the entire run, and there are more intricacies to it, but we'll get to that when we we'll get to that when we get there.
Awesome. I'm also really excited to see what this run has to offer, and I'm really curious. We have Terpreter here with us today. Terp, what's your experience with Bloodstained?
So this is actually my second time seeing this game, but it has been amazing, and I'm gonna have to download it myself or buy it myself because I saw Phasmophobia run it, and yeah, you guys are in for a treat.
It's so fun, right?
It is. Rats.
Yes, please chat. Every time you see a rat, put rats in chat.
Yeah, that's the rule.
And also, you would right there in that second room, I got over that wall by taking a hit. And in casual mode, that does not work, and you are stuck going down and around, and it takes quite a bit extra time.
I am a sucker for a good damage boost.
I mean, yeah. There were a few there just to go a little bit faster.
How long have you been speedrunning this game?
I started at the beginning of this year. Probably around January. I just downloaded it, started playing it, and just fell in love with it. And next thing you know, I was saying, let's see how fast I can beat it. And one thing led to another, and I just got super sucked into it.
That's how it goes. It's a good feeling.
All right, coming up on the first boss here. There's not too much to talk about here. I'll mention sub-weapons between levels. But this is really just optimized hitting the boss for the most part.
So is this one an auto-scroller or RNG or?
This fight does not have any RNG.
That's nice.
Later ones will, but this one is very straightforward.
Okay, so they kind of vary.
All right, that wasn't bad.
Nice.
So here's a fun thing. Most of the bosses have these like kind of enrage mechanics where they try to just do one massive attack at the end. And if you manage to not get hit by it, you get an extra life. So by the end of this run, I'll have, if everything goes well, I should have 13 lives.
Ooh, that's a good number for October.
Oh, absolutely. All right, so here's our first ally, but this is a Zangetsu only mode. So that was Miriam. We killed her and now we have this fun crescent slash ability. And it allows for, it's just a large hitbox and it allows us to do double hits on certain enemies to essentially be able to kill them in one attack. All right, so sub-weapons. What you saw me using on the last boss was the ball and chain. It is just a diagonal attack that does good damage. What I just picked up here is the charm. I would compare it to the holy water from Castlevania. And we don't use it a lot in this level, but it does get used, so you'll get to see that. Okay, that bottom shield carrier is RNG, so that was good RNG.
Oh, thank goodness.
That he just stays out of my way. We
love that.
Love a good mix that also has like RNG and movement and just different things you can do.
You saw a double hit on that first spear wielder.
So what are these things that you're picking up here?
The lanterns. So lanterns can drop either money bags that give you points. I'm gonna be safe here. These little blue potions that increase my sub-weapon ammo. And here's a fun trick.
Do you know what's in each of them?
Not all of them. I know what's in the ones that matter.
That's important.
So if there is an important health drop or a weapon switch or an important, like a large frog. Not to get sidetracked, that frog always falls into the pit there. All I have to do is hold forward and it always gets dropped between the platforms. Yeah, like this one here, this is a heart. I don't need it, but it's there.
Just in case. So it's like a backup.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And so I don't know what's in every single lantern, but the ones that matter, I know what's in them. And there are also backup lanterns in case some mistakes are made.
That's nice, yeah. And there's a lot of lanterns too, so it makes sense to not want to know all of them. Overload.
All right, see if I can do this ring correctly. Okay, that's one. That's two.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh, that was so clean. Can we get some collabs in chat?
I get nervous. And that isn't just style, that is optimal. And that was not optimal.
Details.
And here's a sub-weapon shuffle kind of thing. So I pick up the ball and chain just to kill the bat and swap back to the charm for the boss fight.
Ooh. Do you have a favorite weapon in this game that makes things just feel so much smoother and faster?
For speed and just going faster, probably the Demon Essence. But if just for like going fast for damage, Miriam's Axe is the hardest hitting attack in the game, and I just absolutely love it. Didn't quite get the quick kill, but that's okay. right, that was pretty good. That was still very good.
GG's. Boss fights always like get my anxiety spiking.
Now there's a strategy for this fight in boss rush and nightmare mode that is so cool. I love it so much. You know, it involves using multiple characters' abilities at once and just doing little tricks. It's so fun. All right, so this is Alfred. Well, he was Alfred. Now he was kind enough to sacrifice himself, so now I have a double jump.
Let's go.
All right.
And we're just talking about another category. I think I remember you telling me that there's like a ton of categories.
There are so many categories because we have normal mode, we have nightmare mode, and we have ultimate mode. All of which each one that's applicable has. Oops. Okay, that's fine. You have Zangetsu only categories, low percent, good ending, bad ending. And each one of those also has a casual version as well. So there are 2 versions for every category in this game. So it gets wild. And Curse of the Moon 2, even more. I think that's nailed it. I think that's a big part of why I love this game.
Good.
And what I did there was using the charm to block those. That should be an endless stream of arrows, but using the charm blocks them and allows me to sneak under there. And we are not intended to be able to get through that without specific characters and their abilities.
Yeah. I feel like there's so many things that blink
2
and you
rats.
miss it. Rat.
So this room is very stressful for me. That second bat usually gives me trouble, and it didn't this time. So
Ooh, let's love that.
Okay. And that little guy in the chest on the left. That's where I died in my first GDQ run. So we got through there safely.
Let's go.
There's a little bit of RNG here, depending on where one of these demon cats spawn. If it's slow, I just jump over it. If it's larger, I have to use the ball and chain whip there.
But they're such cute demon cats.
They are. Okay. This is a bit of it feels like an auto scroller, but sorry.
Rats.
Okay, let's get it. Okay, perfect. Okay, that's what I want. Okay,
I have to say, I love how much chat has already latched on to every single rat that comes through the game. Lots of love for the rats, apparently.
So hitting that purple lantern there, unfortunately, made me miss a cycle because I did not want to pick up that demon essence. So I did miss a cycle there, but that's only 4 or 5 seconds. It's not that end of the world.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
It's a marathon, right? There are all these stairs here. Yeah. Stairs are slow.
Is there damage falls or what is it? Damage fall? Damage? Wait, hold on.
I'm blank.
That's the word. That's what it is.
Fall damage. No, there is not.
Okay.
Okay, this fight. Ideally, I get.
You got there, Turp. You got there.
Okay, my fingers are in the wrong space on my controller. Awesome. Okay, not bad. Oh, I got a double hit there. That was great.
Ooh, this is such a cool boss.
It is. I absolutely love it. Maybe. I was very close.
So
oh, I was so close.
Oh, nice.
That's okay. That was almost a 2 cycle. So, fun thing about that boss is the coins I'm destroying are doing damage to the boss. So that's why at the end there I just went over, hit the stack of coins, and finished it there. Also, I love this screen transition here where the pile of coins turn to a pile of skulls.
It's satisfying too.
Mm-hmm. All right, so this is I feel bad calling them friends, but in my other runs, this is Gebel. He's your a la carte kind of buddy.
Okay.
He's a fun guy, but we need him to go fast because now we have this dash.
Amazing.
So now we're in the second. There are 8 levels, but we just hit the halfway point here, just about, because now we're running fast.
And this is the 5th level, right?
This is 4th.
Oh, 4th. Okay.
No flashing lights yet.
No flashing lights yet. I'm getting ready, man.
Good. not a whole lot to talk about at the beginning of level 4, just a lot of platforming. And
But you're doing it so smoothly.
scary staircase. We're good.
Ooh.
I don't even care, I got those arrows. Oops. Alright, I'm gonna take this room a little safe because this room is scary. That's fine. Yeah, if you get poked there, it's very high chance of falling to the pit. And then we just go under the stairs because, well, why platform if you can just jump directly to the staircase?
And you're making it look super easy right now. That does not seem easy though.
By the time I started learning this run, I already had so much experience with some other ones that learning that was a little easy for me, but yeah, it took a while before I wasn't scared to do it. It's like, okay, because that's also right before a checkpoint, so if I die there, it's all the way back to the beginning. And nobody wants that.
Gosh. That is not optimal.
Also, every one of these levels has a bunch of different paths, and we are taking the fastest ones we can that we're capable of taking. Like this for ultimate mode, where I had all of my friends. Tried to troll me. These guys are slightly RNG, and ideally they jump. Okay, you're being difficult.
Oh my gosh. GG's for that.
Okay, so the item I just picked up there was just increased my weapon ammo from 20 to 30. We're not supposed to be able to get it unless we have either Miriam or Gebel. Those stairs are scary too. But when Zangetsu has the Crescent Slash, it actually raises his height slightly. So I'm able to clip through to the floor and get that upgrade that I'm not meant to get.
Love some unintentional tech.
It's this boss. Let's see if I can do this right.
Oh, this boss is scary.
It is.
Welcome to
perfect.
Fright
It was
Fatales, I
perfect.
guess.
Yes.
Woo!
Oh, okay. I only just recently learned that strategy to avoid all damage and just, yeah. That's just positioning for ball and chain hits, and so now I can damage boost through the fire here.
Wow.
Dang.
Okay. Jumped a little too far there, but that was good.
Wow, claps for that. Holy moly.
I'm glad I was able to show that off. Those last hits in the first half are a little dicey, so I wasn't sure if I was gonna get it or not. So that was really good.
Really strong start for Flight Fatales.
Oh.
Right. Fright. Oh my goodness. Imagine speaking.
All right, so this is level 5. Once the boss dies, after flashing light warning, it's bad.
And we'll hear a ding, right?
Yes.
Before that happens.
On the last hit of the boss, there'll be a ding, and then a good chunk of time before the flashing lights start. Oops.
So like jumping tentacles over there.
Yeah, and those actually have enough HP to where I can't one-shot them. But the demon essence I picked up that had me glowing purple, that's good. That increases my damage by 1, which is just enough to one-shot all of these guys. So
Wow.
makes it much more manageable.
And you look stylish while doing it.
Oh yeah, purple is my favorite color, so ooh, more rats.
Hey, same.
Rats!
Two.
Such a good color.
Yeah, so running around with just this purple flame, I love it. Alright, so here is a mini boss. It's the only mini boss we're gonna see. Perfect.
Nice.
Yeah, so the idea there is just to hit the boss 3 times while making your way over to the door. And And when we're outside, there is wind, so the wind always pushing to the right. Okay.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, it makes some really good movement there.
Yeah, that I love that room, but it is scary.
I'm sure you have to time all your jumps with all this wind.
Yes, but that's also why that's part of why I love it so much is the speed you get from the wind makes the room really fun. But there's a lot of room to make mistakes there.
Right.
Okay.
But you didn't. It was great.
I didn't? Yeah. Oh, and he played nice.
Nice. I'm amazed at how many different enemies there are that you have to get through.
Mm-hmm. Oops. We want that.
What's the difference between those green lanterns and the yellow
The
ones?
green lanterns will only drop the lightning spell for Alfred.
Oh, gotcha.
Even if I don't have Alfred with me, it will still drop that lightning spell.
Because you killed them.
Oh, I am making so many mistakes in this boss fight.
Got this.
You got this.
Yeah, it was good. It was good RNG. That was the easier one cycle, and it's okay.
Aw, that's all good.
Yeah.
That commentator didn't distract you.
No. Okay, it's all right. That was my first major mistake in the whole run. I'm fine with that. Oh wait, yeah, flashing lights. Dear God.
Ooh, you are so right about that from over.
Yeah, it's.
That is a lot.
Oh yeah, no. Even for me, the first time I got there, I was just, oh no, wow, that's. You do you do 1,000 runs of it, and eventually or either you've worn down parts of your eyes so it doesn't hurt anymore, or you just adapt. I don't know. that is the only instance of flashing lights in the game, though.
That was a cool boss fight, though.
I do love that fight, and I am. I jumped a little too late there and almost went right into the. At least it would have been the beginning of the run. If I just picked up there is the power glove. It essentially is a permanent demon essence buff. I say essentially because there are some friends situations, but that's fine. Stairs, please.
Oh yeah, the stair glitch.
Yeah, so there are dead pixels in every staircase to where if I were to jump on them, if I hit that pixel, I fall through the stairs. And that was an example of that. That made me fall all the way back down the beginning of the room. So
That's so scary.
I don't know where all the dead pixels are, but I generally know how to avoid them. Mm-hmm. But when it's pixel perfect stuff like that, it's sometimes hard to avoid. Okay, that was a good room.
Yeah.
Oops.
That was good.
Yeah, those little spooky guys with giant scissors. Okay. This room used to be the bane of my existence. There were resets happening here all the time. But
you just get through that
Yeah.
like it's another Saturday morning.
Exactly. So this is probably one of my more consistent stages. And I hope I don't eat those words.
You got this.
Okay. So what I did there was I hit the dash button and the jump button on the same frame, which made my first jump come out slow. But I'm glad it happened because I'm going to use that out here as well to avoid these scissor enemies. So I'll do a straight jump, hitting both buttons on the same frame, and then my second jump will be the dash speed. Okay, and then if you don't like these guys, we just jump over them. And okay, we're at the boss. That was good.
Let's go.
So this is probably my favorite boss in the game. Just style, the way the fight works. I mean, just look at her. She's amazing.
Reminds me of the Powerpuff Girls, that enemy. You know what I'm talking about? With the, yeah, I don't know. It's been a while.
I love this design, yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would aspire to this as like a super fun Halloween costume.
Absolutely.
Oh, dang it.
Oh, good try.
So that was very good RNG. Also, you can't die to these attacks, so that's why I'm just taking it. What I was supposed to do there was run to the left of the boss. So the further she travels across the screen towards your direction and back before that's her final attack. So if I kill her on the left and then I move to her left side, she will only have to move a few pixels, and it saves a lot, like 3 or 4 seconds, and I forgot to do it. But
It happens.
the fight itself and the RNG was really good. So.
Love it.
So this is, in my opinion, the hardest level in the game. At least, well, it depends on the run you're doing.
I was just thinking that. There's so many things to look at and keep track of. Oh my gosh.
Dang it. Okay. I was trying to bonk my head against his feet to bounce me up to the top. Just to go a little bit faster. So I just picked up
What was that you just picked up?
that was the... That's all good. That was the armor. It reduces it reduces the damage I take by 1. So if something was to do 4 pellets of health, it'd only do 3, and so on. And most runs we actually don't pick it up just because it takes some time to get over there, but it makes certain things possible. Also, if you're an Avatar fan, Secret Tunnel.
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
And you don't get to see what's in the secret tunnel. It's just you gotta play the game. All right, here we go. This is, and that looks good. All right, perfect.
Nice.
And coming up here is the every category that's applicable. It has any percent, any percent no out of bounds. This is any percent, so we're going out of bounds.
Let's go.
And just a moment of serious time so I can do this. All I'm doing right now is climbing a staircase. Okay, here we go.
It's a weird looking staircase.
Okay, that feels good. That feels good. Perfect. All right.
Ooh,
Let's go.
wow.
All right. So
Collapse for that, please.
So what I did there was that staircase does go up to another room, but I latched onto it. Okay, that was a little terrifying. So I latched onto it, like not necessarily out of bounds, but over the trigger that would make me move to the next room. And I climbed the staircase for a while, and what am I doing? There we go. And at a certain point, I go from holding up to holding down, and that's where I start falling off the staircase and drop into that room. The timing is not super precise, but precise enough to where it takes a lot of attention.
Especially since you can't see anything.
Let's see if I can't one cycle this boss. Nope. That hit there. That's okay. Yeah. Missing the one cycle on this boss isn't too bad.
These bosses are so cool. Like the designs are phenomenal.
Yeah, they are. I absolutely agree. They're so fun.
That's scary.
I didn't make a point of it, but I try to end with as few weapon points as possible because they tick down and increase my score. So if I end the fight with 20 or 30 weapon, I'll be sitting here for 3 or 4 seconds just watching it tick down. So I try to ditch as much as that sub-weapon ammo as I can. And here we are. We are on the final level.
Woo!
Let's go. Oh my gosh.
And then here's a bunch of staircases, but remember what I said in level 3? Staircases are slow. We don't like staircases.
Yeah.
We just fall. That last staircase is one of the trollier ones, so I'm glad it.
Are those just a bunch of little flies? What is
I'm
that?
still not sure. They're either some bugs, miasma, I don't know what it is, but they even with the armor, they do a lot of damage.
Gosh.
Proper strat. Oh, that wasn't great. Okay. Proper strats actually have me run through that first one for damage, and that's part stairs. This is also one of the that's also one of the troller staircases. You know, they put the really janky ones at the end right there at the last level. You know, just in case you're on PB pace.
Classic game.
Okay, and I have enough health here, so we are just gonna. I didn't quite get it.
And after you get hit, do you have like a little bit of grace before you can, before it is able to hit you again?
Yes, yeah.
Nice.
It's hard to tell at 30 FPS, but there is the your classic flashing character situation.
Like that.
Yes. This stair is also trolly, and that enemy was in a position where I may have died had I gone for it, so I took that a little slow. And this room, casually, is, my goodness, my first time playing this game. I died in that room so many times. Okay, so final boss here. Oh, I missed a 1-up somewhere. We only have 12. That's okay.
It's okay. You're giving good luck to the rest of the runners, so that's really noble.
And there we go. Alright, so here we're just doing some jumps and some double hits. Oh, yes, that's amazing RNG. That was perfect RNG. Oh my god.
Let's go.
So, yeah, ideally those flies, miasma, whatever they are, they go over the top. They usually don't. Most of the patterns have them go across the floor. So that was fantastic RNG. And
Love it.
Here is the biggest RNG part of the run is Gremory Phase 2. She's going to send out projectiles, and they have a 50-50 chance of dropping a small potion. And I want good RNG so we can one-cycle this boss.
Got this.
Okay, not bad. Well, that was bad. I did not mean to hit that button, but that might be good. We're going to go for it. I really hope that one ball and chain hit doesn't. Okay. Ah, man. Oh, I bet that last, yeah. This is the attack we're trying to avoid.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm gonna be so sad if that one ball and chain miss. Oh, that hurts. Okay, time is coming up right when she's slashed in half. And time.
Let's go! GG's!
I had the one cycle
my
there.
gosh.
That's okay. That's alright. Woo! Okay, that felt
amazing work.
That felt really good. What was the time?
Pulling up the official final time here, 30:27.
Oh, okay.
Oh my.
That felt like a sub 30, but I'm perfectly okay with 30:27. That is great.
That was so good. Amazing work, Fumofu. Any final shout-outs or final words to share with us today?
Yeah, sure. Just definitely a shout out to the Bloodstained community as a whole. If you're interested in any of these games for like speedrunning or even just for fun, we have a whole Bloodstained Discord and channels for every game. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night just got a patch with new DLC earlier this week. So now's a great time to get in. Yeah. And just the whole community as a whole. Shout out to everybody. Definitely Captain Brian, who is like he's like our knowledge guru. He is phenomenal. Like a lot of the tricks you see here, and in a bunch of runs he came up with, he discovered. So big shout out to him. And yeah, just I think that's all I got out for shout outs. And as always, thank you for having me. And if anyone was counting, I'd love to know how many rats appeared on screen.
Amazing.
If anyone was counting.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think that's all I got.
Sure, and can we
find you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, where can we follow you?
Oh, right. I am on Twitch at twitch.tv/fumofu_L. I mostly do Curse of the Moon. I want to get my time for this just down a little bit more, so that's probably my main focus right now. But I'm also currently learning and playing Mega Man 7. So if you liked what you saw here, or you like Mega Man, come hang out. It'll be fun.
Heck yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Fumofu, for starting off our, again, 3rd annual Fright Fatales with an incredible run. And thank you to Terpreter as well for hanging out on commentary. We are so grateful for you both. Now, we are about to head into a short break as we continue to get ready for more Fright Fatales. I'm super excited. I don't know about all of y'all. Before we go, just a quick announcement. As a reminder, GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th to 12th. So registration and hotel booking is now open, so make sure to visit gamesdonequick.com and check the GDQ 2025 important dates section, and you can learn more. So again, as mentioned, we are going to be taking a short break right away, but stick around because after the break, we will be continuing Fright Fatales with a Wario Land 4 Cat Bat % run from the incredible Flowery Andy. So enjoy this little break, stretch your legs, get some water, whatever you need, a nice cozy blanket to get ready for more scares, and we'll see you right after this for more Fright Fatales. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 3rd annual Fright Fatales. We have been having an incredible time showing off some scary and creepy and Halloween-themed games for you. We've started already with one phenomenal run from Fumofu, and the fun does not stop there. Before we get into our second run, just a quick announcement. UBAF is returning as GDQ's first Black charity event, Back to Black, which will be live from February 7th to 9th. Run submissions are open now, until November 5th. So go to submissions.gamesdonequick.com for more info. I am really looking forward to that event. I don't know about you, but it's sure to be amazing. So as mentioned, we are going to be continuing with Fright Fatales. Next up, we have a very fun Wario Land 4 Cat Bat % run from Flowery Andy. Flowery Andy, how we doing today?
I'm doing good. Thank you all for having me on. My name is Flowery Andy. I'm a runner for this game, Wario Land 4, which I'll be showcasing today. This is a game that I enjoyed in my childhood, so now I'm enjoying running it speedrun-wise. I'm joined today with 2 commentators. I have Satan herself and Astrid the Horror Girl.
Yep, totally. My name is Satan herself, or Satan isn't herself on Twitch. I don't play this game, but I know about it. It's amazing, and Flowery Andy is amazing, so here to help.
Hey, I'm Astrid the Horror Girl. I am also extremely happy to be here and to do some commentary for the amazing and wonderful Flowery Andy.
Thank you, guys. So I will be starting off the run momentarily. The run starts where I will be resetting pretty much right away after the first cutscene loads to get into the run. So I will get it started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
So right off the bat, I load back in and I'll enter in. Yes.
Yeah. Just to start us off, Wario Land 4 is like essentially a precision platformer. It's got a lot of different mechanics that we're going to be using throughout the run, and a lot of them you're going to see multiple times. So when we introduce something like B dashing or R dashing, you're going to want to watch out for that, just as tech that Annie's going to be using the whole time. Speaking of, it looks like we're doing some of that right now. Astrid, do you want to take that?
Sure. B dashing, which is you're going to see quite often. It's Wario's basic dash movement. Basically, you press B, and it causes Wario to travel at speed 2 for a short distance and destroy some blocks and enemies in the path too. As opposed to R dashing, it's a more advanced bash movement, basically. Holding R causes him to gain speed ranging from 1 to 4. while traversing at 4 speed, Wario is just going to go through all those enemies and blocks and is only going to stop for heavy enemies or heavy blocks. And if Wario is at R speed and tries to stop moving, then that's going to cause Wario to slide a little bit.
Yeah, and we're going to see that sort of slide movement helping out with some of these tight spaces. You can also see that Andy's been throwing these sort of like, they're rocks, I think, but they look like croissants to me. So that's what I always think of them as, to break some blocks as well, and sometimes to jump on them for precision movement. So there's a lot of like little tech in this run to make sure that Wario goes fast. And also you might have noticed that this is called cat bat percent. And what is that? What does that mean? It essentially means that we're just going to be going through the first like world, which is the Sapphire. Oh goodness, I'm blanking. But it's the first world. Yeah, Sapphire Passage, exactly. And we're going to be defeating Cat Bat at the end. This is our first sort of mini boss, who is not Cat Bat, unfortunately. Does not get the pleasure of holding that title. But we are going to be able to perform a bit of an infinite on it. Getting it stuck on this left side of the screen means that it can't do anything, and we just bashed it to death. That was super clean, Andy. Very good job.
Amazing job. You also
awesome boss live. That was beautiful.
Right after those boss battles, you might see suddenly like, oh, we're gonna just do some resetting. Well, every cutscene in this game can be skipped by inputting A plus B plus start plus select as soon as the cutscene starts, because the game saves the data immediately when the cutscene starts rather than on the cutscene completion. The intro cutscene, the cutscene for finishing each level and boss, and the cutscenes for entering the boss room of each boss are all skipped. And if you're doing like a full run of this game, like all the way from start to finish, that will save minutes in the grand scheme and total of all the time that you can potentially save in this speedrun.
No, I am having an awkward amount of trouble with this enemy right here. The intention was to grab that enemy and take him over. I'm going to have to do a backup strat here because I did get turned into a bat. But I will be taking him and doing the enemy jump here. Enemy jump to get up to the ledge here.
That's beautiful.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it saves a lot of time on the enemy jump from having to turn into a bat and slowly fly up there. So, great job. The backup strats, we love the backup strats.
Indeed.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm doing some R-dashing here just to speed Wario up. We're also
There's a trick in this room. There's going to be a switch off screen up here that I have to hit with the enemy
That's such a cool
so
one.
that I can activate the ramp here to get across without having to traverse the upper part of that area.
So that just skips like the entire top part of that whole level just by throwing really precisely that item without even being able to see what's on the screen. So this is how you can tell that Andy's done this a lot.
Absolutely.
Is that timer a problem, Andy? Or are you just gonna crush it?
Not really. The frog timer at the end of every level is kind of starts the escape sequence for each level, where you have to get out after you've collected all the treasure. Part of the story of this game is that Wario discovered that there is a new pyramid has been found in the desert, and so he just hops in his car thinking of money to go and try to get as much money as he can. So he comes into this pyramid area, which is full of like all these haunted and ghostly enemies, and he is just trying to make out with as much treasure as he can. I do need to grab this heart for reasons later on, because I will be doing a damage boost towards the end of this area. But he has his primary interest in this game is to just make money. So he's collecting all these jewel pieces from these chests that you see me opening, and he needs to collect 4 in each area to unlock the boss of each area. And he also collects Keyser, which is that ghostly key following me around to unlock the area following it in the passage.
Very nice. I support Wario's materialistic desires, to be honest. He's a material girl, and that's okay.
Now I've got the song stuck in my head.
I'm sorry, I cursed everybody.
How could you do this, Satan?
It's kind of in my name. I don't know. Maybe you should have expected it. I don't know.
Dang.
I'm having a bit of a that's never happened before moment here, where I don't usually get the keys stolen in that room of the level, which caused me to have to go back and activate that green block to get up to capture the key back from the captain. But we're okay now. I was a little bit stressful for a moment there.
You got it. I mean, like, it looked so smooth. I wasn't, I was not concerned. Very good. And another little bit of tech that you're using a lot that I haven't heard mentioned yet, I think is pretty important, is B sliding. So you're seeing us go through those sort of like crevasses a lot. And actually, the way that Andy's doing it is the fastest way. By pressing B then down, it allows Wario to enter his crouch state with a momentum. So that actually lets Wario move faster through those crevasses. But actually, Andy's using it even more than that. Whenever Andy's going off of a ledge, she's doing that same thing. And that's going to allow Wario to sort of gain momentum and roll. It can also let him roll down slopes really quickly. But just like constantly, Andy's doing these little things that are helping speed Wario up that, of course, throughout the course of a run will save seconds. So it's very, very impressive. Really precision platforming going on here. Great stuff. Also, one of my favorite enemy interactions is coming up in this room. I can't wait.
Yeah, this is probably the hardest trick to do in the run. I'm going to be doing a safety here to kill this zombie enemy at the start room. And then there is a crouch. There's an enemy jump much like the ones I've been doing earlier, but this one requires crouching while doing it. And I'm going to make it a few attempts at it, essentially.
It's really cool.
Yeah, it truly is the hardest trick. It requires 2 perfectly timed jumps while crouching to go through that little crevice that you can see just up there. It is extremely hard to do. Very, very, very tricky one to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, once Andy does get this, I forgot to mention, you can also cancel an animation while you're sliding so that when you get out of the slide, it's even quicker to get out of the slide. So there's a lot of little things that we're going to be doing here.
It doesn't look like I'm going to be able to hit it today, which is unfortunate. It's been a little bit inconsistent in my practices, so I knew it was possible I wasn't going to be able to get it. But I am just going to have to do the walk of shame around the top part of this room, which was what we were attempting to skip, just to get to the jewel piece over here and then start the frog timer for the rest of the level.
No worries, you gave it your all. That's a really, really tight one. It literally, when Astrid says perfectly timed, she means frame perfect. So doing 2 frame perfect jumps in a row, 60 FPS, that's hard stuff. Not easy. We got swimming. Do y'all like swimming in Mario Wario games?
Yay!
I'm sure everyone loves it. Yeah. It's the real fright of Fright Fatale's Wario Land 4 swimming.
Oh no, did I forget? Oh no. I'm so concerned. I think I have made a terrible blunder here. I think I forgot Keezer in the level. I might have to run back through it and grab Keezer real quick.
That just means we get more run.
That's true.
I think that's a gift, to be honest.
Yeah, a present. A present.
I'm not sure how that happened.
Wario.
Exactly. Just means we have to grab more stuff. It's good for Wario. More treasure.
And a bonus, we possibly get to swim again. So.
Are you ready, chat?
Yeah.
We excited?
I must have gotten so focused. Actually, I'm thoroughly confused. So yeah, I am missing Keezer. I'm thoroughly confused what I must have done in that room when I went in the room with Keezer in it, because I don't remember ignoring Keezer, but I must have done so. It's this room in particular where you collect him. So.
Oh yeah, because you didn't do the my favorite enemy interaction. This one.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh,
Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? It's an inspired choice by the developers to make that the effect of that power.
I wish that sometimes, and I've experienced this for lots of games, where I've just wanted to be in the room where people are animating things, and I go, okay, how do we give the character this power? Someone must have raised their hand in that meeting room and went, what if a bee stings Wario on the cheeks, and then Wario can use the cheeks to inflate themselves over the level? Would that be good? And everyone in the room, of course, must have been in unanimous agreement. Because of course, I love that.
It's obvious. Also, I think this game came out before Mario Galaxy, so this is the real Mario B game, and I will hear nothing else about that. Wario Land 4 did it first. And also, yeah, we're back to swimming.
Yep.
Let's go.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, we're talking about the bee. One of the interesting things in this game is that there's a lot of enemies in the game that don't actually necessarily cause damage to Wario or take away health from him. They just cause him to do some kind of wacky transformation, like the one that turned me into a zombie, or the one that turns you into a bat, or turns you into inflated Wario. There's not much left of that left in the run where I'll intentionally be taking on one of those during Cat-Bat %. But Wario does have like several transformations throughout the game that he can take on just doing that. Wario Land 3 was kind of where that originated from, and Wario Land 3 is also another interesting speed game where in that game he doesn't even actually have a heart counter. He is just kind of impeded by enemies that transform him into different things rather than taking away health from him. So that's also another interesting one to run if you're looking for a fun game like this. One of the other interesting things here is that this game is actually completely free from RNG. It's actually all really skill-based because Wario himself is not bothered by things that are randomly number generated, I suppose.
Not bothered.
I
love
did take
that.
one extra heart of damage there, so I will take a safety heart on the right here because I'm going to need it at the later part of this level.
Yeah, you can see Andy doing a bunch of damage boosting in this one because of all the lava, which is, I don't know, I just love that. Wario's just like, meh, I can take a hit from lava.
Yeah,
I have
sure.
enough hearts for that.
Oh, this is bad. This is not good. Hold on. Let me angle away from that giant rock that was coming at me. I forgot to do
Oh, you did a really good job adjusting on the fly there.
Yeah. That could have been bad since I am on one heart.
It is worth pointing out in this game how some of the enemies' attacks don't even actually hurt Wario. They just do something to Wario. Whether that is, like you saw with the whole bee sting and the inflated cheeks and stuff. Some of it just makes Wario move a different way. Some of it's just slightly inconvenient. Some of it's extremely convenient. But not all the enemy attacks actually hurt Wario, which is an interesting thing about this game.
Yeah, this game is super, super creative. I love watching it. I can see Chad is loving watching it. If you want to pick it up, I'm sure there is, like, obviously Andy is showing off so much speedrun tech. There's a lot to learn. Yeah, I think this is a really, really cool game.
Yeah, if you are interested in running this game and you're watching, if you go on speedrun.com and go to the leaderboard page for this game, there is a link to the Discord, which is the Wario Games speedrunning Discord, which encompasses not only the Wario Land games, but also like WarioWare and some other Wario titles. It's a super cool community that has a lot of resources pinned in the Discord for learning these types of speedruns. I highly recommend it. Like I said, because it is like so skill-based and you don't have to worry about things like RNG, I think it's something that's there for everyone. If you're looking for something that won't like change too much between runs. But yeah, you should come join us in our Discord server and learn the game with us.
Yeah, I mean, the Wario games are amazing. So much personality. Definitely do that.
In this next level, I am going to be doing Hotel Horror, which is this level. I basically do it backwards by going through this exit on the left side by doing the enemy jump. This lets me go up the staircase out what would be the exit of the level and do kind of reverse Hotel Horror where I'm doing the entire level backwards now at this point. So I actually start off by getting Keezer in this room early on and then progress back through the levels of the room, getting the jewel pieces virtually backwards from what you would normally get them. I think this is also just kind of an awesome development by the community because you can do that enemy jump to get through that door there at the starting room.
Yeah, that's super creative. Just go through it backwards. It saves like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Really cool. Yeah, also enemy jumping it looks really simple, but it's actually not. You have to like hammer the directions they're in and press and hold jump at the same time to get that enemy jump. So it's actually a bit more complex than it looks like, and you might even have to do a charged throw on the enemies that you're throwing to get them to the right height, which adds another layer of complexity. Just like you see in there. Got an enemy jump and then a ground pound to clear that block out of the way. So again, everything looks simple in this game when Andy plays it, but it's not. There's a lot going on. It's really, really impressive. I love warping through the floor there. That's such a cool idea.
Coming up at the end, we are, after I finish clearing the last little bit of hotel horror here, I will be coming into the cat-bat fight, after which time is coming up very shortly, which is that as soon as cat-bat kicks away his last bar of health, that'll be when the timer stops.
Y'all are not ready for what cat-bat looks like, just as an aside.
You're not
He
familiar
is a
with
literal
what
hybrid
cat-bat looks
between...
like.
He is a literal hybrid between a cat and a bat, making him what I think is the scariest looking enemy in the game, fitting for Fright Fatales, I believe. So here he is.
Behold.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, look at that thing. Amazing.
Herein is why this was selected for Fright Fatales.
Yes.
Yeah, there's other sort of scary vibes throughout the game, but this is the real one. Maybe pug owners would disagree with our take. I'm sorry.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, pugs are adorable. That's actually pretty cute. Just also, quite the creature. But right now, what Andy's trying to do is Andy's going to try to get an infinite on Cat-Bat. So what that's going to sort of comprise of is jumping on top of Cat-Bat's head multiple times. So not just doing this hit and then knock back. She's going to start going for it here now that we've knocked the bat off of Cat-Bat's head. So let's hope she can get it. Oh, all right. Look at that.
Oh, no.
We got a partial infinite right there. Very cool. See if we can get even more. I love seeing chat's varied opinions on Cat-Bat.
Yeah. This is
I'm going to have to swim underneath him just to reset him real quick to the left side.
This is an extremely tricky fight, trying to get this infinite tech. Like, it's faster, but it's difficult. It's definitely a challenge trying to just continue getting that.
Yeah, because Cat-Bat moves ever so slightly every time, so you have to kind of move with him.
Readjust with him when he moves out from under you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. Okay, and there's time.
Nice. Time. GG.
GG's.
Wow. And that was Cat-Bat %, everybody.
Yes. So this was very exciting to run. Thank you all for supporting me, and thank you Astrid and Satan again for supporting me on commentary. And thank you for the Wario Land speedrunning community that supported me in doing this. I was able to receive some coaching from some members of the Wario Land or community beforehand, and so I'm just glad that I was able to be helped out so much coming into this. And I also stream sometimes on Twitch at twitch.tv/FloweryAndy. Sometimes I'll be playing this, or sometimes other games like Tetris Attack that I play. But that's all I've got for now.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much to Flowery Andy for that wonderful Cat-Bat %. I hope y'all aren't too scared that you're going to stick around for more Fright Fatales soon. So we will be taking a short break as we prepare for our Kraino Origins Any % run that will be coming up soon. But first, just a quick announcement. Games Done Quick is hiring. We are looking for an event programming lead that will be responsible for the 10,000-foot view of our mainline event schedules. If you are interested or know someone that's interested, go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more info and make sure to apply before November 2nd. And maybe you could be our next event programming lead. All right, so again, massive claps to Flowery Andy for that wonderful run, and thank you to Astrid and Satan for being such wonderful commentators. We will be taking a short break now. Again, a wonderful time to do whatever you need to do and get even more cozy. We'll be back with Kraino Origins after this short break as Fright Fatales continues. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our third annual Fright Fatales event here on GDQ Hotfix. We've been having such a good time. Chat, how are we doing? Are we enjoying all of the scary Halloween vibes that we have going on? I don't know about you, but I have been having a great time today, and the fun is nowhere near close to over because we are here all day with members of the Fatals community until 9 p.m. Eastern. So you get to hang out with us for your fun Saturday. Now, just a quick announcement before we get into our next run. Make sure to join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role. And you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with the staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. We would absolutely love to see you there. Now, I am very excited to announce this next run that we have going on. We have a Kraino Origins any % run from the phenomenally talented 3Pup. 3Pup, how are we doing today?
Oh, hello. Thank you. I'm doing great. Thank you, Mana. Speaking of great Halloween vibes, I have a game with great Halloween vibes for y'all today, featuring a very cool skeleton wearing a very cool hat. But before we begin, I want to toss over to my commentator to introduce herself.
Hello, my name is Terpeter, but that was my father's name. You can call me Terp, and I'm super excited to be here commentating this run. I was watching your one that you did for Lady Arcaders, and it was pretty amazing. So I'm excited.
I think with that, go ahead and get us started right quick. I will begin as soon as I click play in 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
And we're off.
Yeah. Skipping off some cutscenes because I don't need those. But just heading straight into our game. Kraino Origins is a 2D platformer. Most similar in like controls and vibes to Castlevania, but also with a lot of like DNA from Shovel Knight as well, including a pogo jump, because all of the best games need a pogo jump. And in fact, I'm going to be pogoing a lot, just because being able to bounce off of enemies to keep moving forward generally is the fastest way to keep moving. I may also not want to pogo jump in some places just because the pogo may put me into precarious situations. And to again harken back to Castlevania, if I get hit, I will have a knockback, and sometimes that knockback likes to knock me into death pits, so we don't like to see them.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Love a good pogo jump, though. I'm so excited.
Yeah. You'll see me going and actually collecting money in this first level. I won't do that throughout the rest of the run, but I am trying to have at least $300 ready as I enter into this next section, because I'm going to actually take a quick detour to a shop. Again, kind of similar to how Shovel Knight works. You pick up money throughout the run, and you can buy just sub-items that you can use using your MP bar. Normally, I don't go buy those because they're all out of the way, but I like to buy at least one of them. I like to buy this fireball right at the very start because it just gives me access to a ranged attack. And having a ranged attack is nice because I can use it right there to get enemies out of the way that I don't want to deal with. It will also be helpful for certain bosses to make sure that I can get damage in on them while they're in certain phases that make it hard for me to hit them normally.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Can I just say, this skeleton's outfit is spectacular.
Yeah, Kraino has incredible fashion. The purple and the blue, his color matching game is unbeat.
Yeah.
So again, like Castlevania, there is some healing items, but sadly, instead of wall chicken, we only have wall potions. But that's basically the only healing I'll get in the game, except for right there, you'll see that I got a full heal from collecting 3 little green shards. Those are kind of like heart pieces in a Zelda game. If I collect 3 of them, I get another chunk of HP. I've routed the 9 quickest health pickups for me to pick up, just because more health means I die less, and dying less means we get to go faster, because this game is kind of hard. So I'm going to try to get at least enough health that gives me a little bit more leeway for certain things, but 3 extra health pips is also still not that much. So there's still going to probably be some deaths here and there.
Do you get any health from just getting 1? Or is it you have to have all 3 to get any health?
Yeah, in order to get that full health refill, I have to collect all 3 to get the extra pip.
Wow.
Yeah, as we enter here, we're entering into our first boss. All the bosses are themed after like normal like Halloween types of enemies you'd see. Here's our first boss, Slurp. He's a ghost.
Already looks scary.
So this is one of the good uses of the fireball. As he's doing this attack pattern, I can actually shoot 2 fireballs off as he's charging towards me. And get a nice, good, quick kill on him and move on to our next level.
Oh, clean. So how much, this is one of my favorite questions to ask, how much of this game is RNG and how much of it do you expect?
So the most RNG in the game is you'll see these enemies, like, again, kind of like Castlevania, like the Medusa skulls, but in this one, it's like these red flaming skulls and a couple other similar enemies. They'll spawn sort of randomly throughout and fly towards me. I call them RNG just because sometimes I can actually utilize those enemies to make some cool jumps, to skip sections of screens, and other times they just don't spawn in the right way, and I just can't. So that's like one of the biggest RNG. There's also the boss fights. All the boss fights have predetermined phases, but they will interchangeably use those phases throughout the fight. So like there's phases that I don't want to see because they're super slow, and if I don't get to see those, that's faster. If I do get to see them, then well, whatever. Those might be the 2 biggest sources of RNG in the run.
Really keeps you on your toes.
Yeah. But like otherwise, like most of the other enemy spawns are all set, so we know where they're going to spawn and can hopefully try to utilize them to do some cool pogo jumps. Then yeah, also I guess just in this level, so every level we go into will introduce new platforming gimmicks. This one, the big one, is these little bubbles that we can pogo off of, but also these pipes that shoot like their lid off, I guess. I don't know. This level is very cycles based, which speedrunners, not a huge fan of cycles, but I try my best to line them up as best as I can. Like right here, we're gonna. That water is that water is instant death, so I'm trying not to touch it if I can.
Yeah. That's so cool. Like there's so many. Oh, I start talking then boom. I was just gonna say it's cool how many different platforms there are throughout this whole game that just change.
Yeah, there'll be a good number of gimmicks throughout, and I'm gonna take this one a little bit safe. Okay, cool. It's like I'm not because like I guess it's a good time to mention like I'm the only runner of this game. Like I just play this game casually just because I found it one day and thought it was really cool, and then I looked it up and saw that no one else was running it, so I'm like, huh, weird. So like I've picked it up and just been kind of learning it all on my own, which has been a cool experience. But like it leaves some things up in the air, like I don't know how best to time those cycles.
That takes so much skill though, like figuring out a speedrun by yourself.
Yeah,
it's huge.
Definitely has been a cool cool thing to go through, and like I recommend that to anyone who's looking for like kind of a new experience. Just like pick a game that no one else is running and route it yourself. Like, well, that's a cool place to die at least. But yeah, like routing and like I had to find those 9 fastest health pickups myself. Like I literally just went through the game, looked at all of the health pickups, so I'm like, this one's kind of like right in the way, and this one's a little too far out of the way, so we're gonna skip that one. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna go good.
I guess it's a great call too then that if anyone's watching and is super interested in picking up Kraino Origins, then hey, if you're feeling called to this game, now's a great time.
Yeah.
So true.
The game is really pretty fun casually. I beat it in a weekend, so it's a nice quick playthrough. It's not too expensive on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for a speedrun rival. That sounds fun. I've never had one of those.
You heard it here first.
Time that a little badly. Okay. Cycles.
So it seems like those checkpoints really vary from like where they land.
Yeah, sometimes like I'm not gonna call the checkpoints unfriendly because there are like a good like 5 or 6 or so every level. And then just take this nice and slow. There's a good like 5 or 6 checkpoints every level, but there's like the game's hard, and sometimes you can go several difficult screens without seeing a checkpoint. And like my goal generally is, I mean, obviously I don't want to die. I don't want to die in general. Dying is slow, but if I'm gonna have to die, I would rather it be at the start of a checkpoint and rather than the end of a checkpoint, because that just takes up even more time to get back to where I was. There's one particular difficult section of the run coming up in a later level. I'll be sure to note it when we get there, where like it's actually only like maybe like 3 screens between checkpoints, but it's 3 very, very difficult screens and 3 very difficult time-consuming screens. So like I really don't want to die at any point during that.
I remember seeing that, and honestly, good on you. That looks so hard. I'm excited to watch you kill it today, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Generally, I'm gonna like, because this run's still pretty early in terms of like pushing down the time and everything, like there's still so much time meant to be saved by just me like being able to do the game deathless. Because I don't think I've quite been able to do that yet. Sometimes I'll take like a pseudo intentional death just because you do get a full heal when you die and you start at a checkpoint. And if I'm at like 1 HP when I get to a checkpoint, I'll decide like I don't want to take the risk of dying later in the checkpoint, having to come back to that checkpoint. So I will take a death there just to get a full heal, which does spend some time, but I'd rather spend that time there than later when now I have to repeat screens that I've already done. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that just sounds like a good speedrun strat to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm renting level 3. One of the gimmicks here, we have these little platforms that spawn spikes if you stay on them too long. So, don't stay on them too long. But we'll also get these cool little scythe blades that will come up, and they're one of my favorite platforming gimmicks just because you can pogo off of them, and like just in general, I find that this game has really good sound design. Like it just feels really satisfying to like hit things, but those scythes are some of the most satisfying things I've ever hit. Just like the noise they make when I bounce off of them, it's great.
I love it. That reminds me, I'm turning this game up. This is, I love the music and all the sounds.
Oh yeah, the soundtrack is also really great. Just nice, good Halloween vibes again. Also, you make a note. Yeah, we've had a ghost boss. So we've had a ghost boss. We've had a Frankenstein's monster boss. So, what other popular Halloween tropes are we going to see throughout the run?
Yeah, and those green ghosts that were going after you remind me of Ghostbusters.
Yeah, it reminds you of a Slimer from Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
You're so right, actually.
Right?
I love that.
We've also got some kind of sort of thwomps from Mario.
Spider.
Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to mention. My apologies, but yeah, there is a. Okay. There are spider enemies starting from this level and kind of appearing throughout the rest of the run. So if you are sensitive to spiders, my apologies.
These ones surprisingly don't seem to trigger my own arachnophobia, so maybe we'll be okay.
I was gonna say same, because they kind of look like mechanical rather than like, one that just will pop on my desk. So,
Yeah.
Oh, those ones though, actually.
Okay, maybe.
Never mind. I take it back.
I spoke too soon.
Yeah, there's those spiders that shoot webs at me, and then there are a bunch of like these little spiders that will just kind of like skitter on the ground. I'll try to kill them as fast as I can, I promise.
Perfect. So here's your motivation.
I thought I was okay, and then I was suddenly not okay.
What is Halloween if not having, heart palpitations from being scared?
That was a little close. Yeah, here are these. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, speaking of those sites I was mentioning earlier, there they are. Oh, okay, let's go to the checkpoint. Yeah, I could just kind of pop off of them sometimes and make cool little sounds when I do. Also, you did see me earlier take a little detour to pick up, instead of a green, like, health shard. It was a purple like circle disc. That actually is an MP upgrade. That upgrades instead of I only need one of those to upgrade my MP, and it just gives me a couple extra pips of mana to cast my fireballs with. That's the only one I'll pick up and run. I'm not even quite positive if I need it, just because I don't like having more fireballs. Sounds like pretty good on paper, so I go out my way. It's pretty quick to grab. Here's an instance of me trying to use my pogo jump to skip some platforming right there, which did pretty good there.
That's nice. Wow, this just has all the elements of Halloween, like the werewolves and the zombies.
Yeah.
The bats.
One of the reasons why I did pick up this game is like I love Halloween. My mom was born on Halloween, so I've always had a connection to it, and just being able to play a game that's basically just like Halloween condensed down into a video game. It's just great.
It's perfect for Fright Fatales.
It really is.
Yeah, this is our third boss, the Crypt Ghoul. Here's one of those phases that I never want to see because it just wastes my time. If I can't hit the boss during it, I kind of have to sit around and wait. There's a phase.
And how many bosses are there?
There are 8 bosses with a big asterisk.
Okay.
I will explain the asterisk when we get to level 7.
That's good.
But we are down with that third
Nice.
boss.
Nailed it.
Crypt Ghoul is one of the easier bosses just because outside of the 2 phases that like to waste my time, he's pretty simple. But he does have 2 time waster phases, so that's also not great. But yeah, entering into level 4, we got these new skeleton archer guys who are pretty neat.
Oh, I kind of like them.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to Satan herself, whose commentary on the last run, just because those purple plants that shoot things at me just kind of remind me of one of the plants from Plants vs. Zombies.
Yeah, you're so right.
Yeah. That mixed with the piranha plant in Mario.
Yeah. Another platforming gimmick in these levels is these falling leaf segments. These aren't RNG. I know exactly how they're going to fall every time. So I just need to...
Tis the season.
Yeah. Shoutouts to fall finally starting. I don't know why it's been
Right.
so warm this whole time. Oh, here are the other types of spiders, by the way.
Okay, these are creepy.
Another instance of instant death pits at the bottom here, so I'm gonna try not to fall, even though these purple plant things, I call them my arch nemesis just because like the way that their attack patterns go, it's just really difficult to avoid them. Because I can only pogo off of enemies. I can't pogo off of projectiles shot out by enemies. If I hit a projectile with my scythe, I do destroy that projectile, which I will utilize quite a bit. Just to not get hit by things. I'm actually going to take a quick backtrack here just to grab a health pickup. I did not like my HP there. But yeah, I can hit projectiles to stop them from hitting me, but I can't pogo off of them. This screen is an auto-scroller. Yeah, that's all it is. Nothing I can really do about it, because like this platform right here blocks my way from being able to like fall early, and like there might be a possibility of being able to like ignore the plants and just try to like fall very skillfully, but I haven't tried to do that because that scares me.
Ooh, what are these guys?
The like one little
Ooh.
okay, we're good. We're good.
Nice.
Alright, here we have like another mini boss, kind of similar to that. Kind of similar to the one in the first level. Just a guy here is just going to sit here, just spawn these little tree roots. These also are in a pretty set pattern, so I know how they're going to come out. Utilizing my fireball to still damage the enemy, even with. I almost pogoed myself straight into the ceiling and died. But we're good. Yeah. Just another instance of utilizing my fireball to continue damaging enemies, even when they're technically not damageable by my scythe.
Oh, wow. So are there some enemies that you can only kill from your fireball?
Not necessarily. It's just like they have like patterns that like make it like just like the site only has a defined range. And so like if that tree guy who was spawning tree roots, like he did the pattern of 3 where like I had to stay away from him unless I got hit. The only way I could hit him is with a ranged attack. There are
that makes sense.
other spells in the game. There's like, again, lots of callbacks to Castlevania. There's like an axe that has the arc pattern and stuff. Each level actually has I think all 7 levels do have a different spell upgrade I can go pick up. I just pick up the fireball just because it's the first one and it's the most straightforward pattern. There might be a spell that's faster. I don't know. That is up for if other people want to join and help me figure out how to make this game faster.
Yes.
Help her out, chat.
Yeah.
We actually had someone ask earlier if you could teach them. So you may have some some friends coming on.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I would
Let's go.
love to teach. I love to share notes. So like, yeah, if anyone wants to learn this run, reach out to me on Discord or Twitch. I'll save that for shoutouts towards the end. But yeah, that's our 4th boss there, werewolf.
That was fun.
Jeez. Yeah.
Forgot his name.
I feel like
But, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, I feel like I've been saying this a lot the last few runs, but the design of a lot of these enemies and bosses are so cool. Like, it's always so
Seriously.
great to see such talent coming from the designers, and I don't know their official titles. But yeah, there have been some really fun themes and enemies, and yeah, it's been great to see.
Yeah, that's another reason
Totally agreed.
that I got drawn to this game. It's just like the pixel art design. The pixel art is just really, really pretty in the game. It's like so much so that like it's kind of surprised me that no one's like really even talking about the game because I think it looks really pretty. What? I've never seen that happen before. Okay.
Oh wow.
Another one of my
Yes.
nemesis.
Strat?
Yeah, possibly. Another one of my nemesis enemies is these snake guys. Just because they shoot out their little spike ball that I can't pogo off of, but it feels like I should be able to. So I try to do it every time, and I get hit. But I can pogo off of these fireballs, which is weird. It's like
fireball eggs.
yeah, the fireballs are a little scary. I try not to pogo off of them, but sometimes I go for the risky strats. Just because, like, I am a speedrunner. I gotta go fast.
You gotta, yeah.
One of those riskies. We're fine.
Oh, nice save.
I don't know what happened there, but we're just gonna accept it and move on.
That's great. And are those expected, the fireballs? Like, you know where they're gonna be?
Yes, I know where the fireballs are, and I know roughly their spawn rates. It's just like trying to. Okay, I'm gonna take this save. Trying to pogo off of them can be still risky just because they have a weird hitbox. Again, I'm gonna take this a little slow just because I'm due for a checkpoint right after this screen. Oh, actually, right here.
Oh, yay. Let's go.
This is the split that I was talking about where dying is very slow. So I'm going to take an intentional death to get a full heal.
And what does that be? I keep seeing that.
Which
Is it a bee?
bee?
When you die, and then you pick it up again.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a bee. It looks like a bee to me.
Okay, yeah. So that's another thing that this game takes from Shovel Knight. When you die, you lose a chunk of your money, and it gets spawned as a little like money bag bee creature. Oh, okay.
Okay, like that. Yep.
Yeah, and you can go back and pick it up to get your money back. I generally don't care because, as I mentioned, I don't need money after buying the fireball because the only thing that money is used for is buying spells, and I have my one spell. So sometimes I'll pick it up just because it's a shiny object, and I like to gather shiny objects.
Right. Yeah.
But like, I won't go out of my way for it.
Right. And I know you were saying that like you're only going to use the fireball, but are there other weapons you can get in this game?
Yeah, there's like I know there's like an axe that fires in an arc, and there's I played this game casually and I did buy all the spells there just to just to try them out. But just like the fireball is my favorite one just because it's early and is the most straightforward, just a straight fireball that fires forward. Because every other sub-weapon has like a different like gimmick to it, like a different attack pattern or something. Like I think there's a boomerang as well. And it's just like, I don't want to figure them out.
That's so valid.
So fair.
Stick with the scythe. I respect it.
There is also, you'll see me skipping past these little like extra little markers on the map. There are actual extra challenge levels too. That at the end of them will give you like a little skull item that lets you upgrade one of your spells to a more powerful version. Like the fireball just becomes an even bigger fireball that deals more damage. Sounds cool, but like I have to imagine it's just not worth it to do in an 80% context, just because that's a whole other level that I have to do.
That makes sense.
So this part is a little okay. Cool. For this little section right here, I want to grab that green mask part, but I need that second enemy to spawn. And sometimes when I kill the first one, the second one just doesn't want to show up. He's just taking a nap.
Oh, gosh.
Here's another like RNG instance where like these flaming skull guys are RNG. Sometimes they can spawn in a way that I can pogo up there and skip a little platforming section, and other times they just don't. Yeah, here's our 5th boss. He's a pumpkin knight.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Ooh, so fun.
Yeah.
He has mostly pretty good attack patterns, but he also has, I think, the most HP outside of the final boss, which makes things a little awkward. He also has this phase, which is another waste my time phase. Because I can hit the skull when but it just doesn't deal any damage to the boss. All I can really do is just like stop it from charging after me. This phase is cool to look at.
Yeah.
When I get it. Ooh, okay. I need to take it a little bit safer.
So many elements in this game.
Okay. Shoutouts to Chad, who's just mentioning that they love when lava looks like nacho cheese. Me too.
Ooh, molten
So
pumpkin
right.
pie filling. I
Ooh,
like that as
even
well.
better.
Oh,
I love
my
that. I love that idea.
Oh. Pumpkin pie is so good.
It is. Let's turn this boss into pumpkin pie, shall we?
Oh, this is such a cool fight.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Looks so hard, too.
Of course, right before I finish the fight.
Come on.
Wasting my time. I'm a speedrunner. Okay, we're good.
Yay, let's go. GG's. Can we get some claps in chat?
Clap, clap, clap,
That
clap,
boss
clap.
does not look easy. Ow.
Yeah, this is my least favorite. Like, I think this actually is my least favorite level in the run. Like, the later levels, like, technically are harder. Because they're, like, there's a pretty good, like, difficulty curve in the run. But, like, that level, especially trying to go fast in that level, is just, because it's just, I think it's just because there's, like, such a large amount of lava, and the lava kills you. And that's not fun. Yeah, entering in our 6th level here. One of the main gimmicks here is these conveyor belts. Also, that enemy that likes to just shoutouts to Wario, because that enemy likes to just fart and jump around everywhere.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Also got these little guys.
Rockets.
Yes, these things are fun.
Speedy. I love it.
Also, these little spitty disc things that give me that same satisfying little whack. That's the black sound when I hit them.
When you jump off of enemies like that, it really reminds me of like Super Mario Bros. When you jump off of those. Well, I don't know what they're called. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, for sure.
The little like biting black shells.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, also shout out to these
Oh, gosh.
springs, because they just make a good little boing.
I love that sound.
It's so good. You could technically pogo off of these, but it doesn't do anything that just jumping on them doesn't do already. But I'll do it anyway just because it's fun.
Yeah.
Also, these little platforms that just move in the direction that you're standing on them. So if you're on the right side of the platform, move to the right, and same thing for the left. Do like a quick little pogo there just to skip just shave a little bit off. And then these yellow skull guys are like the big RNG enemy for this level. They spawn sort of randomly, and I will try to utilize them to skip certain sections that are slower.
Okay, I think they're called munchers.
Oh yeah. Munchers.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I had to look it up.
My other favorite part about this level is that because it has so many conveyor belts and enemies will sometimes spawn on the conveyor belts, enemies will just spawn on a conveyor belt and then just ride to their death. And I'm like, well, poor guy. I guess it's also just to set it up ahead of time. This is also one of my. This level has my favorite boss to fight, just because in my splits when I run this, I call this split uppies, and you'll see in just a moment what I'm referring to.
I love uppies.
Me too. I'm so ready.
There, a quick little jump right there to grab a health upgrade. Sometimes I'll forget to grab that. I'll have to die. That's not great because that's a pretty long run back to get back there. Yeah, this
looks intense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is our boss coming up right soon. Just need to do a little scary little platforming section before it. But yeah, we can hop over here to get a little fake out sequence, and oh, there's the boss. And let's go see why this is called uppies. I'm just gonna sit here and pogo off him till he's dead. Up.
Amazing.
Up.
Uppies! Can we get some uppies in chat? Uppies!
Okay, we're gonna take a quick little backtrack. And then get back to uppies. Okay.
Uppies!
I will sometimes back off of the uppies when he gets a little too close to the top of the screen. Just because if I hit the ceiling and it bounce back, it might throw off my timing. But yeah, that's uppies.
Queen! GG's.
There are technically faster ways to do that. I just like doing the uppies strat because it's pretty safe. As long as you get your pogo jumpings pretty consistent. Generally, you don't ever really get hit by the boss. It's pretty great. Shoutouts to those
I respect marathon safety.
Shoutouts to those purple goop guys. They are only in this screen and they will never show up for the rest of the run. I just think they're cool.
I also want to point out the backgrounds.
I was just thinking, I was
gorgeous.
just looking. I was about to say that too. I was like, oh my gosh.
Okay. Yeah, this game is just gorgeous. This entire level is beautiful, but the blood red rain is what? Okay, cool. Did not mean to take a death there. Yeah, okay, I got checkpoints, fine. The spiders are also, on top of being spiders, are also a little awkward because they will descend down, pause for a moment, shoot the web, and once again, I can't pogo off of projectiles. So instead of pogoing off the spider like I want to, I instead get hit by the web. And that's not great. Generally, when I try to fight those spiders, I want to swing my scythe normally first to destroy the web and then immediately cancel that straight into cancel that forward scythe strike into a pogo strike. Because you can this game actually maps the pogo downward strike into a separate button. So you can one button's for forward strikes and one button is for downward strikes. Makes pogoing a lot easier. I don't remember if Shovel Knight had that, but I feel like it didn't. It's just really nice to have here. Okay.
This movement is wild.
That was a little awkward there, but okay. Oh, this is my favorite level gimmick in the game, just because these little lamps, when you hit them, they fling you forward. It's just so good.
Oh, that's cool.
It sounds good. It feels good. It's just the best. It's just like, wee.
Zooms you across the screen. Love it.
There's a section coming up as I try to get one of the last health upgrade I'm gonna get in the run, where it's just some really cool movement with those. Okay, I'm gonna take this a little. Okay, just some really cool movement with those lanterns. A fun fact about this screen is these enemies. It's a pretty RNG heavy screen just because all these enemies are kind of random. One time, and never since, I was able to spawn the enemies such that I could spawn inside the wall of this screen, and I got stuck. And I don't know how it's happened. I've never been able to repeat it since.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is the screen I was mentioning. I'm going to take a quick little detour here into this screen. There we go. Boop, boop. And we're out of here.
Nice.
And that's the last health upgrade we're going to get in the run. So these 6 pips are going to carry us through the rest of the levels. Just more thwacking of lanterns as we move forward here. Also, as I mentioned, this is level 7. This is the level with an asterisk.
Ooh, okay. The lore.
So, for any fans of Mega Man in chat, just wait till we get to the boss fight.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Nice.
This is
I'm not gonna lie when I say I breathe a sigh every time, of relief every time you get to a checkpoint. I'm like, it's so intense.
All right, we're entering the boss fight, and yeah, so shout outs to Mega Man because we got a boss rush. Woo!
Oh, let's go. Hey, we saw this guy.
So yeah, we have to fight. Thankfully, the game doesn't make us fight all 3 bosses or all 6 bosses at once. It splits us up into 3 each. But yes, we do have to fight 3 bosses in a row without dying, and then fight 3 more bosses in a row again without dying. So,
Oh my gosh.
this is a segment where a lot of time can be lost, just because if I die on they've placed the fights such that they're not actually in boss order, because normally the Cryptghoul would be after this, but they actually put the werewolf in next, because that fight is slightly harder. So they've placed it in an escalating difficulty. So I really don't want to die at the werewolf, because then I have to do the previous 2 fights again. So I'm going to take this a little safe, just because I don't want to fight things again. This is a phase I like to see, just because I can consistently just avoid the attack and get 2 hits in. I don't like the Sonic Spinball phase.
Oh no!
Okay, we're out of here.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Wow, GG, huge clap for that. Holy moly.
Okay. Yeah.
My heart is racing.
Yeah, that was a little sketchy. That was a little scary, but we're good. Okay, yeah. Back to the Cryptghoul. Again, this fight's not that bad, but he is doing his time waster phase. Cool thing about the boss fights is that even when the boss fights have gone invisible, I know where they're at, so I can keep hitting them. But their objects are still there, basically. So
It's Pumpkin Pie.
yeah, Pumpkin Pie boss
Yay,
again.
our bestie.
Our bestie.
Welcome back, bestie.
This boss has the most with time waster phase. Okay. Sometimes you'll see me do this little attack where Kraino will spin his scythe in a circle in front of him. Anytime you see me do that is purely by accident. I don't know what that move really does, and I don't want to see it because it wastes its time and has a really bad hitbox. So we're back to Uppy's boss, but sadly Uppy's strats are a little scarier. So I will only do uppies strats when he's doing this phase right here, because otherwise I hit the ceiling too much. And when I bounce off the ceiling, it messes up my timing for uppies.
That makes sense.
So otherwise, I'm just going to sit right here, and we're done.
Nice, GG's.
Getting a deathless boss rush is always good for me, so I'm happy with how that went.
Huge claps.
Yeah, now we're heading into level 8, the last level. Cool thing about this game is that even in the last level, they're not done introducing platforming gimmicks. We're heading towards our final boss, Dr. Batcula, on top of being just like the greatest name.
Yeah.
He's like a cross of between Dracula and like Dr. Frankenstein. And like because of that, we have like this big electricity motif going on throughout. We have these like electricity. Okay, we'll have these electricity platforms that are going to be really annoying cycles we'll have to deal with.
Yeah.
Just like once again, must reiterate, Dr. Bacula.
Dr. Bacula.
It's just fun to say.
That's great. What are those chests?
Those chests just have money.
Okay.
I only intentionally opened one of them at the start of the run to give me enough money to get the $300 I need for the fireball.
Mm-hmm.
After that, I just don't bother to open them because they take like 3 hits to open, and that's just a lot of time, and I don't need money.
Yeah.
There have been occasions where I have opened them just because like it slipped my mind, and again, I just want to collect shiny objects.
I'm so real for that.
I come from the school of Spyro. Like I see a gem on the ground, and I just want to pick it up. Do a little jump there to stall my forward movement real quick to get us over here. Once again, we're in the land of instant death platforms, so lots of close calls. Okay, that was a little awkward, but it also takes some good knowledge to know just like what enemies will die in 1 hit versus which ones will die in 2, just because like sometimes you'll pogo off of an enemy, and well, I don't like those Plague Doctor guys. Their fireballs are mean. But at least if I'm going to die someplace, I'd rather it die right there because we had a checkpoint coming up right there, right behind us.
Is it you who's switching those conveyor belts or the game?
It's the game.
Okay, it's hard to tell because it's like right when you bounce, it changes. So I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah, no, the game is the one that's doing that.
Okay.
But get chased by our 3 friends there. Shoutouts to like these axe guys because like they look so intimidating, but like they're like one of the least scary enemies. It's like they just like they have that long wind up and they throw an axe, but like they're big and huge and really easy to pogo off of.
Amazing.
And like because I'm
we thank them.
Yeah, because I'm not like I don't care about money. Like I don't need to kill enemies because the only thing that killing enemies does is give you money.
Okay.
Yeah, we have this segment here where we're just getting chased by a spike wall, but it's actually, despite looking very stressful, it's not very stressful. Sometimes like those like the game has those breakable wall segments. And sometimes those walls take 2 hits to break, and sometimes they take 1. That is consistent, like between like what level it's being used in. So I know like which ones will take only 1 hit to crack open versus 2. Okay, cool. Got through that segment. This segment is very awkward. I didn't intend for that to happen. Yeah, that segment is a little awkward just because there's like 2 electricity platforms that are synced on the same timer. So it's a little awkward to get the timing right on how to jump for that. But it helps to actually land on the platform when you do so. We're good.
Nice.
Here's another one that's a little awkward. Just because again, also these like this game has that Castlevania knockback system, and those platforms are just narrow enough that if you get hit by electricity, you're probably getting knocked down into spikes. Here's the return of our friends. And now we have to fight both of them at the same time.
Some elemental golems.
Yeah. So we have the tree one has less health than the fire one, so I like to fight him first. And the fire one is also the one that's easier to deal with because the fireballs don't really fall in a pattern that makes it hard to hit the boss. Versus the tree guy who can make it so I just can't hit him. So I like to defeat him first.
Whoa.
Fine.
Got lightning.
Now we have some ominous elevators that we're sending up as we ascend to the final boss.
Oh, here we go.
Sometimes that guy likes to backpedal into the doorway and make it so I can't go through. That's not great.
Oh.
And calling back to the start of the game, we have our friend from the very beginning.
Yay.
Aw.
Aww.
Good times.
Goodbye, friend. Literally the last thing we fight before we get to the final boss. And as we enter here, the Dr. Bacula fight is still pretty difficult. Has lots of phases that have difficult to dodge attacks and also deal a lot of damage. Like this phase right here, I'm just going to pogo off of him as he charges towards me. There might be opportunities for more damage, but yeah, the timing is very tight on that, so I don't try to push in. I don't try to push my luck. This phase right
Very
here,
impressive,
this is my favorite phase that he does because he doesn't do anything. So I can just get these 1-2 hit combos off on him as I jump around, and he just will sit there. And I've never died to that phase.
Nice.
This is my least favorite phase he does because it's really hard to dodge. But we're good. Oh, time.
Nice.
Woo!
Yeah.
Wow.
That's been Kraino Origins. Thank you so much for having me on. As I mentioned, this game's pretty cheap on Steam, and I'm the only runner. I would love to have some competition. You can find me on twitch.tv/3pup, where I play Kraino and just all sorts of indie games. Shout outs to just indie games in general. Run more indie games. They need your love and support. Yeah, I think that's it for me. Any shout outs for you, Terp?
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for having me, letting me commentate this run. It was a blast. You can find me over at twitch.tv/Terpeter, but this game, I'm gonna have to buy it. I'm not even lying right now. It's so fun.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, 3pup, for showing off Kraino Origins. That was super fun. I know, as we mentioned, it's not a super familiar game for a lot of people, so hopefully we can get more eyes on it and get some more people involved with the Fright Fatale spirit and get this run going. So massive thank you again, everyone. Let's give some more claps for 3pup for that incredible run. So great news. Fright Fatales is going on all day long, and we are nowhere near done. But we are going to be taking a short break as we prepare for our next run, which will be Illbleed Bad Ending with Abby's Corner. And before we do so, just a very quick announcement for all of you today. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick Hotfix. If you enjoy watching speedruns, consider subscribing to the channel to get access to our emotes and chat with other subscribers during our replays. We really appreciate all of your support, and thanks so much for joining us today and for all of our Hotfix shows that we have going on throughout the week. So as mentioned, Fright Fatales will continue very shortly after this break, and we'll catch you back here very soon for more Fright Fatales with Illbleed. See y'all soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Fright Fatales 2024, our third annual Fright Fatales event here on GDQ Hotfix. We have been going for quite a few hours already, and it's going to go the rest of the day. So hold on tight because we have more scary Halloween-themed runs for all of you today as we celebrate more members of the Fatals community. So right before we get started into our next Illbleed run, I do want to give a quick announcement. Did you know that applications for Games Committee and studio roles, including in-studio hosting, are now open for Frost Fatals 2025? But they do close after this weekend, so make sure to get your application in today, ASAP. Do not delay. So you can check the Fatals Discord for more details. And we'd also like to share that run submissions will open from November 13th to 24th. So get your games ready if you would potentially like to be a part of Frost Fatals 2025, taking place in March of next year. All right, without further ado, I am very excited to introduce our next runner, showcasing an Illbleed run for all of us today. We have Abby's Corner. Abby, how are we doing today?
We're doing good. My practice run has been cursed. Just so everyone's to know, practice today was cursed.
It's always cursed.
Yes, it is. And I have the lovely Pippi in a top hat with me to provide commentary. But also, we decided to have a little bit of a game with the game where we're going to all guess what pattern we're going to have with each level. Pippi, would you like to say things?
Hi, I'm Pippi. I don't run this game, but honestly, I just like watching this game a lot because every time you do the good thing, your character goes, cool, and it makes me happy.
And you invented a meme in my community when it came to this game.
Press start, butter.
Indeed. So, in 3, 2, 1, press start, butter, go. So a lot of people don't know that this game was published by Sega in Japan. Does Sega have the rights to this game as I hit the wrong button? I don't know. Because both the company that made it and the North American publisher no longer exist. So that's a thing as we head into the first level. This game is very difficult if you don't know what to do. By the way, what pattern do we all think we have? I'm going with C.
B.
Oh, I was going to say C. Oh, I want to say A, I guess. I'm too slow.
So every level except for Worm's Queen's Revenge has 3 patterns. The only thing that's RNG is the traps, and the fight encounters the most important thing. Whereas all pickupable items are set in a certain location. You can get health upgrades and whatnot, but unfortunately for the speedrun, that's too slow and can screw up your inventory because permanent health upgrades stay in your inventory, whereas everything else leaves at the end. So it can screw up where your placement is. Also, we are on B.
Yes!
So Lana wins.
Yes.
B is the second best pattern for this level in particular.
To be clear, basically the RNG, quote unquote, is just like it picks what pattern we're on randomly. And once we're on a pattern, like that pattern is set for the entire level. It's essentially only 3 RNG seeds. And the only way to figure out what seed we're on is by knowing where the traps should be on that seed. So Abby just has that in brain. There's nothing on screen that tells you. You just gotta remember, like, okay, this combination is only on this pattern, and it's different for every level.
Yep. And even if, for example, you have a B in Home Run of Death, does not mean you will have, say, an A in Wood Puppets and what have you. It's all random. It can be any combination at any given time. Also, do you guys want to see a cool trick that doesn't make any sense?
I'm so
I'm about to
excited.
do a skip.
I love those.
So, by running into the table and jumping into the table like that, we skip a fight encounter. Why does it work? Haven't got a clue. but it does.
Something fight hitboxes shrug.
Yeah. Also,
This game is a
you'll-
quote-unquote platformer.
Yes, that too. Also, you may have noticed me picking up certain items. If you don't pick up those items, you have to go back through the level and pick them up. And any traps that you're skipping over, they're still active. So I hope you know the level backwards. Otherwise, have fun. Like I said, this game is very brutal if you don't know what you're doing. Oftentimes, I will say for beginners to only pick Eriko until you're comfortable enough with the game, because while we'll be switching to Kevin for half the game, it can get quite brutal because of certain things. One of the main things is that Eriko, if she gets into a fight encounter, will immediately rise, provided that fight encounter isn't tagged. Kevin and every other character will squirm for about 15 to 30 seconds. Unfortunately, chair skip didn't want to work, because of course it didn't. It's actually a lot harder than it looks. That was something that was sort of recently discovered-ish. There's actually been quite a few strats since then. The current world record holder, Broby, who currently holds the world record by 8 minutes. I'm in the right spot now, right? Right? No. I missed a light because I miscounted. You want to wait till the second broken light, then you can start tagging. Eriko, please tag the right thing. Thank you. So that is also a thing.
Speedrunners can't count, and Erikos can't lamp.
Sure. So that is a thing. There's a whole bunch of things that they discovered, especially in Worm Queen's Revenge and everything. We also have a Discord now, which the community didn't really have. You can go to speedrun.com and look up Illbleed to find that Discord. Everyone's super chill and nice. We usually post videos of every skip. And it's a lot of crazy stuff that is being discovered and whatnot. The community is not super huge, but usually we're posting videos. So for this, you want to wait until Band Below starts firing. That way you have sort of a bit of extra time, then double dodge backwards in order to get him to be more off of the platform. And don't mind the fact that there's a helicopter ladder going through a roof and we're just going up because everything's fine. Now we're going into Band Below's maze. One thing about this game, it really likes you taking lefts. Also, we're going to play an extreme game of chicken because you see that hallway coming up? Band Below's coming out of that hallway. So it's what we got to do as we're running here. So always take a left. Always remember, the second you can take a left, immediately do so. Sometimes you can get enemies to despawn in the maze or be extremely delayed, as we just saw Band Below. He was supposed to come around that corner before I did, but guess what? He came around that corner really late. We're kind of trying to play extreme games of chicken and trying to get around his hitbox towards the side with the gas canister. He has a very weird hitbox, but if you go sort of anywhere near the nozzle of his flamethrower, you're going to get into a fight encounter, and each time he will be immortal. Also, I'm going to show off a map pause here. Basically, by opening the map, it pauses his position. We'll be abusing that a lot in Wood Puppets, as well as Killer Department Store. As we continue here. Also, if you want to quickly open the map, you want to hold down the horror monitor button. Also, I didn't talk about the horror monitor. So the horror monitor basically shows you where a trap is. So if you see sight, hearing, or smell, that's a trap. If you see sixth sense, that's either a fight encounter or a pickupable item. Again, healing items will leave your inventory at the end of the level every time. Permanent health upgrades, again, will stay there forever. And then also there is a thing that is quite bad, which is that when you're in fights, you can't heal. You just get a giant pause button on the screen. So it's like, yay. Also, there are counter hits, which you may have just saw Bambalo kind of like lean back. They do more damage, but also, whereas Bambalo, you want to stick next to the flamethrower the entire time because it's its blind spot. You get, so you have to re-maneuver yourself. There's the Amazon, which is a full heal, because we're not quite done yet. While we can heal right now, we also have to fight giant animatronic Bambalo, because here's the thing, we're in a theme park. Everything is a theme park, but the theme park has a gimmick of, if you can survive, get $100 million. But also, they are trying to kill you. So, what a lovely park. Unfortunately, we don't get the reveal of the true ending, which is that the park is owned and ran by Eriko's father. Which, again, you need to do the true ending, but the true ending is also the longest category in the game because you have to wait for 20 minutes. Well, no, really 15, for Kevin to die. Kevin was the person we picked up after the Bambalo fight. Because in order to do true ending, you need to have all of your friends die. And it just, who wants to wait around for like 15 minutes?
Oh my god, die faster already. Kevin, come on.
Right. So we deal with that. And now Bambalo is out of commission and we can leave the level. Giant Bambalo will kill you in about 3 hits, which is why we bring the Amazon just in case. Granted, if he had have hit me 3 times with that much bleeding meter, we would have been fine. But still, something to be aware of. Also, did we mention that this game is a platformer, technically?
It's a platformer.
I love this.
Oddly enough, female characters have worse jumps, but male characters have worse melee attacks. So that is why, well, granted, all we can do is play as Eriko, because you see, the story is Eriko's friends win tickets to Illbleed, which is also the name of the park. But they go missing for about 3 days because Eriko didn't want to go. Even though she's the president of the horror club. So she has gone looking for her friends. The good ending is saving all of the friends. The bad ending is only saving Kevin. And so here we are, saving one friend, and then not saving the others as we run. And now the next level is Worm Queen's Revenge, where we're going to switch to Kevin, because Kevin is good for dodging and whatnot, but also those better jumps, because there's going to be more platforming. Did we mention this is a platformer? And just as an extra safety, because of that squirming, I'm going to pick up at least 2 gauze for safety's sake. Also, there are differences between the Japanese and English version, and that is some of the healing items are different. It's a salad for the medium heal, and it's a steak for the large heal in the English version. Also, the English version gets music during one of the stages. I went up too high. Congratulations.
You're just giving us more time to appreciate the theme park's theme. I love the theme park theme.
Oh, it'll get stuck in your head. Very much so. Also, if you want the money to drop faster, well, in the menu screen there, you want to press the horror monitor button when it shows up. So our horror monitor gets stolen in this level, so there's only fight encounters. This is actually the fastest level in the game because of that. So there's no patterns here, only fight encounters as evil monkeys have stolen the horror monitor. Oh no. This is actually the hardest part of the level coming up the opening side. There is an item that you can pick up that'll show you every item pickup. However, we're not going to grab that because everything's so out of the way. So here we go. Kevin running. I don't know who they based the male skeleton off of, but I'm pretty sure it's a character called Randy, because Kevin looks a little awkward running here. but it's hard to say. So we just passed Evil Monkey Fight number 1. You'll see the Sixth Sense kind of go off, but you have to be pretty close as we keep running. And then we go and avoid worms who like to move around. I call this the Umbrella Jill strat because Jill does the thing where she goes to the left and then goes to the right in order to see what the worm is up to. I used to YOLO that without seeing what the worm is up to, and it's like, oh no. Oh no. So here we go, running. And also these photo booths you see over there, that's how you would save your game, for anyone that was curious. And then you can reload your save if you wish, as we keep running. Again, avoiding worms. There's one more Evil Monkey Fight coming up. Also, you want to stay away from the sides with signs at this point. You want to stay with the sides with signs up until this point. That's kind of a good indicator of which direction to go, because there's one more Evil Monkey Fight and it's to the left, and has a very weird hitbox and also very small. And then there is but one more worm that we need to avoid, but unfortunately we have to kind of bait it out, because it's kind of like, I'm gonna be sneaky, I'm gonna hide, you don't know which direction I'm gonna go, and it's like, oh, that's what you think. Ta-da, you've completed the hardest part of the level.
Honestly, this is very similar to my own theme park experience of most of it is walking on random concrete and, I don't know, being scared. I'm scared of people. There's a lot of less people than most of my theme park experiences here.
So we've now grabbed the baby bottle, which is going to be used to unlock a store. Don't ask why.
It's just one of those things.
The story of the level is, because each level has a story, is that Rachel, the Worm Queen, that's her grandfather in the painting, or in the picture. We're going to reunite her with her grandfather, but we need to fight her to the death. Now, you may have noticed that there's dirt around the cars. If you land in the dirt, you summon Rachel with infinite health, and you have to, you know, summon the helipad and what have you. And it sends you all the way back to the beginning of the car section every time. So it's like, yay. Also, there's 2 fights with zombies that have guns in very small arenas, so you want to be careful of that. And also, remember how I talked about permanent health upgrades? Be very careful when picking up this wrench, because there is a permanent health upgrade right beside it to the right. So be very, very careful. And then here we go. We've got to knock down some signs to create some platforms. The world record holder somehow figured out how to not knock that one down and still make it through. I don't understand how it's done, so for safety concerns, I'm not going to attempt what they do. But they have gotten this level down to about 5 minutes, which is pretty, 6 minutes, 30 seconds? Don't mind me trying to remember the math. There is a levels leaderboard as well as we keep running. Again, all those fight encounters are still active because we didn't tag them or anything like that, so you gotta make sure that you stick to the right side, otherwise it's gonna be like, oh no. So now, once again, we've gotta hop on the cars, so 1. And again, avoid the dirt at all cost.
We're just really
go.
concerned for Kevin's shoes.
Yes, Kevin's shoes.
Also the giant worm queen, but Kevin's shoes.
Yes, Kevin's shoes, very important. They're very the year 2000-esque.
I love it.
Despite the fact also that this game came out before Sonic Adventure 2, this did not come out in Europe. I bring that up because obviously the Dreamcast was still getting a lot of games before Sonic Adventure 2 because Sega hadn't fully killed it. And obviously in Europe, they were still getting official Dreamcast games until the year 2003. So it's really weird that Sega's hottest market, for most of, well, no, not most of their consoles because it wasn't popular. The Saturn wasn't popular in Europe. That was Japan that kept the Saturn alive. This game just didn't come out in Europe, which was very weird. Well, it did come out in Europe, but only in Russia. So there's a Russian copy, a Taiwanese copy, a Japanese copy, and a North American copy. The game sold, I believe, 50,000 copies in total. Just kind of very bizarre that just no European release. Also, the company's previous game, which was a launch title for the North American Dreamcast, Blue Stinger, which was published by Activision in the West, sold about 100,000 copies. And also, fun fact, the Japanese version and the North American version of that game have different camera systems. In the Japanese version, it's a fixed camera, whereas the North American version, it's the Illbleed style of camera, which is auto-follow 1, auto-follow 2, semi-auto-follow, and semi-auto-follow 2. So that's also a little weird. You actually can find references to their previous game in this game, including the final boss that we'll be fighting. Now, if Rachel would be nice, please, and not do this, this would be nice. So there we go. Nice bit of damage. Please counter hit. No. No. Come on. Here we go. There we go.
Die worm!
All right, and with us heading to a level with patterns, what's our predictions for the next level?
I'm sniping C this time.
A.
Okay, and I guess I get B. Very well then.
Unless you want to abandon B, and then by the luck of it, we'll all be wrong.
That would be so sad. We tried so hard.
And also, we're switching back to Erico, and we're going to learn all about regular enemy fights, because this is the level where we must fight a regular enemy. Regular enemy fights must be defeated by counter hit. If you don't counter hit, they basically stay alive forever. Yeah, 2 is enough, and then 5 just for safety concerns. So every enemy has an interesting animation when they're counter hit, so that's how you know you've hit them with a counter hit. They still take damage from regular hits, but they just won't die until you hit them with a counter hit. It's really rare to get like a super long fight, but it is a thing. Also, we're gonna meet our friend Randy, who's a wood puppet, who doesn't have a brain because for some reason they removed his brain. Fun fact, you don't have to save him with his brain in order to get the good ending. The game only cares that he's left alive. So here we go. As we're running, seeing traps go off. No idea what pattern we're on until we're in the next room. Also, we're gonna fight a giant tree with a mustache.
That is
just so
true.
everyone's aware. Oh, looks like we're on C.
I win!
No, we're not.
Oh,
we're not
I
on
lose.
C. We're on B! I win!
The turnaround. What a plot twist.
B is the best pattern of this level, C being the second best because they only have to go through part of the gauntlet, whereas A has to go through the entire gauntlet. Please don't trick me, horror monitor. Sometimes the horror monitor likes to be delayed with traps, so it'll be like, it's happened to me so many times in Home Run of Death, where it'll be like, oh, I'm not on A, and then right as I'm about to hit the trigger for the first trap in A, it's like, psych. So it's like, awesome. Never
Cool.
trust this corner. Never trust this corner. Here we go. Oh.
Oh, that's why you shouldn't trust the corner.
No.
Yeah.
There's just a face in it.
There we go. Also, one thing that I neglected to talk about was surgery rooms. Also, there's Randy being a wood puppet. Also, if you're still not sure what pattern you're on, these windows are a good indicator. If it's the first window, you're on C. If you're in the second window, it's A or B. But these surgical rooms, you can use them to heal. They cost quite a bit of money, and obviously they're only in one spot. So it's kind of like, oh, well, isn't that kind of a problem? And then we're going to take a very sharp turn here to avoid a trap, and then we're going to get ready for that first enemy encounter that we actually have to fight as we take his piece of wood, and he doesn't take too kindly to that. So here we have the lumberjack. So far, so good. And then I got hit, but it's fine. Oh, there we go. We're starting to get that, hey, you're not going to counter hit. Oh, no, that counter hit did not win us the day, but that one did. And now we're bleeding. Bleeding is the most likely cause of how you're going to die. And now what is bleeding? It's what I call when your bleed meter goes up when you move. So that's what's happening now. We have enough CC that every time we move, our bleeding meter goes up. So it's like, oh no. As we continue. Now, here's another way that you can know if you're on B, C, or A. More specifically, A. If you have to take a long turn like that because the front one, you're on A or C. If it's the back one, you're on B. And there we go. Also, if you want to still have some confusion, C has the wood puppet fight right by the stairs. And now we are going to do 1564 because in the Japanese version, it's a play on murder, or hitogoroshi. And so that is a thing. In the English version, you have to spell out wood, which is obviously 9663. Remember when phones had that thing of letters in them? Remember that? Because that was a thing.
I have nostalgia for the very brief period of time where, like, you slid open your phone and it had a full keyboard.
Oh,
I liked those
like
ones.
the Razor ones or whatever.
Yeah.
Or what were they called? No,
I don't even know.
Oh, shoot. I know exactly what you're talking about, though.
I had one for a couple months. I got stolen.
Oh no.
So I don't remember very well.
Sony Ericsson's had those. The slide-out keyboards, and Blackberries had a not slide-out keyboard, but had a keyboard. Also, B is the only... I can't tag from that far. B is the only one with 4 traps in this little section here. So that is what we are dealing with. And the last one is right here. B is also the only one that has this right here as a trap that you need to tag. There we go. I remember when all my friends had razor katanas and my parents refused to allow me to have a razor katana, and I was like, oh, no.
I believe
they were the cool phones.
My first phone was an Android chocolate.
Oh.
It was a chocolate.
My first phone was a Nokia phone, the kind of Nokia phones that you can't destroy. But I destroyed it.
Oh no.
Pretty fast. It fell out of my hand and basically split in half.
Oh.
And I was like, oh.
Well, still not a
right
Nintendo
then.
product, I guess. I want my phone to just be my Wiimote and chuck that thing at the ceiling and I'll still keep on going.
Oh, I never had that happen. So right now we're a wood puppet. We're moving very slowly. So we're going to take advantage of map pausing because lumberjacks are so much faster than us. But we're also going to keep one pretty close to us so that the others don't spawn in. So long as one is close to you, they never spawn in. However, this guy... Oh, no, he's right there. I was going to say, this guy could be too far away and the next one's going to spawn in. But no, we are good. So as you can see, we're just shuffling along very slowly. We're not regular Erico speed as we keep going. I actually did a bit of research to find out which path was faster for this. So I was comparing 2 runs back to back because they both did different routes, and the following route is indeed faster. Even though you're kind of still having to walk towards the woodalls. Again, you don't have to deal with these fine gentlemen for as long, because about when you hit the tree, they turn around in fear, but also we're next to a cutscene trigger. Because we're gonna see Randy for 2 seconds, because every cutscene is skippable. Imagine skippable cutscenes in the Dreamcast? What is this?
Imagine
magical
skippable
thing?
cutscenes. I missed that. This is just nostalgia time now.
And then here we go. We grab the woodalls because we need the woodalls to eat the tree. As we're slowly walking forward forever. Just ticking along.
I do like the little wood puppets animation. He's kind of like just a little ding, 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 ding.
And there we go. Now, fun fact about this upper area, you can fall off. You don't want to fall off. Because also you may notice something underneath. Yes, that's right. Lumberjacks are still spawning in. Because of course they are. And it's like, haha. So be careful if you're going to take these rather short turns, because you don't want to fall to your death. Because otherwise, doom and gloom. As we continue here. Again, we're also going to see another photo booth. Photo booths are to save, if need be. And then there is also different pickable items up here. I'm not exactly sure what they do, but yeah, they happen. Now we're back to where they can chase us. However, our friend up here can actually knock himself off the edge, which is rather nice. Where are you? There you are. Sorry, he was supposed to be running, and I was like, run? Yes? So he may have knocked himself off the edge. It's hard to tell, because oftentimes they can just be silent when running after you, and it's like, oh no, what to do? There we go. Excellent. All right. And then we are going to go... If you wanted to save Randy, you would go right, but we're going to go left. I think he knocked himself off the edge because I haven't seen him yet. Woohoo! Which means the other guy is going to spawn in here, and very fast. There he is. Okay. This is going to be tight, isn't it? We're just going to get in this fight, aren't we? Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
so close. Propeller arms!
Yes, as we T-pose to destroy them, because T-posing. We can also do, wait. Okay. I don't know if it's Bart or Lisa that does the I'm just gonna twirl my arms in front, because one of them does kicks, the other one does I'm just gonna twirl my arms in front of me and whatever happens, happens. Oh,
What?
hi.
Hello, sir?
Okay, that was really fast and unlucky. Okay, I didn't even know he was gonna spawn in there. I thought I had a bit of time. But yes, we can also do twirl our arms in front of us and whatever happens, happens. However, we can't move while doing... Oh, where am I? Where am I? Okay, there we go. Now I'm in position that I need to be going. Again, that's sort of the downside of fight encounters, is it's like, where am I exactly? because it literally will turn you around, and then it's like, oh no. All right, so now we're in the gauntlet area where we have to do 2 fights. Also, the last trap of the level is right here. Game? Do you want me to? Thank you. To tag, there we go, and fight encounter. Now, the reason I'm not tagging the fight encounters is also because when you're a wood puppet, you never fall down. Your heart rate goes up, but you never fall down. So it's completely and utterly fine. Hooray! No damage in that particular fight.
I like that just zooms in dramatically on your completely blank puppety facial expression. I did it!
It works. She still says cool.
Cool.
It should be noted that we will be losing the cool after the next level. Yes. Instead we get all right. Oh, speaking of which, if there's any Sonic Adventure fans, Eriko is voiced by the original Rouge the Bat. Kevin is voiced by the original, well, not the original, but the Sonic Adventure Sonic. Somebody's voiced by Vector. Yeah. Yorg is voiced by some guy named York. They literally just named the character after him.
Thanks, York.
Is what they did with that one. So now we are healed up for the boss fight. And fun fact, you can't trade blows with this boss. If you trade, he will not die. You must hit him without him hitting you. So you can open the fight with 2 swipes. Every time he swipes, 3 hits. Which is typically what you want to see, but it's completely random what he's going to do. So far, so good. Every time he pukes, 2 hits. Also, you want to sit in this corner because that's what's best for dodging his attacks and being able to hit him.
I do appreciate that you dodge through his little roots. Like, you don't dodge away, you dodge through.
Yep.
Die, mustache
that
tree.
Little pipe thing is very helpful. So yes, we have killed the mustache tree man, who turned himself into a tree for some reason, and is taking revenge against the lumberjacks for some reason. Again, this game's plot is wacky. Very wacky. As we continue to run. But yeah, bit of Sonic in here. Also, I hope, chat, you're ready to see Sonic's true form. That's coming in level 6. A reminder that this is also a Dreamcast game, so they got to do some things.
Every Dreamcast game is secretly a Sonic game.
So here we go. Now we're going into the worst level in the game. This level's a run killer and has the potential to kill some runs. Whoops. I didn't finish my purchases game. Because it has the worst fight in the game, so I'm just gonna buy a little bit extra for safety. Because safety is good. Did I mention this song will get stuck in your head?
It's so good.
It is quite the bob. Guesses for patterns.
B.
A. So,
right.
B is the best. Also,
yeah.
There's a gimmick to this level. You may have noticed that I've already been paid $150,000. That is because you need $200,000 to complete the level. Granted, we already had $2,000 before, or $200,000 before we got paid. But in order to get into the Toy World section, you need to have $200,000. It is not B, I'm afraid. If it was B, that trolley would have gone off. Or shopping cart, as we call it here in North America. Apparently, they call them trolleys in the UK. Shoutouts to Punchy. Very good runner of this game. Also, I got hit by that. So there's the example of losing the money. We're on C. is what we are on.
Let's go, Lana!
Woo! You're going to need to be tagged, aren't you? And no, it was the gumballs all along. No. But also, I am going to show off an item that exists, but we only pick up one of them, and that is the caution bomb. The caution bomb is a free tag. A free tag that costs nothing, but will also heal your adrenaline. It's lovely. Look at all of those free tags we got. I'm also going to tag that mask because I'm pretty sure that mask is going to try to hit me. Oh, it didn't. And then whatever coin or can it is here, it's going to be the opposite can on the other side. There we go.
Yeah.
And then we can get the coffee can.
Abby, correct me if I say anything incorrect, as I only vaguely understand this game as much as you can, with mostly being in it for the sound effects. But it does cost like adrenaline every time you do a tag and make one of those little orbs appear, but you get it back if your tag was successful. So if you just try to tag literally everything, you're just gonna run out of your ability to tag things. You have to actually do it intelligently, or else it oopsies.
Yep. And that's why I also bring in an injection, because the injection heals your adrenaline. The relaxing CDs calm your heart rate. And the gauze for bleeding and the food for your HP. Bleeding will actually decrease your heart rate at a certain point. I may have carried extra, didn't I? Oh no, I carried exactly the amount I need. Cool. That could have been devastating. Also, sometimes.
Oh, sorry.
Sometimes it's better to multi-tag than it is to tag exactly what you need, because the game's just gonna fight you. A would have been the complete left side, and the back row would have been B there. Also tag the cow skull here. And then we have our lovely friends, the giant roaches. There is a 7% chance that one meat will make them go away. It didn't go away. Again, it is 7% to have them both go away from one. So it's like, oh no. All right, there we go. And nope, double hit. Unfortunate.
Oh no, that guy's scary.
Mm-hmm. And the reason we have a third piece of meat, also I want to explain the little blue chip. When your bleeding goes past that blue chip, your hitbox is bigger, so you're more susceptible to traps. It's very unfortunate. So we need another piece of meat to get on the grill. Be careful when getting off the grill, because if you accidentally go back towards the chef and fall off, you have to go back out and get another piece of meat and fight another piece of meat. That's just how that goes. And the reason I'm full healing right now is because of that fight that I mentioned that is the worst fight in the video game. Because if you're not fully healed, you have a very good chance of dying. So right now we're on top of this to avoid worms. I forgot to tag the onions. Good job. I've actually never seen how the onions do their thing. I like that they just kind of like eat money out of your pocket and run away. That was interesting. And this is why we bring in so much extra. For mistakes like this. And because we're on, we're on C. So because we're on C, we don't get to skip the pineapple. Why don't we get to skip the pineapple on C? Because you see the third pile of goo? That's what's active on C. So we're going to tag that now. Unfortunately, you cannot tag the pineapple and the pile of goo at the same time because they're too far apart. So there we go. And then make sure to tag the opening of this fight. So remember how we need to kill, or to do counter hits to kill enemies? Well, guess what? This isn't just one enemy. This is 3. And they're worms. and they like to back each other up. And our dodges are terrible against worms. So, yeah, this is why it can easily kill you, because they like to hit and then hit and then hit. And also, yeah, it's just a bad time, is what I'm trying to say. So there you go. One of them did a counter hit, and also sometimes they just do this dive move over and over again. And then depending where you are in relation to them, that can also happen. Also, our weapon's range kind of sucks. So it's like, yay. Oh, wait. Nope, we got a good counter hit there. Also, we're bleeding. So as I'm running around here, I'm losing blood. And also they're hitting me. Surprisingly, I have a lot of heart rate because I haven't been dodging. Because again, even if you dodge, it's like, haha, they have hit you. Nah. But the good news is, as they die, the easier the fight becomes. Too far away, getting hit. Also, you may notice that you're hearing choo if there's any Space Channel 5 fans. It is not the person who does ooh la la, but it sure sounds like it when she dodges. There we go. Oh, wait. Ooh, okay. We're doing okay. No, you may not hit me. Also, you may notice that I'm trying to kill them very close because we must wait for orbs to hit Erico at the end of the fight for the fight to truly end. Also, just to show the giant pause button, yeah, so there's no healing in the middle of the run. Uh-oh. We're in trouble. All right, what's... Okay, cool. Oh, and we're good.
Phew.
And then orbs.
Woo!
But we're not quite out of the woods because we still have to get through Toy World and Mary. Mary is very fast. I'm gonna need to heal one more time. There we go. And we're off to the races. Where you're gonna see me do a lot of double tagging because it's just easier and better because, you know, we don't want the toys to hit us. So here we are in Toy World. Again, you can see money, 200,000 needed to get in. There are safes in the level that have $100,000 in them. So if you don't have the money, there is a solution. As we keep running. And then we need to tag the ray gun, but we're also going to tag the other robot because, again, sometimes it's just easier to double tag than to fight with the game just to get your single tag. We need to tag the cards. Indeed, hat of the top hat variety. And then we need to do...
Can I stay here?
No.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Oh, right, we were on C. So C is always the first plane, A and B are the other planes. So we just got hit by a plane. Very painful. There we go. And then we're running. Also say hi to the Mega Dream. It's interesting that they never did call it the Mega Dream in the European market or the Japanese market. They just kind of went with the Dreamcast for all markets, though they went with the Saturn for all the Saturn markets. And then we need to tag the baseballs because they are also going to try to hit us. And then we have Quark, the toy hunter. More on Quark later. And also Potodon. More on them later. Because they're going to be the final level. And then we're going to go over here to avoid the Mary boxes from hitting us. And now we're in Mary's Maze. We are constantly getting hit in here. Well, not hit, but we're constantly taking damage. If you pay attention to the green health bar, you'll notice that it's slightly dropping. We need to grab 4 keys as fast as possible. Otherwise, we'll die. Also, Mary's in here. Map pause here. Map pausing here specifically can cause Mary to despawn sometimes. Sometimes it just doesn't want to work. Also, Mary can't go around the corners towards the keys for whatever reason. I'm going to map pause every time I want the camera to turn, just to make things a little easier. Mary, I need you. Ooh. We need to go back here. Sorry, I had to take a slight detour. Again, pausing the map to make sure she doesn't grab us. Because it is another fight to the death. She does a lot of damage and she's very quick. So very, very dangerous. And then we're going this way. Run. Typically, we're not going to see her once we get out of the yellow zone or the evil Mary section. Grab the other key. I'm still going to map pause in order to see things. As you may have noticed, if you checked the corner of your eye, you'll notice that she despawned there. That usually happens. Again, usually you don't see her at this point, but sometimes you can see that despawn as we keep running. And yeah, green is our final color. Again, doing this because sometimes you never know what her AI is going to do, but she does tend to just disappear and not exist at this point. As we go here, again, we're going to need to heal our HP, and then we're going to start with the bottom here, so it's only a turn of one movement instead of going for 3 in the other one. So there we go.
I appreciate that those are listed as cards when they are quarters of discs.
So the way this works is we're now playing hide and seek. If it was A, it would be the keyboard. If it was B, it would be the fridge. If it's C, it's the glasses.
Hello, glasses. Oh.
So now we have to fight her to the death because she's very angry. So the way I do this fight is very simple. I don't move. I let her come to me, unless of course she lands on the ground. Because obviously we're bleeding. We're not bleeding if we don't move, and also she's very quick, so there's no point trying to chase her down. Again, if only our weapon had range. Oh, there we go. Defeated. Excellent. And then, if you're low on health and whatnot, well, isn't that convenient that there's one of those right there? But do we have any Mario Party fans by chance?
Woo!
Anybody like Mario Party?
I wasn't aware that there were such thing as Mario Party fans. I thought we were just all excited hostages.
I hate to bring up some repressed memories because it's now time for a section I like to call Mario Party Repressed Memories, as we have to do jump rope.
Oh no.
Oh yes. So we have to do this 10 times. I almost want to fail this just to show you how not fine it is. Oh, I failed.
Oh, no!
That was not intentional. That was, I guess I'm going to hit this late. Oops.
Every time I see you do this, Abby, I need you to know that my first thought is there was a Hamtaro game that had like some some ridiculous like 100 jump rope mini game, and I spent hours and hours on it as a kid. And so every time I see you start it, I'm like, aw, Hamtaro memories. And then you explode in a fountain of blood, and I'm like, no.
Well, I call it Mario Party Repressed Memories because of the fire jump rope.
Yes.
That's very hard to do.
Mario Party Repressed Memories, the next entry in the Mario Party series.
So, yeah. And now it's time for the boss in quotations of the level, I don't consider it the boss of the level because of one simple fact, and that is that we're going to control the boss to defeat the boss. I consider Mary to be the boss because you actually have to fight her, and obviously we had to go through her maze, play hide and seek, and then fight her, and then go through her jump rope. So it's like, oh. So there we go. This guy turns his back to answer the phone. We grab the controller, because remember, theme park. And then we do the thing.
Oh no. Oh no.
And then,
But we're controlling it.
Okay.
yeah, we're controlling it and making it hit this 4 times. You can make it hit you. It does a ton of damage. I wouldn't advise it.
Sabotage.
Also, everybody say goodbye to Eriko, because we are no longer going to be playing as Eriko for the rest of the game.
So long, Eriko. You were so cool.
Also, any predictions for the next level's patterns?
B.
I'm gonna go with A.
Okay. B is the worst pattern of the level.
I think I've been picking the worst patterns every single time, and I don't know how to feel about this.
Listen, Lana, as a representative of this lovely event, as our representative on mic of Fright Fatales as an organization, it is in your job description. I'm sure it's written somewhere, I don't know where, that you have to wish suffering upon the runners, only to the extent of it making for a more interesting showcase run.
Yeah, sure. I can run with that.
Yeah, so you need Abby to show off the hardest possible combinations. That makes sense.
Absolutely. It shows just how talented of a runner she is, right? Like, if we can make it super challenging, then we really get how intense these runs can be. Heck yeah, I love it.
To be fair, this is the easiest level in the game. It's just that there's a couple extra traps on B that we have to be concerned with. C is the best pattern because the morgue has no traps. A only has 1 trap in the morgue, B has 2, but also there's the body bag trap just before the morgue that we have to deal with on B. But other than that, like I said, this is the easiest level. It's kind of a walking sim. It's a murder mystery as to who is Killaman, but also it's backstage of Illbleed, hence why we see all these boxes of certain characters. That Sixth Sense going off, by the way, is that you can pick up the axe that the woodsman is holding, but we're not going to do that. So we've just been introduced to Jorg and Cunningham. If you want to solve the mystery, you must save Jorg, but he's so out of the way that we don't do it even on the good ending where we have to save Jorg. It's easier to go save Randy and Michelle and buy Jorg back than it is to buy Randy and Michelle back after winning the $1 million from this stage. All right. What pattern do we have? B is
Lana
the answer.
wins!
This is not scripted,
Lana has
I
won
promise.
2 in a row.
And since Lana wins, that also means that everybody watching at home wins, because we get to watch Abby do more traps. And also we get to watch Kevin go, all right, more.
Yes.
I really like how
that.
excited his arms are. He's just like, let's punch the air. We got this.
Except for this trap doesn't want to be tagged, so I'm a little worried. There we go. I'm a little worried. Please be the right one. Please be the right one. Yay, it was. Again, sometimes you don't know what you're tagging. You think you know, but the game's like, no, you didn't tag the right thing. There we go. All right, there we go.
Since we
All
have
right.
a moment,
Uh-oh.
can I put in my vote as to who Killaman is?
Sure. Who is Killaman?
The
As told to us
conductor
by...
from Hat in Time, the conductor.
Ooh, excellent.
You just
I
got
have
hit by a UFO.
Yes, I did, because this has, so this level contains everything from the previous 4, and UFOs were in the last part. And also anything from the last level will hit you in the face, and if it's stuff from Killer Department Store, it'll take your money. Make sure to tag this trap, very important, because it's a Mary doll in a very confined space, and she will kill you. It's quite terrifying. But by tagging it, she just faces the wall and doesn't bother us. I never tag these cans because they never like me. So we're just gonna lose $5,000, but because we're not having to buy Yorg back, we have more than enough money to not worry about it. And then we're gonna tag this popcorn because it's gonna try to hit me in the face. And then we're gonna go at a diagonal here to avoid the candies. And then congratulations, you have made it through the hardest part of this level. Hooray! Indeed. And then we have the shotgun, and then we're getting our employee card, and then we're going to use it on the door. So here we go. And then we're running away again. There we go. Everything's fine. We have to walk all the way back where we came from, but also, anybody want to see a cool trick? Hacha! Jumping up the stairs from the ground. Hashtag Kevin Jumps. Don't actually hashtag Kevin Jumps, but, you know. But yes, the options for Killer Man are the player, Yorg, Cunningham, Jason, or Killaman. The answer is Killaman is Killerman. However, you need to save Yorg to get the money for the mystery, because even if you select Killaman but don't save Yorg, you get nothing.
So
Very
really,
cool
Kill a
game.
Man was Kill a Man. Why would we think it's anything else? It said it was Kill a Man.
I don't know. Because you want revenge against somebody. That would be my guess. Shrugs. As we're running as fast as we can, it would be nice if we could figure out a way not to go all the way back to Yorg, because all Yorg is doing is like, yes, you did find a dead body where you got the horror monitor. Huzzah! And then we're running. There we go. And then, because we know what the number is, we can just enter it, which is 0824. So here we go, 0824. Kabam.
Does that one also spell something out in Japanese?
No.
Oh.
Only the wood puppet does that. Only the wood puppet. So there we go. Yep. All right. And then we want to tag. Is it going to let me tag that? Then we want to tag that machine. Is this not... Is the game tricking me with what pattern we're on? And I'm actually on the wrong pattern than I think I am. Question mark.
Lana, what
I'm
did you
pretty
do? Did you invent a pattern D?
Yes, it was my evil plan all along. That's why I brought you here for Fright Fatales. I wish.
Oh. Oh no, we're on we're on C. Huzzah! We're on C and not B.
Who said C? I don't remember.
Wasn't it you?
Was it me?
Yes,
I don't
it
know.
was.
Lana, do you know?
You
it
were
was
absolutely
me?
C, yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah, because Abby was definitely A for this one, yeah.
Fun fact also with this level, there's actually 2 Amazons you can pick up. I think it's the only level that has 2.
So,
C.
since we're on C now, Does that mean I was right and it was my Hat in Time joke? That's the Killer Man?
Oh my gosh, could you imagine? The crossover.
The crossover. I don't know when Hat in Time came out, but
2017? I want to say?
so 16 years apart.
Yeah,
Somehow a crossover.
Some sort. It's Hat in Time. There's always time travel involved. I don't actually understand how there's any time mechanic in Hat in Time. So you know what? That makes sense. The entire game was time traveling the entire time. And that's why there's
Hooray.
nothing to do with time travel in the actual plot.
Oh dear.
And that's why there were hats in the last level. This is my hat-based conspiracy theory.
I see.
Abby's just like, there, Pippi. It's okay. You don't have to go crazy on comms.
Come on. There we go. Again, sometimes the game really likes to fight you when getting to the ladder. It's really weird. Did I mention that the game really likes you to take lefts? Because the lefts continue, especially in the morgue, which is where we're going next. So here we go.
Can I just appreciate one of my favorite parts of this game is whenever you get into fights and you have to call the helicopter, you get the narrow escape text. There isn't another type of escape to my knowledge. You always escape narrowly.
Yes.
There is no wide escape.
Lana, who do you want to accuse Killer Man of being?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. Pink, red shirt.
All right, Jorg. Jorg is being accused of being Killer
I'm
Man.
so sorry, York. I'm so sorry.
I do appreciate that you can point the finger at yourself. That's
me
just an
all
option.
along.
Who's Killer Man? It was me! I solved the mystery!
Well, we haven't been keeping an eye on ourselves, so that's why we're an option. Also, there's no music in the Japanese version for whatever reason. Also, those are all dead bodies of everybody who ever came to the park, is what we're walking over right now.
Oh, no.
Okay, so
Oh, yes.
how many people were like, you know what? This theme park that nobody's ever come out of alive sounds like a great way to spend my weekend. You know, I've had a tough week. Got some time off. It's like my friend's birthday. We're just gonna go to the theme park. You know, the one no one's ever come back from. It's gonna be great. Like, one would think that would stop after like 6.
But $100 million.
I don't know. I'd rather be alive, but like oh
dear.
What kind of escape are we gonna get? A narrow one.
I hit my mic. I hit my mic. As I was like hitting the button, and then as I take my hand off the button because we escaped, it was like, no, hit your mic instead.
I do appreciate that you can purchase people back to life, though. It might cost more than the $100 million prize to purchase all of the people who died in the name of the $100 million prize back to life.
Yes. Probably. But who knows? So, spoilers, because true ending, which we're not doing. So the whole reason for Illbleed's existence is so that Eriko's father could scare Eriko. It's the whole purpose of the park. Because at the end of Good Ending, she goes, I'm going back to Illbleed. She's won the $100 million. Her friends are on a beach on an island somewhere. They've bought a bunch of Freddy dolls and have a lot of money left. And then something about investing in the stock market, one of them decides to do. And then Eriko goes, I'm going back to Illbleed, nobody come with me, bye. And then it's revealed it was her father all along. And then she fights her father to the death. And that fight is kind of super difficult and long if you don't know what you're doing. And in the end, she now becomes scared, and Kevin takes position as president of the horror club. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna come out with the hottest take right now and say I think this game might be a little odd.
Do you think?
Just a little bit.
We're almost to Killer Man, everybody.
It's very funny because if you can ignore the sea of dead bodies all around us and the spoopy, grimy atmosphere, the just no music, walking on some nice noisy floor, it's kind of calming, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, I'm already healed. Okay, cool. I was like, why aren't I healing? And it's because I was at full health. All right. Woohoo! Yeah. Don't worry, music's coming back in a short second. As we get into the boss fight where there will be boss music. Of course, if I were to get into the fight encounters, there would be fight encounter music. But we didn't get into the fight encounters. By the way, that photo booth doesn't work. So here we go, boss fight in the very spooky screaming wall room.
No. This is less calming.
Is that... Oh, that looked a lot like Captain Falcon for a second. But...
Legally distinct Kill a Man.
I mean, it could be Captain Falcon for all I know.
It was very show me your moves for a minute.
Show me your moves. Show me your moves. Show me your moves.
Falcon kick, Falco punch. I don't know, for some reason Falcon punch sounds like Falco punch in certain games, and it's like, well, Falco's not in the first one, but okay. Oh, did I have wacky conspiracy theories about Smash Bros back in the day because nobody knew what F-Zero was, even though I played F-Zero. You think I'm paying attention to character names? Nah, me and my friends were like, oh no, that's like Samus's brother. Because we knew nothing. There we go. Fight 1. Also, Kevin's dodges cost twice as much as Eriko's. I forgot to mention that. So, 0 reward money for the Kill-A-Man, and then we get whatever we get from the stage. And now we go to the final level, where we play as Cork, the toy hunter, or also known in Japan as Inda. But because the game is also English dub in the Japanese version, we get both of them. So written on places, it's Inda. In thing, it's Cork. Also, you might notice that he's legally distinct thing, but I'll leave you to determine that. What's the word? Predictions for patterns.
I'll go B this time.
Ooh, C. Sure.
All right, I'll go A. But here's the trick. I don't know which pattern is which. I just know what to do. So, trick or treat, I guess. I don't know.
I love it when you go up to the vending machine for horror monitor rentals and you get a free gun. Let's just call attention to that one real quick.
To be fair, we are going into costume as we're going to become Quark. Fun fact about Quark, he has male jumps, and if you choose Eriko, he gains all of Eriko's properties, such as getting up right away if you get into a fight encounter, etc. So it's like, haha. However, whoever you play as in the final level is who you're fighting the final boss as. And because Kevin's dodges are much better than Eriko's, well, actually, any male character's dodges are better, it's more faster and easier to fight the final boss. So that is why we choose Kevin in the back half, because better dodges. So we now have story cutscenes. Story cutscenes are unskippable cutscenes. There are 15 of them within the level. 2 of them are in this room, but the other one we don't have to even go anywhere near.
The real trap was unskippable cutscenes.
Yes. They're actually quite hilarious, but no. Illegal to see in speedrun. So there we go. He goes yip every time, and you may have noticed that he looks like 2 certain characters. Can you guess what 2 certain characters he kind of looks like?
Oh, couldn't be Montana James.
I was gonna say it's definitely still the conductor from Hat in Time, mixed with well, it can't be Captain Falcon. We already saw Captain Falcon, so I'm gonna go with Solid Snake.
Wow, those are totally off. But okay.
Listen, we didn't say I was good at guessing.
The answers are Indiana Jones and Woody from Toy Story.
Well,
that sounds wrong.
Montana James was legally distinct other American state and different last name.
I see. So that is why he's called Quark, because they felt like they were going to get sued by Lucas if they called him Inda. So that's why the change. Even though it's parody, but you know, who's got more money? I forget the company that published this game, or George Lucas. I think George Lucas and Steven Spielberg have more money than studio that no longer exists.
I forgot that Indiana Jones was a George Lucas property?
Yep. It is a Lucasfilms property and now owned by Disney.
I did not know this.
Yep. What? Okay, I somehow avoided the evil monkey fight entirely. Alright, the speedrun Discord's gonna have one about this one, because apparently one of them you can avoid the evil monkey fight. I know I just was on Hotfix not too long ago saying that's never happened, but that's never happened. So... new discovery, question mark.
Woo, we love those.
We love it. Yeah, we love it when that's how it goes. People can hunt for hours and do tons and tons of runs and not find what accidentally gets found in one showcase.
So again, zombie with guns, they actually hurt a ton, and because we're Kevin, he would have squirmed for about 15 to 30 seconds, TM. Because again, I don't know how long he squirms for. Okay, doing good. We're almost out of horror monitor juice. We need that, and I'm gonna tag the, you know what? Let's risk it like a biscuit. We risked it like a biscuit and it paid off.
Yo! Woo.
And then
That sign says egg bar.
Yep.
I've never noticed that before.
Yeah.
We're
going into a bar for eggs.
Close cousin of the milk bar from Majora's Mask. We need the milk bar.
See, here's the thing. But the milk bar, you're drinking milk. You're not drinking egg. It's literally a bar where eggs go to drink.
Well, how do we know that in Majora's Mask it isn't a bar where the milk goes to drink?
Yeah, alternate universes and whatnot, you know?
Yeah.
True.
So if you went there to drink the milk, you went on the wrong day, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You need to use the Song of Time or something. It's been a long time since I've played Majora's Mask. I'm a Zelda runner.
Also, shout outs to Majora's Mask becoming 24 years old today.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Are we old?
Maybe. Also, I am also a Zelda runner, but it's very rare that I run said Zelda game, but I run a Zelda. I run the HD Skyward Sword.
We're all Zeldos. We're all Zeldos here. This isn't even a joke.
It's true.
Wait a minute.
It's true.
Felon's Danger. I love just the background text in this game.
And there we go. It thing. Again, that's an unskippable cutscene. But it also gives us the Potodon cutscene gives us the answer to the second to last trap of the level. So be warned. Although, to be fair, I know what it is, so we won't have to worry about it. Also, we need to tag right here. So we're gonna tag right there.
Yep.
And then here we go. And there we go. Excellent. Just more yep. Also, chat, I hope you're ready because soon we will reveal Sonic the Hedgehog's true form. So get ready, Sonic fans. You're about to see the nightmare.
My favorite character is Sad Gas Can.
There we go. We give Potodon the gas, which gets him unstuck. Of course, we don't see him fly off. We just see him stand there now. It's kind of funny. There we go. We did the thing. Yes. And then we're running. Tag this. It's actually a funny scene where Potodon saves us. Again, Potodon tries to give us the directions to Toy Hell and gives us the wrong directions. And in the last minute, saves us. Cork gets rather mad and goes, another lie. And we get the right directions. I'm not going to go into details for the right directions because the whole purpose of this level or of this story of the hit TV show before the episode comes out, which is Cork Goes to Hell, is that he's trying to save his wife and or girlfriend. It's kind of debated which it is. But yeah, that's kind of the reason for the season as to why we're trying to get into Toy Hell. So there we go. We then take Potodon's chip. Potodon falls over, and we need to find a new Potodon to put the chip into.
Just casually murdering our toy friend.
And then we see the sign that's asking for an Indadal. Also, we have an evil egg fight that we need to avoid, so that's why we're going to take a very wide turn here. Very wide turn. Done.
The egg is
Very
upset
good.
because it was late to the egg bar.
Maybe they were. And then we go take the staircase. Again, feel free to look up the cutscenes if you wish to know what just happened. I don't want to spoil it or get us in trouble. So, are you ready to see Sonic the Hedgehog's true form?
Yeah.
Because it's about to happen.
Did you know this is a Sonic game?
Witness his true
Oh
form.
my gosh, look at all the rings.
It is Zodic, the Hell Hog. And in order to damage him, you must hit the rings.
This
we
game was
go.
the precursor to Sonic Unleashed with the Werehog.
It's so true.
Just less spiky.
Yeah, they were still
'Cause I
working out the kinks of the design.
Because I don't think the Werehog has spikes coming out of his knees.
He does have spiky knees, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. So the reason we're keeping our distance is because he'll go into an attack, and while he's attacking, he has iframes. So we're trying to stay away as much as possible. And also he'll spin dash from time to time.
Hey, it really is Sonic Unleashed. There was the moon in the background. That was like a thing, right? Oh no, it wasn't the moon. It was the Earth that broke in that game. It's been a while since I've played Sonic Unleashed.
Would you believe me if I said I've never played Sonic Unleashed?
Yes, actually. I think a lot of people skipped that one.
To be fair, I skipped a lot of Sonic games until Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. All right, time for the final boss. Woohoo! Now again, we're not going to pick up any healing items because we're going straight into a fight. And when you go straight into a fight, it's just a giant pause button. But there are 3 options. But we're not going to have that up for debate because one of them takes a really long time, one of them is really hard to impossible, and then there's the other one. And it's like, oh no. So we're gonna, as a matter of fact, his name is Oh No Man. So we're gonna be fighting the Bull Stinger, which is an enemy from Blue Stinger. And so we're gonna pick this up. And we can't just go over to the Blue Stinger poster. No, we must first go into the center of the room and then go for it. Yes. Yes. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, no. So, this is why we have Kevin, because easier to dodge equaling more hits. As you can see, HP just dropping like flies. Ow. Oh, we hit them with the counter hit. Pew, 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 pew. Yes. Pippi,
Yes.
would you like to promote yourself and tell the fine people where they can find you?
Sure. So, you can find me nowhere. You can find Abby at twitch.tv/Abby's Corner, where she runs horror games and cool stuff, and likes to go on adventures doing more speed games than you can possibly fathom, and occasionally being really good at Tetris and laughing at butter.
Oh. Okay. To be fair, I do speedrun a Tetris game because I speedrun Magical Tetris Challenge, the Disney Tetris game made by Capcom. Okay, you can find Pippi at Pippi in a Top Hat doing Zeldos. That is time, by the way. Mostly Skyward Sword. I assume that Phantom Hourglass is going to happen at some point. Yes. So go follow Pippi at twitch.tv/Pippi in a Top Hat. Also, if you caught the run late, you can catch us, minus Lana, unfortunately, again tomorrow night as I'm running this again for Breaking the Habit at like 10:20 p.m. I'm the last run of the show. Okay, this is the big announcement that I can't mess up. Okay, November 20th, my group, the Trans Speedrun Collective, is hosting our first event ever. If you would like to join the community, you can DM me if you wish, or DM the Twitter account or the Blue Sky account. We would love to have you. November 20th, we're doing our first event and all that good stuff. Also, shout outs to Lana, for being a great host. Also, shout out to Char Bunny as well. Both great, fantastic people, and thank you all for having me. See you sometime down the road.
Awesome.
Vague future time.
Yes, thank you so much to you both for hanging out with us for I'm so sorry, wrong one. Fright Fatales, we're getting ahead of ourselves. It has been such a joy to be continuing here with our scary Halloween-themed runs. And it does not stop here. Hold on tight, everybody, because we have more coming soon, and just a couple announcements before we get there. First off, I just want to say thank you for hanging out with me for Fright Fatales. My time is coming to an end with all of you, as I am the host for the first half, and I will be handing it over to the wonderful Char Bunny, who will be taking over for the second half of the day, which is sure to be absolutely amazing. I do want to shout out the fact that if you do like Fatale specials, then you will want to come back on November 8th for the 10 p.m. Eastern slot, because I will be here putting together and hosting a Fatales Game of the Month special. As part of the Fatales community, we have Game of the Month, where the community participates in a certain game. They learn together, they practice together, they all show off runs, and so we will be showing off some of the games of the month of the last couple seasons that we've been doing together. So make sure to come by for that. It is sure to be absolutely amazing. And just a reminder that if you want to learn more about the Hotfix schedule in general, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to check out our Season 3 schedule and just see what the runs that are coming up later this week may look like. So thank you so much again to all of you for hanging out here with us for Fright Fatales. My time as your host is coming to an end. My name has been Lana Ruse, and I will be passing it off to Char Bunny to continue with our next run very shortly. So we will be taking a short break, but when we return, we will have a Children of the Sun any % run from Umbring. So hold tight, everybody. We will catch you back for more Fright Fatales after this break. See you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fright Fatales, going all day today. My name is Char Bunny. I'm going to be your host for the second half of today. This morning, we had Bloodstained, Curse of the Moon, Wario Land 4, Kraino Origins, and Illbleed. And this evening, we have Children of the Sun, Amnesia, The Bunker, Clock Tower 3, and Phasmophobia, so quite the lineup. If you missed out on anything earlier, don't worry. If you missed out, in fact, on any of our shows or events, be sure to check out the VODs on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. That's youtube.com/gamesdonequick. If you've missed any of the action from today, you want to catch up, or if you've missed any other of the wonderful Hotfix shows throughout the week. But I don't want to keep you from our next game any longer than I have to. I am so excited to be introducing an any % run of Children of the Sun with Umbring. Umbring, you want to talk to us about this game? Kick things off?
Hi, yeah, this is Children of the Sun. This is a sniping puzzle game. It's really, really fast-paced. It's really stressful. I need to, focus, lock in all the way in order to, get through the run. And that is why I have a commentator here to help me, talk about the game while I get it going.
Absolutely. Hi, I'm Satan herself, for Satan isn't herself on Twitch. Yes, my job is to blab on. I do play this game. I have a run on the leaderboards. I actually run it a fair amount, and I can say from experience, yes, very, very precision heavy game. You have to be kind of on your toes almost the entire time. That's my job. I'm going to be talking. Y'all are not ready for this. This is such a cool game. It's gonna look gorgeous, and there's so much great tech to talk about. So yeah, let's do it.
All right. Are we ready to get going?
We
I'm
are
ready.
absolutely ready when you
think
are.
so.
Excellent. So the timer does not start when I click into this level here. It's going to play a cutscene and then I'm going to pause it. The timer starts when the character starts moving. So 3, 2, 1, and we're going. And I missed the first shot.
No worries. I will take it from here. So what Umbring is doing is Umbring is killing every single cultist in the level. Basically, our protagonist needs to get revenge on this cult because the cult leader has done something pretty terrible to the protagonist. So our protag is just going on a revenge joyride. But as you can see, something a little bit different is going on. We are not shooting each member of the cult individually out from a gun. What we are doing instead is we're using our telekinetic abilities to make the bullet go from one place to another. But we can't actually continue moving our bullet until we've hit a valid target. So that's kind of the routing part of this puzzle game, is finding the best route to shoot valid targets. Then you can go from those valid targets to the next valid target. It's such a cool game. It's kind of like if you cross super hot with bisexual lighting and a horror aesthetic. I think it really kind of speaks for itself, but I'm also going to explain kind of everything that's going on. So we've just been shooting people directly, but in this level, we're going to get our next kind of target, which is explosives. So every time you see a car in the level, there's going to be 2 gas tanks on each side of it. And if you shoot those, you get a big explosion. And these explosions do have a radius where it will kill all the guys in that radius. So we're going to be using explosions throughout the run to get more kills faster. It's good stuff. This level's kind of a synthesis of everything we've been talking about so far. But yeah, Umbring's going to move the character at the beginning to get a better angle to this guy. And as you can see, we're now shooting into buildings. Buildings do have hitboxes. If we shoot the bullet into a wall, we will die. So we have to make sure that our routing does not hit those walls. And right now, we have a nice little route that snakes through everything here, and we're done. You can also notice that Umbring is exiting out of the level as soon as the Mandarin characters pop up on screen. That means dead, by the way, those characters in Mandarin. I'll explain why we're playing in Mandarin a little later, but this level has something really special. It's called Breakfast Time. It has the only major glitch we use in this run, which is when we shoot the animals, we're going to pause and then unpause at the right timing, and then that means that the game is going to move at full speed. So far, the game's been moving kind of very, very slow motion in between our shots, kind of like super hot. But in using this glitch, we are able to make the bullet travel faster, and it actually saves many seconds in that level. That was perfect, by the way. Umbra got every single instance of that glitch, which is really, really hard to get, so excellent job. It technically works on people as well, but it's it's a frame per perfect shot if you do it in people. So we don't do it on people, but we do it on animals when we have to shoot them for the level, which is not super common, but we will see it again later. Keep your attention on that. And now we have our first instance of the redirect. I told you I'd be talking a lot. This game has a lot to talk about. This is the first power-up we unlock in the game, and it is so cool. Essentially what it means is that at any time you can do a very small nudge towards your bullet to make it go in a slightly different direction. It has a limited use in terms of how far away you can aim. So we still can't, go all over the level and do whatever routing we want, but it is super, super helpful for being able to get around corners just like that, to be able to get around things like this hay bale here, and done. It opens up our routing options a lot. It just looks beautiful. That's such a genius power. It's really jarring, honestly, playing the first couple of levels and not having it, because it just feels like part of your natural tool set after a while. Also, you'll notice we're actually staying in this cutscene for a little while. This is a unique level. It's called Gallery of Heads. And the reason we're doing that is because during these cutscenes, the game's time actually progresses. And that guy walking up the stairs would not have been at the bottom of the stairs if we did not wait in that cutscene. And that is a lot slower. So we just wait in the cutscene and go through it. And the reason that we're able to do that, and that doesn't lose us time, is because this game is a loads removed time category. Well, actually, all of the categories are loads removed. That's because there's major differences between consoles running this game in terms of load time. So we just remove the loads, and so the cutscene doesn't actually count for the time that we're playing, and we're able to use it. Oh, nice flick. Okay, so Umbrig just did some really cool tech there, which was that they... Oh, That's no worries. We get to see it again, which means it's a flick, which means that the Umbring's going to shoot actually before the camera reaches the front. You can see that there. The camera didn't like come back in front of the bullet. And you can see it again there. That's a nice flick. And that saves a little bit of time from that camera pan. You do need to wait for that camera to pan if you're doing a redirect. Oh, that's all right. Try it again. This is one of the coolest tricks in the run that you are going to see at the end here of Occupied Home once Umbring hits it, and I'll have a little bit more time to explain it now. If you want, at the beginning of a shot, you can hold down the right mouse button, which you use to do that little redirect, and then the game will automatically, immediately put you into redirect mode. And so that's what Umbring's going to do here. As we said before, walls are killer.
Backup. Yeah.
That's all right. But if Umbring was doing that shot, it would just like be holding that down, and then we would go all the way through a window and then just hit a guy from the back. But that's okay. We're going to do a backup. This is a really tricky level. This is the last level, I would say, of the early game, and it really just puts together all of the skills that we've learned. This is kind of the classic route. We rerouted it a bit recently. That's another thing that's really cool about this game is that the routes are still ever changing. There are a lot of opportunities still to save time in this game. Every runner that comes into this game seems to find something that saves us time. So definitely, if you want to play this game, please come check it out. We absolutely love seeing new players. There is a Discord for this game, and it is linked on the speedrun.com page, Children of the Sun on speedrun.com. All right, welcome to X.
The hardest level.
Yeah, this is a level of all time. Children of the Sun actually is a no RNG run except for this level. The RNG of this level is where these cultist heads are going to spawn at the beginning. And those sort of determine what routes you're going to be able to take to get these 3 bullets. And then once these 3 bullets are gone, very nice.
Yeah, we got a good one.
That's really good RNG and really good execution from Umbring here. We're going to be able to run into all these cultist heads and finish the level. Also, this level controls entirely differently than the rest of the game. So it's kind of jarring to have to go into it and just use your mouse buttons to do this weird little game here. But we're done.
That was a good X. I forgot to back to the menu.
That's all right. No problem. That was a really good X. Very smooth gameplay and also good RNG. So we are very happy to see that when it happens. All right. Something new we're going to see in this level is the enemies are going to start to get to have weak spots. So weak spots are these little purple spots. You can see it on that guy's head there. And if you shoot the weak spots, you're going to be able to charge what's called a true redirect. We're not going to need to use it in this level, but we are going to need to use it in future levels. So I am sort of prefacing that there. Once you get 2 charges of a true redirect, you can use it. And then that means you can aim the bullet anywhere that you want from where you are. So that really, really opens up the routing options. We're also going to wait a little bit in this car cutscene here for the same reason as we described in Gallery of Heads, just to make sure that the cars are in the right position for what we're going to do later in this level. This level's so cool. It's so cool. Just let's take a look at it real quick. Umbring is going to charge a true redirect by hitting both of those guys' heads so that we can use it if we need to here. But we don't. Beautiful. No need. We just wait for that car to get to those 2 clapping cultists, and we blow all 3 of them up with the right timing. Absolutely gorgeous. I love that level. It's so clean. This one is probably the most sort of like conventional that we've seen, but we are going to use some true redirects here. You can see Umbring shot through that car facade. There are some funky hitboxes in this game. If you know where they are, you can use them to your advantage. But usually walls are not. So you have to be kind of careful of them. Very nice. Umbring actually got an early cycle to be able to hit that guy in the head. You don't always get that. And then we're going to use a true to redirect here for the first time to be able to get this guy backwards. You can see how that really opens up our routing options. We would have had to do a different slower route if we didn't have that true redirect, but we are able to use it to our advantage. All right, this is a really cool level. We got any trains fans in chat? I know we do.
I like trains.
This is one. You like trains?
Yeah.
Let's go. This is one where we actually have to shoot through trains.
And we're gonna have to wait a little bit. I messed up the cycle.
No worries. It happens. Yeah, this is a cycle-based level. You want it to be so that these little pylons here are in the middle. Unfortunately, Umbring Couldn't do the backup here either, which is shooting the feet underneath the train, because that wouldn't give enough true redirect power to be able to do that shot there.
I didn't even know that was a backup. I know this now. Okay.
That is a valid backup. Yep, now you know.
Awesome.
I'm just excited we got more time to admire the trains. You hyped the trains up. Like, I wanted the full cinematic there.
They're great. They're great. Speaking of, there's a thing that we can talk about now, because welcome to Look Ma No Hands.
Right.
You can actually play this game, this level, with no hands for a little bit there. Umbring, do you want to show us? You can literally just move the slider to the right and let the character walk in this level. Welcome to Dreaming of an Absolution.
Good time for a water break.
Yeah, this is the water break. This is the little break in the middle of the level. But I did want to talk real quick about the game's challenges, because I think they're so cool. And points. So this game's actually kind of more of a points-based game. You can get points by shooting people in specific places, or shutting off explosions, or beating the level fast. All sorts of ways to get points. But you can also complete challenges by routing the level a little bit differently. The one in the trains level has you actually shooting through the trains twice. That's the way to get that challenge. But the challenges are kind of cryptic. There's a little hint for them at the beginning of each level, and you kind of have to figure out what the game wants you to do. So that's super cool. This game's really, really fun. If you like watching this game, but you're like, oh my goodness, Umbring is going so fast, I can't even imagine myself doing the same thing. Go for high score. Go for just figuring out how to complete the level. There's all sorts of different valid pathings to beat levels too. It's not just a one and done. There's a lot of creativity you can have in this game. It's great.
A casual playthrough is not nearly as hard as the speedrun. You don't have to just rush through everything. So
no, you can carefully consider. You can stay in one spot for a while and just go, hey, what are my options? But we're not going to do that here. We're going to actually use a new power called a speed up bullet, which of course you're like, oh my gosh, speed up bullet. That's really nice for speedrunners. Why did they put that nice quality of life thing in? Well, it's not just a quality of life thing. It actually is going to help us kill a certain type of enemy that is introduced in this level, which is called the armored enemy. The armored enemies have well armor, and you have to speed your bullet up to be able to get them from a long distance away. You can see that big sort of like purple lightning thing that tells you that you hit an enemy at top speed. And you do need to do that to be able to kill the armored enemies. If you don't kill them with an explosion, that's the other valid way to do it. So you'll see that happen in some levels as well. It did happen last level, but Umbring went so fast I didn't have time to point it out. In this one, you want to go fast enough at the beginning to catch that guy before he leaves the house. And then you're just shooting through houses. Fun little time here. But you do have some armored enemies, so part of this one is definitely routing around that. Nice flick. Another instance of flick there that I actually wasn't even aware you could use in that part. So very nice, Umbring. Little optimizations like that are super important in this game. This game comes down to the seconds and milliseconds. It really does. So any little time save that you can get.
Can I have focus really time, please?
Oh yes, this is open mic night in hell. Being Satan herself, this might be my favorite named level. But yeah, this one's really, really tricky. So let's just zoom in on it. Looking really good so far. This is the most precise part here. So you have to make sure you get that guy in the body. You need every single bit of true redirect charge here that you can get to be able to finish the level with optimal routing, and it is done. Beauteous. That was amazing. Yeah, that one's a cool one because you really need every single bit of true redirect things there. There are no backups. If you don't execute that level, you don't execute it. You have to start it over. So really good call for focus time there. I'm glad we got to see that one in all its glory. Let's see what routing Umbring does here. Very nice. Through the curtain. So you couldn't see it, but there was an enemy behind that curtain, and we just shoot it. We don't care. All good. All good, all good. There's a lot of different routings for this level I've been seeing lately, but this is probably the most optimal one for any percent. In all challenges, you have to do something else. There are 2 categories for this game, by the way. It's just any percent in all challenges. It's a pretty simple game, although there are also individual levels for this game. If you feel like you could rocket through these levels really fast on one on its own, but you don't want to worry about doing them all in order, come do some individual levels as well.
All right, I'm going to need focus time again.
Okay, let's focus up. Oh,
No! Oh my
Umbray.
goodness!
Dang it.
You were so worried about that happening. That's all we were talking about
I'm
in the
sorry.
green room.
I know.
I know.
Okay, it's all right.
Well, the run's over. We gotta go home.
End
All
of the
right, well,
run.
GG's.
Well, we're chasing lies. We this level is called Chasing Lies, and we just lie.
Oh,
you
lied
can
to
you can die. You can die there by fire, and then just restart when you get into the chasing portion of the level.
Now actual focus, please.
I wanted the treat, not the trick. What was that?
Funny little anecdote while Umbring focuses up on completing this really, really difficult level that we have some nice routing for, is that we told the developer about this while the developer was on commentary for one of my runs of this game. And he said, "Oh, I had no idea about that. I didn't know you could fail it and then just restart when that first started." So, pretty funny. All right, welcome to Idolatry. What is that big yellow circle there? Basically, some of these cultists have been studying our tactics and have learned how to do telekinesis themselves. Whoa. So that means that if you shoot a bullet through that little yellow part, that you're going to get redirected away. But then you can shoot the cultist for a certain amount of time after that. Really nice job. Umbring actually has a tight window at the beginning there to get all those kills before they need to shoot the cultists that had the telekinesis. So very well done. So we're going to be working around that routing wise now going forward. We're going to have to shoot through those yellow coronas and then shoot the guy underneath in a certain amount of time going forward. This is a good example of that. This level, barrier passed, everything's very spread out, and we have two cultists that are like that. You're going to really get to see that here, that we're just going to go through this. And one of the nice solutions that we have is to use a true redirect. That will just let us get it immediately, as opposed to Idolatry, where we just hit different enemies instead. Yeah, they are much less cool than us. They can't use the redirect nearly as well as we can. We're just way better than these cultists, so we tear them up. Very nice. Okay. Very nice. That was an armored enemy at the end, so that's why Umbring had to go all the way back to that car and then shoot it from a long distance and get that charge up for that speed bullet. All right, this is the only level that actually has a timer in the regular game. But the timer doesn't kill you. It does something else. I'll let you find out when you play the game for yourself.
Ooh, a mystery.
I highly recommend checking out this game. It is I think about $15 on Steam. It's a single dev game, as I was saying before. One person basically created this entire game. He's super talented, absolutely pushed Unity to its limits with the aesthetics and the mechanics of this game. So I highly recommend supporting if you think that this game is cool. Also, this is a really, really hard trick here. Umbring is going to redirect right in time as we get underneath this part here, then be able to shoot this enemy here. And there we go, done. Beauteous.
Yeah, I've been trying to take notes with my pen, but it's on flyer now. There's too many notes. There's too much explanation. It's so beautiful. I love how much information we're all learning about this game.
There's so much to go around about this game. I mean, only now am I starting to be able to chill out because there's just so much to talk about. This game is so complex and it's so beautiful. Yeah, exactly. Like, look at how gorgeous this is. The aesthetics of this game are. I think it's really quite unique in the gaming scene, this entire game, both from the mechanics standpoint and the aesthetic standpoint. Yeah, that's a tricky shot.
Cool
that one's really, really precise. Yeah, that one's really precise. Unfortunately, that means Umbring's gonna have to restart and also wait a little bit at the beginning to make sure that this car gets in the right position, that we can blow up all three of the enemies in this area. Also, we're seeing something that I hadn't really mentioned before, but we're seeing tags on these enemies. The ones that Umbring already killed before restart get tags on them. So that's a really nice, helpful feature for if you're playing this game casually is, you know, where are those enemies that I already killed before? Now I can find them easier on my restart. Not gonna get consecutive prayers kill, I don't blame you. Tree hitbox. That tree that we were navigating around there has a really strange hitbox. Let's hope it doesn't get Umbring on this second pass here.
We're good.
Nice. That's a tough
Then
one.
we're gonna be...
Nice, avoid the tree. No tree.
No tree.
We like trains and we don't like trees, chat.
I don't know if I like the trains.
Yeah, I'm not trying to either.
That's fair, I guess.
All right, this is the last normal level. Welcome to Valley Path. As you can see here, we're going to do something cool, and we're going to actually shoot through 2 Coronas in 1 bullet. So now we're kind of on a timer to defeat both of these telekinetic enemies, but that's not going to be a problem for Umbring. Umbring's totally got it. We defeat the first one there, then we defeat an armored enemy, and we get to this one. No problem. Is there an enemy there? Watch Umbring shooting into nothing. Nah, there's totally an enemy there. We know what we're doing.
There's a plan.
There's a plan. Don't worry about it, chat. We've always got a plan. But yeah, this level is one of the ones that's been pretty recently rerouted. It's now about like 2 or 3 seconds faster than it was before. There's always little implementations and little things to be found. So if you like this game, please come join us. We would absolutely still love to see anybody joining our community and playing this game. All right, this is the final level. This one's really, really tight as well. It's called the Temple. It's the only 2-parter level in this entire run, and you'll see what that means in just a second here. We've got this big blue shield around the sort of center temple here that we're going to need to disarm, and to do that, we're going to have to defeat every cultist that is outside of it. So that's what Umbring's going to be doing first here. And actually, Umbring's trying to do this as fast as possible because we're trying to make sure that a car that's inside of the shield is in the right place when we get inside of it. So hopefully we'll be able to get the ideal cycle. If not, we have a backup.
It's good.
Very
Cars
nice.
in the middle.
Very nice. That looks really good, actually. Cars in the middle. That's exactly what we want to see. Let's see whether we can get this.
Oh, please. There we go.
That one always gets me. That's one of the trickiest aims in the whole run. But yeah, Temple has everything. It's got cars, it's got telekinetic cultists, it's got really, truly everything. All right, very good.
Nice.
Umbring did get a cycle that is even a little bit too early. You kind of want the car to be able to kill both the guy up in that outpost and also the guy in the car, but no worries. Umbring just got the backup easily, flawlessly. Don't have to worry about it. Too early. Got it too early, chat.
It's too
and now
good.
we're going to do something really special. So here we're going to kill the final enemy of the sort of second phase. And now this final shield's going to lower, and there's the cult leader who we have to kill. Umbring, why are you pointing away from the cult leader?
I like the bird.
Why are you kidding the bird? What's the reason for that?
Nothing.
And that's a glitch. That is bird skip. So do you remember in breakfast time when we were speeding up
Next
that bullet?
time.
We do it again. And that saves about 20 seconds in that cutscene because that cutscene is literally the bullet moving through those images. So it literally speeds up that cutscene. And we're done. That's time.
Wow. GG's. That went by so quickly. There's so much happening.
It did.
Very nice. I know that's a really intense run to be doing for us today, but thank you so much for putting yourself out there, coming and showcasing this incredible game. This was an absolute treat to watch. Is there anything you'd like to say to the people watching at home?
Absolutely. This is the first ever game that I've speedran, and the fact that I got to go to an event like this is just surreal to me. I've watched like all the Fatales and GDQ for forever, so it's just crazy to be here, and I'm so like gracious, and I'm so glad that this game got in because it's just so beautiful, and the community is so small, and I think like I would love for more people to play it.
Absolutely. I want to just say to chat real quick, that was Umbring's first ever marathon run ever. Also, that was a 22:17. Umbring, you crushed it.
That was real good. Okay, wow.
That was really good, RTA. Like, actually, for a marathon run, I think that's the fastest marathon run that's ever been done of this game.
Ooh,
as well.
let's go.
Any percent. So, huge GGs. Also, if you want to find Umbring on Twitch, where can we find you?
Just Umbring, same thing. I don't stream that often because I don't have that much time, but I'm gonna try as much as I can.
Definitely.
Absolutely. This game is awesome. And you are awesome. Huge
Thank
congrats,
you.
huge GGs.
You're awesome, Satan. You talked the whole time. Excellent commentary.
Thank you. I'm glad that I was able to help. This is such a wonderful game. I care about it a lot, and I care about you a lot. So, really glad that we were able to show it off here. And thank you, Jar Buddy, for being an amazing host.
Honored to be here for your first marathon run. That's really exciting. Yeah, huge round of applause one more time for Umbring and Satan herself for that absolutely incredible showcase of that game. That was fantastic. We are going to take a quick break to get set up. Before that, I do want to sneak in an announcement. I was thinking about all the cinematic camera angles on this thing, and I wanted to let everyone know that Games Done Quick is hiring. We're looking for an event programming lead that will be responsible for the 10,000-foot view of our mainline event schedules. If you are interested or know someone that is, go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs for more info, and make sure to apply before November 2nd. That's when that will close out. But again, quick break, stick around. We have an every % run of Amnesia the Bunker coming up next. And if you're curious to see what that is, please stick around. We'll be back soon. Everyone, and welcome back to the 3rd annual Fright Fatales, celebrating horror speedruns with the Fatales community. I'm really excited for our upcoming game. It's going to be Amnesia the Bunker, but really quick, I want to shout out the Fatales community. Did you know applications for games committee and studio roles, including in-studio hosting, yay, are now open for Frost Fatales 2025, but they close after this weekend, so get your application in today. Check the Fatales Discord for more details. We'd also like to share that run submissions will be open November 13th through the 24th, so get your games ready. Horror games, non-horror games, all sorts of games are going to be perfect, so make sure you're prepped and ready to go for that submission window. But speaking of games, Astrid the Horror Girl is here to show a unique category for Amnesia the Bunker, which is every %. Astrid, would you like to talk to us about this category?
I would love to. Hello, everyone. I am Astrid the Horror Girl. This is Amnesia the Bunker, and I am running this game in a category I made up, every %, which is every category on the SRC leaderboards, which are any %, inbounds, no major glitches, and glitchless, all right next to each other in around 45 minutes-ish. But before we get started, I will let my commentators introduce themselves.
Happy Pumpkin Boost season, creatures and critters. I am Joe Josie, and I'm here to commentate, and I'm very excited.
Hi, I'm Kraino, and I don't remember how I ended up back in this bunker, but I'm looking forward to Astrid showing me some ways to get out of here again.
Yes, it's almost as though every time we do a run, we have somehow forgotten how we ended up here. I wonder why that is. Anywho, this is, as I said, a run of every single category that is in Amnesia the Bunker on the SRC leaderboards. So we are going to start with any %, and we're just going to keep going after that. First question is to Charbunny. Are you ready?
Oh, I am ready.
All right. Then timer is going to start when I say yes here for starting a new game. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So normally, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, the timer would start whenever the map has loaded up. You'll see a flashlight for a brief moment turn into a lantern, and that's when like the timer would start and like recorded runs to be verified and stuff like that. But as for this category, the first thing that you're going to see a lot of is the regrab glitch. It's going to be used in this category and the next. The regrab glitch basically intuits how physics items work in this game. When you have a physics item, you can move it around, pull it, push it, stand on it, throw it, whatever you want to do with it. But if you pull it into you, it can actually intersect with your collision. When you do that, you can manipulate yourself to drop it and re-grab it. Once you have re-grabbed it, no matter where it's at, it reasserts its collision. And if you are in the middle of that, it's going to put you somewhere. So you're going to see that happening very quickly.
Just gonna pick up a box and go straight out of bounds.
Straight out of bounds.
There we go.
We're already out. That was
There we
short.
go. Yeah. So now Astrid's going to be looking for a point on the tunnel to drop in and actually load in what is actually the final sequence of the game. We're already almost done. And then once she drops in, we're going to be using the regrab glitch again, this time with a shovel. And this time, not to clip anything, but since usually with objects you could jump on them and do whatever as long as they have collision, so we're just going to give the shovel its collision back and just ride it to the end of the game.
Surfing on this
Just like
shovel is
that.
a little temperamental, but the shovel is our best friend.
It's like a witch's
Our second
broomstick,
best
but
shovel.
it's a shovel.
And there we go. Running to the end of the game.
Yeah, the goal of the game is to push these 3 rocks out of the way so you can fall
Yep.
into the river below.
That's all we need to do.
There it is. That is any percent.
For that section.
Wow, okay.
So, Char Bunny, what'd you think of that?
That was fast. Fast is the word that comes to mind. But I'm curious though, like the game is called The Bunker. I feel like we didn't actually see that much of the bunker because we were out of bounds. Could we do that, but inbounds?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. We can do that for you.
Thanks.
Absolutely. This next category is just simply called inbounds, also known as any percent no out of bounds. So basically, we can do whatever glitches and tricks we want to do as long as we don't go out of bounds. That's the one thing that we are forbidden to do. So this one is also going to be employing the re-grab glitch. This time, just like you saw at first with the wall and the box, we're going to be doing that instead of going through walls and leaving the map entirely. We're just going to be using it to get through doors that we otherwise would have to go through. Quite a process to open. Once again, we wake up and go, oh man, wow, how did I get here? Is that my hand?
There has to be a name for this type of memory loss, you know?
If only there was.
If only.
You know?
If only.
All good games start with you waking up.
Oh, you're finally awake.
Oh no.
I see your best friend
yeah.
box is back.
Yep. There we go. Yeah, we're just going to be clipping through a bunch of doors now.
So this game is mostly about like unlocking doors and breaking down walls, and so we're just gonna not do that.
Pretty much, yeah. Like any survival horror game, it's like, how do I open this door? And this game, this category is like, that's the brilliant part. You don't.
That's the great part.
I'm seeing some bunker action now. This is really looking bunkery around here.
Yeah.
Very true.
So now we're going to take a break from glitching through things and just kind of reach. We're just going to reach. We need that dynamite there. We're just going to reach for it.
Use your long grabby arms.
Yeah.
Got it.
There we go. Oh god, that does look so silly. And now the worst item, it's a re-grab glitch.
Yeah.
The helmet.
The tragic thing about this helmet is that its collision is so small because it's a very small item, but it's really the only one available to us. But that one can give a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
It's clean
and
now,
We'll
but
be
we'll
seeing
see.
that one again.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing that
Long
one again on
arms.
the way out. Because we didn't open the door to get in here, and that's still the only item we have to get out of here. So we're gonna grab that helmet and use it to leave.
What
Turns out surfing on a helmet is significantly harder than surfing on
It's
a
true.
Yep. And now we whirl the worlds.
Yes. If anyone has wanted to whirl the world, we're going to do that pretty soon.
So in here is a fog that just causes us hallucinations. It's very nice. And also a friendly blind man with a shotgun. He would very much like to give us the contents of his shotgun, and we would very much like that not to happen. Fortunately, in inbounds, it's not too bad. We're just gonna not make much noise and re-grab glitch through a door.
But why are we down here with
whirling out
the
there?
friendly shotgun guy?
Yeah.
The friendly shotgun guy.
as we whirl the whirl.
Yeah, he is actually the enemy that scares me the most in this game. Sure, you can actually kill
usually
him as
creepy.
opposed to the monster, but
There we go.
like
Wait, did we just open a door normally?
Yeah,
We did. We opened one
could
single
do
door
that.
normally, but now we're going to prop fly. So you know.
Sorry, I interrupted there. I just got overly excited about that.
Yeah, so what is this, glitchless? Opening doors in normal ways?
Well,
no,
it was
no.
it was locked from the other side. So once we got to the other side, we just
Yeah.
but to unlock it.
We did at least go through that door abnormally the first time.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
After that, we could only open it the normal way. It's only respectful.
Exactly. If we have to go through it twice, we may as well. Unfortunately, this grate up here we can't open the normal way because we didn't go get the item we need. But we'll just regrab again.
This is actually the scariest glitch in the game for me.
Oh, right, because he's here.
Who is he? Sorry, that sounds
don't worry about
ominous.
Don't worry about him.
Okay.
We're not gonna see him. Ideally,
Actually,
if everything goes well.
It's because that box is fragile, and if it breaks,
Oh, right,
that's it.
yeah.
That's it. Runs over.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, my helmet
Wait,
vanished into the
uh-oh.
ether. There we go.
There we go. That's better.
Why is the helmet haunted?
Oh no.
All right, now this
But yeah.
one we're gonna try. Please don't come out immediately, dude. You did. All right.
Aw.
Well, this is also a friend. He's just a good boy. He's on the other side there.
He's not concerning at all.
Yeah, we'll see what he does.
Hopefully, he just
So,
leaves.
does our friend have a name?
Yes. Cursedly. Yes.
Do you want to say what the name is, or is that a secret left for the user?
Yeah.
to find
It's
out?
a secret best left for the user.
Okay.
Oh,
I don't know
there
if
he
the oh god.
there he is. All right.
He's a little dog
You had
shaped,
to
isn't he?
do that.
Oh, we're just going back through this door, not running the other way in panic. I see.
No, we're fine. We're fine.
He's fine.
We're fine. We're fine.
We're fine. Yeah.
We're fine.
I think he's
fine.
vaguely dog shaped.
There
I
we
want to call
go.
him like
He's a
Denny
good
or
boy.
something.
He's a good boy.
How about Lammy?
I'm just doing a quick walk right now just for safety strap because he was around and I was like, I don't need him to chase me and then kill me and have to reset a whole bunch of time. So, yeah. It was unfortunate. Every time you're coming back from grabbing the helmet and running back through, it's kind of like a race to see who gets there first. And because I didn't immediately go through with the helmet on like the first or second try, he just came right on through and was like, hey, I heard that there were people here that I could munch on. And we had to wait for him to go away. And he was also hanging out there for quite some time. Normally he comes out and just
he was
leaves.
there for a while. Oh, but now we're just in the tunnel that we clipped into way back in any percent,
Yeah.
and gonna do basically the same thing. We're gonna use a different item this time, but otherwise we're just gonna fly to the end of the game and push more rocks.
Yeah, we get to go push our favorite rocks. That's yeah, I'm not exactly sure what Denny the dog-shaped friend guy is actually up to. I know he's stalking you. I know he can kill you, but
Yeah.
I don't know what he's doing down here. I assume he's real busy. He's easily distracted.
Definitely easily distracted. Mostly he just seems to be stalking us and trying to kill us.
Yeah.
That seems to be his whole purpose for being, at least at this point.
We pushed our rocks.
There we go. And that is Inbounds. Charbonny, what'd you think of that?
Definitely a little bit more frightening than the first iteration. Taking my deep breaths right now, but I want to see more of the game. Now I'm really intrigued. What if we did this, but like without some of those big glitches? What does that do to the category?
Sure, we can do some no major glitches for you.
Oh, all right.
Absolutely. All right, so no major glitches. It takes out the regrab glitch, so that's gone. It's no longer available to us. However,
shovel.
I think you will find that we still don't have to obey this game's general rule of doors being locked. There is a different trick that we will employ. Some of these doors are locked by basically just a deadbolt latch that goes into the wall. Well, that deadbolt latch sometimes is merely just a guideline more than an actual door lock. And if you just put an item there, just, colliding with the door latch, sometimes the door will just open for you. So that's what we're going to do a little bit of.
That's so polite of the doors.
Yeah.
It really is. It's very kind of them.
First thing we need, though, is an item that we can put into our inventory to drop out of it to do that. And I know just the item. There is always a gas can right there.
There we go. Just grab it through the wall.
Yeah.
Just casually grabbing it through the wall.
All right. This one is always a little tricky. Right. Oh, come back here.
Almost.
Yeah, almost.
Wow, this does look like magic.
It's a pretty magical experience. It's being a little bit stubborn right now.
The key to opening any door you don't have a key for is to just throw something at it over and over again until it opens enough.
Spun around. Excuse me. This is a glitch that happens sometimes, and I'm really hoping it didn't happen, but it did. So, unfortunate. Sometimes it's just like, oh, you want to be one with the gas can? And I'm like, I don't.
It shoves the door so far over. I love it.
All right.
So we're just here to get a code so that we can open some other doors that we had just ignored earlier. That was, again, getting a lock out of the way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the greatest lockpicks in the world really is a big canister of fuel.
True. That's a safety strat to turn that light on. If you're actually, in general, like speedrunning this game, you would just leave that light off and hope that RNG doesn't do mean things to you. But the light will hopefully make the monster go away. Right now, we are looking for a grenade. Just a single grenade. That is a gas grenade.
That's the wrong grenade.
Yeah.
It's mocking you.
Yeah, it's very rude.
There's a lot of ambience in this bunker. A lot of visual storytelling. Something happened here, I'm sure. There's definitely not a giant dog-shaped monster that's trying to eat you.
Definitely not. Getting unlucky so far.
That's okay. We might find one.
We've got a little more time, though.
Yeah.
So now we finally have to actually release the lockdown and open some doors correctly.
It is true.
For once.
Oh no, the tragedy.
The tragedy. We actually had to open all of the doors.
The real tragedy, too, is that we only have one gas can, which makes this next glitch very scary because this door likes to just eat gas cans.
This is the door that, okay.
Yeah, this is...
Please do not feed the door. It is hungry, but you should not feed it.
It's true.
These doors have so much personality at this point.
It's true.
They're angry at us for skipping them.
Come on, baby, open up. Just a little.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Now, there's a prisoner who has a tool in his cell. We're just going to go get that. Excuse me, sir. You'll be fine.
He's going to be fine.
Yeah.
He's
fine.
He's just screaming because,
Because we left the cell door open and he knows that means he's not safe anymore. But that's okay. He's making a kind, generous sacrifice to allow ourselves to go free while he distracts him. Like, I don't speak
German. So.
Yeah, I don't speak German, but I'm pretty sure that what he was yelling was, "Don't worry, I've got him. You go for it. I love you."
Such a kind,
so now that
thoughtful
we have that, we're going to start by just going and getting the plunger again. Or not the plunger, the dynamite again, in the same way, because this glitch isn't banned yet. Oh, that's rude.
That was mean.
That's rude, randomizer. So that's a trap that Astrid just jumped over.
You should grab your arms.
This game is randomized, so that's not always there. It wasn't there the last time we were here. Hopefully it won't be here the next time we're here. and then we're gonna go use the items we got from the poor German to open this door properly. Grenade!
No,
Not grenade. Wrong grenade. Oh no.
Well, this is gonna be very scary. Okay.
So we were hoping to get that grenade in order to blow up a door before our old friend with the shotgun is even spawned into the world. Because once he's spawned in, he can hear us, and he will come find us if we make any noise down there. But until you actually go down there, doesn't matter. So if we had a grenade, we would be throwing it down into the hole where the plunger is and breaking the door. Don't need to make any noise while he's there. Now we have to find the brick.
We might find a grenade down there too, which would
That
be
is true.
cool.
There can be a grenade down here. So if we find a grenade before a brick, but is there a grenade before we have to spawn him in?
Sometimes.
I guess there could be one here.
No, not there. There's never one there.
Oh no.
But nope. Okay.
Nope.
That was a health
Aren't you so
item.
mean today?
Yeah, it be like that.
So, yep. So now we are looking for a brick or a grenade, and we will be unhappy with either
Yeah.
because once we use it to break the door to the plunger, he will be after us, and we need to leave before he shoots us. Because we don't really have any way to deal with him.
I thought you said he
catches
was
us.
friendly.
He's very friendly. He wants to give us shotgun shells
At a very high
at
velocity.
very high velocity. Shotgun shells are great. The high velocity a little less so.
See if we're gonna do some lock bricking here.
Yep, we're gonna do lock bricking. We need to find the brick, and we also kind of need to hope he's not in that room. Doesn't?
He's not. He's in the grenade.
Hey.
Which is there's brick.
Okay.
I like brick. Brick is actually good, and I'll take it. I'll just close that from our friend. All right, sounds good.
There's the boom.
There we go. Kind of love how doors break in this game.
Yeah. It kind of flew apart in a very interesting way.
Yeah. They'll just kind of hover there sometimes, where it's like they've been broken, but they haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, I can empathize.
Well, while we did lose time there, we did escape.
We got out.
And yeah, the worst case scenario is him just finding you and then you die, which is very sad, but we got out, so
we
managed it. But that is the consequence for not finding a grenade in those earlier rooms.
Yep.
Otherwise, you can just go in there and grab the thing and leave, instead of having to look around for something to open
Because
that door.
that door will just be open, and he'll just be merrily humming away wherever.
Yep.
Not a care in the world. He'll just live down there with his shotgun.
Sitting there holding his shotgun, telling it stories.
You know what that was? That was just drama for the fatalities. That's what that was.
Yeah.
But now since since all the doors are open, this is just kind of a run back to the end again. But then
but we don't have our shovel this time, right? Like we can't use the shovel. So I'm
we
trying
can't
to
use the
find out
shovel.
how we're gonna do this part.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do it a little more normally, but it's gonna be fine.
Last time you said it was going to be fine. I feel like a giant rabid dog creature attacked us through a gate. Like,
This'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Okay. All right.
Fun fact.
Nothing in what I've been provided suggests that anything can go wrong
He
here.
also might be behind me right now, which would be cool.
Oh, that would be great.
He's not.
Aw.
Oh, good.
That's too bad.
If he is,
If he
though,
was behind
he
you.
can't stop you from pressing that plunger, and once you do, he just disappears. It's great.
He gets very upset at the idea of a door that you don't open with a brick or a grenade.
Yeah, how many different ways did we open doors in just this one section of the speedrun?
So many. We've used a fuel can. We used the lock properly. We used bolt cutters. We used a switch. And we used a grenade.
Wow.
Really a world tour for opening doors.
It is. So we still have Box Friend, and there's our doggo friend. But we can't glitch, so we're not flying with it. So we're just gonna go and nudge this box over here and use it to jump out.
Yay!
Yay!
And now we just push some rocks again.
If you don't have stairs, home brought will do. We get to go push our favorite rocks. Get away, rocks.
There they go.
You're free.
All right. All right. So, Charbunny, what did you think about that?
That was a lot of fun. Definitely more chaotic though, and the more chaotic it's getting, the more I want to see more and more and more of the speedrun. What if we got rid of all of the glitches and just did the whole thing?
Just
I think that'd be really
no
fun.
glitches at all?
No glitches at all. I want to see every moment of this game that we possibly can.
Okay. Let's do a glitchless run then.
Yes.
So, a glitchless run, you are at the mercy of this game's in-game randomizer. And what we need for this is at least one grenade, as you saw before. And we could also use one bullet. We'll get two. The game always lets you have two, doing it the normal route. But having one more would really be nice. Ideally, we'd have multiple grenades, a gas grenade, and several bullets. And then it's just a stress-free, we got this run. But if we don't get those things, then we have to kind of hope a little bit that things go well.
Wake up, honey. It's time to speed run.
Literally that. By the way, this is a good time to mention the generator in the game if y'all want to grab that.
It is. So far, we haven't needed to care about the generator at all. In the first two, because we're just done. Like we're just not doing anything with it. And in the last one, I think because we never actually triggered it to turn off. But this one, unfortunately, we will have to trigger it to turn off, which would make things very dark. It should go off. I believe, yeah, right now. The generator's now off and everything is dark. So the first thing Astrid's going to do is go fuel it back up. Hopefully with, oh, yay, extra fuel.
I'm gonna point out we have a gun now.
Is that the guaranteed fuel?
Have we had a gun in any of the other ones, or is this brand new for this
Okay, that's
version?
the guaranteed fuel. Oh yeah, no, this is brand new. We have a gun now.
Wow.
Which
I like how I've already used it to open a door, by the way.
It's gonna be great later on. But yes, we finally have a gun.
This is actually like a spooky bunker full of 100 rats, but we don't usually see them.
We'll see some in this run.
Wow, doing a Patel's run and not showing the rats? I don't know about this.
That's true.
Oh,
Yeah,
we'll see them here.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
We will finally see them. This is the time they will finally shine.
Yes.
Fortunately, they're mostly just friends.
Oh, that's good.
So now Astrid is just gonna save reload because the code is the same once it's been generated. So she's got the code. Now she's gonna reload back to the save point, which is closer to the locker.
Oh.
And we're just going to the same locker to get the wheel to unlock the lockdown and this part largely the same. Soon we'll be going somewhere new though.
Oh.
Because we used a glitch to get into that room to open the prisoner door to get the bolt cutters last time. We can't do that now. So we need the wrench that opens the actual way into that room. And that is in an entirely new area where we will meet our new, mostly harmless friends, the rats. But right now, just looking for grenades and bullets.
Grenade. Yes.
Yes!
Yay!
We have one grenade. better than no major glitches.
Right.
Yeah, on higher difficulties, the rats are problematic.
They're awful.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are awful. Even on normal, they're pretty awful. But on easy difficulty, they're actually not aggressive.
They're vibing.
I don't know if they're aggressive if you're hurt, because ordinarily that's one of the things is that they very much like the taste of human blood now. So that if you're hurt, they will find you, and that's no fun. But I don't know if that still happens on lower difficulties.
Once you get to easy or below, no, the rats don't care.
There's one.
awesome. Yep.
Run, little guy.
Hello. Yeah, I would not want to be running there if the rat was going to be doing anything. I would definitely not want to be going into this hallway. I definitely had no idea how you ran through it like this until you mentioned that it was easy difficulty.
They're just
More
there
traps.
for ambience. They're so pretty.
Yep.
They're hanging out. We're vibing with the rats.
Shout outs to all the Ratal
Grabbing a
emotes in
key.
chat.
I'm sure the chaplain is fine.
Oh,
Oh, hello. Oh.
that's okay.
That sound just suddenly came in through the back of my
We'll be
headphones.
fine.
What the heck?
We are using a key to open a door.
What?
Yeah. Oh.
We're fine.
Uh-oh.
We're fine.
We're fine.
You pushed me through.
Oh, good.
Technically invalidate the run.
Nah, because I was opening the door, so the game, basically he closed the door. 486.
Oh, that's what. Okay,
Yeah.
it shoved you through the door and closed
Yeah.
it. How kind. It's the same thing as earlier. We got the code. We don't need to go through that terrible situation. Very terrible situation.
See, again, our big stalky friend is just genuinely upset at us using genuine methods for opening doors. We shouldn't do that.
Yep. No, we shouldn't be doing that. So now we're just going to get the wrench so that we can go get the bolt cutters. The normal
Which
way.
one was it?
Oh, I've already forgotten.
Same.
No, it was, right? 4,
Oh
8,
no.
0. Was it not? Well, guess I'll go back and get it. Well,
See if we get shoved through the door again this time.
that's unfortunate. 4 3s? 4s?
All right, chat. This time when we get there, I need you to all write it down as soon as you see it.
Even Josie and I weren't expecting to need to remember it.
Yeah, I only saw it for like half a second.
Oh yeah, it wasn't on screen for very long either.
It'll be fine.
Rats come back to his food.
It'll
Oh
be
right, we were just reloaded, so everything is still the same.
Yep,
Yeah.
Oh god, which means we're gonna have to get the key.
it's fine.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We definitely won't get shoved through the door again.
We just get to see more rats.
It would be funny though if it happened again.
It would be hilarious.
If we get shoved through the door again, I'm gonna pop off. It's fun because if you have the right kind of like captionings on, you get to read fun things at the bottom of the screen, like sounds inside the walls.
Yeah.
I love directional captions. And there's that lamp you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, on easy you can save the game in this room. On anything higher you cannot. 6-9. I should have known. I should have known.
Yep.
The 6-9 just didn't register.
It's 6-9.
Somehow
6-9.
didn't register.
Nice.
Nice, thank you.
Okay, so now we're gonna get the wrench, and then we're gonna go get the bolt cutters. And I don't remember if we've seen a gas grenade, so
I don't think we have.
this might get a little sketchy, because ideally we'll use a gas grenade for cover here, but
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I'm sure it'll be fine. It's also not guaranteed that he even shows up. So, you know, could just leave us alone until it's time to get his lunch.
That's true.
He does get big distracted. We love a monster with ADHD.
Gas can. I'll take it. Another grenade.
Another grenade.
No brick.
No,
Uh-oh.
how are we gonna do any lock brick?
Right. There is one more door in our way, which the only reasonable way we have to open it is the brick. So, there you are.
there we go.
Can
There's
open
our
it
brick
with
friend.
grenade, but I've.
Grenade even louder than brick.
Yes.
And also, we may have other uses for grenade.
Yes.
Because we still have other places to go.
Come on, baby, open door. There we go.
And now, yep. And now, we're just gonna go in here the normal way while lunch. Well, there's where we would have liked to have a grenade, the gas grenade, to keep him off our back while we got through there.
Yeah, he got here real fast.
Yeah.
That brick was louder than we thought.
Yep.
I have one.
Got here fast and went through an unideal door for us, and we haven't gotten any extra bullets. We'll need
he
one
just
bullet.
chills.
Yeah, hopefully, goes back.
Yeah. If he goes back, then it'll be fine. The only reason I don't go and like shoot him immediately right now is because there it goes. All right,
Okay,
because
good.
we
There
haven't
we go.
found any other bullets. So,
Yeah, we need one of the bullets for to do the next thing we have to do.
Yeah, so it's better to
Off you go,
just because normally, like obviously, if you were doing this to grind out like good time, you'd be like, oh well, he came through.
Yep, this would be
Yeah.
done.
Darn.
Yeah.
All right, so
But now we're just gonna prep to go get our bolt cutters.
yep.
From our friend who deeply appreciates us opening his door.
Yep. Look, we let you out of jail.
Yeah,
What's wrong with that?
exactly.
You've been stuck there for who knows how long. The generator ran out of fuel.
At least 4 different times that we've woken up.
Yeah.
That's true.
But now he's got a puppy to play with, so that's
Yep.
good.
I'm gonna do a quick
So-
safety strat real quick. I grabbed this, and I know that we spent a while in that one room, so we do need the fuel to actually power the next area that we're in, because the way that we get the code is attached to a radio, and that radio won't be on unless we actually have the generator powered on. So
Yeah.
I was just making sure that we had enough time left in the generator. So that was a bit of a safety strat.
Yeah.
But here we go.
So now we're in the last area of the game that we haven't seen yet, which is the quarters. We have communications, which is where our code will be. And we need that code to unlock the arsenal where that plunger is, because now that we're on glitchless, we can't just lean through walls.
Can't you just use your long
So,
grabby
yeah,
arms?
we can't just use our natural advantages of reach to just reach through the walls and grab the dynamite. So we have to actually get in there the normal way, which means we need the code from communications. In order to do that, we need to find the key to communications, which is just on one of these beds somewhere.
Oh, see, I
One
thought we were
somewhere.
trying to be the tooth fairy because we're just checking underneath all the
Yep, we're
pillows.
just checking under all the pillows. We're actually looking for keys.
Oh.
Trapped there. That's no fun. We're looking for keys, not teeth, but like, yeah, we're the key fairy now. We need to find the key to that room, and then separately, as we work through here,
there we go.
there's the key. We also need to actually get the room powered, so we need to go throw the switch. Hi, friend.
Hey, buddy. You looking for something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
taking
I
it a
hope
little
not.
bit easy here because I need the bullet. And
Yeah, we have to go throw a switch over here, and there's a lock we need to shoot to actually get in there and throw the switch.
All right, time to go
So-
super fast.
Yeah. Good luck. So that is the communications room powered. Now we are just running back to that large metal door we saw at the beginning. We have the key. Room is powered. We just need to get up there and turn on the radio, and we will have the code, and we can save load out of here.
Just gotta make sure we stay one step ahead of our friend.
Who definitely thinks that shooting bullets is not approved. You should not do that. He is here to remind you that you should be running glitched categories
Is the bunker hall
and
monitor?
not shooting the gun.
Here it is. 0172. All
Okay.
right.
Okay. Everyone remember.
I wrote it down.
So that's the code we need to go get the dynamite. So that is where we're off to do. Is we're gonna go get the dynamite, and then it's basically just like the last category for the plunger. Only this time we have grenades, mercifully.
Yes.
But for this room, we got 1 extra grenade? Or do we just have
we have two
Okay,
grenades.
we've got 2 grenades. So we maybe get to use one to cut through the maze in this room. But we'll see where Astrid ends up using that. This is just a maze of wooden shelves. And we
In the
want
stock
one.
room?
Yeah, just a nice stock room, and we want the 1 grenade to deal with our shotgunny friend. But this grenade we're going to use to cut through the maze. And now we're just running through it. There's usually a lot of traps here, a lot of rats, and usually our big doggo friend is out here doing things.
He's kind of the noise police, isn't he? Like there's a noise
he
ordinance in
doesn't-
this.
Yeah, he is definitely in charge of enforcing the noise ordinance around here, and would very much like you to not make noise.
He's the president of the worst HOA in the world.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't catch it, but your HOA
know
fees are due.
Yep. Now we have our dynamite. Now we just need to leave. Which, unfortunately, means doing the same thing backwards.
Did we ever figure out why we're in the bunker over the course of the game, or is that just a permanent mystery?
No, why would we know that?
You do, but you don't remember.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
We don't remember.
And why is anyone in this bunker? I mean, the rats are here for obvious reasons.
There is a little bit of... Oh, there he is.
Oh, sounds so cute. There he is.
There he is.
Not quite the reaction I had when I saw he was there, but
There's our little Denny the doggo.
Yeah.
I'm clearly not putting quite enough terror into my voice. I don't like seeing him. But
I'm genuinely excited.
Now that we're out of there with the dynamite,
Yeah, we're home free.
this is going to look... Yeah, we're home free. This is going to look very similar, except that we have the grenades, so we get to not worry.
That's a wrench.
That is not what will open that.
I mean, you could try.
You could.
we've gotten through doors with stranger objects in this run. I don't know what to believe anymore.
That is true. We have definitely opened doors with strange objects.
Yeah, use those long arms.
But yeah, so we'll get to see what that grenade was for this time, and then it's just exactly the same. We're gonna be running all the way back to the exit. We're gonna be setting that dynamite and pushing some boxes.
A lot of, I mean, it's really, in the end, this game boils down to being like one of those big pushing blocks puzzles.
Yeah,
just
it does,
way more complicated.
Oh god. Bunker the Soka Bomb. Oh no.
All right, here's
I mean, it has
grenade.
Yep. Just gonna toss it in the hole. And that door won't be there, and he won't care.
Yeah, because he hasn't spawned in yet. There, he has now spawned in.
There we go.
the world.
Okay, he is not in that room. Good.
That's good.
Push box.
So he can spawn in that room, in which case it can get a little dicey, but not too bad since we do have... I don't actually know if we have anything useful for dealing with it, but...
Not anymore.
Ideally, yeah, not anymore. Ideally, we would have had another bullet that we could have used if he happened to be in there. Because especially on easy, we could tank a hit, but fortunately, he just didn't spawn there in any of the attempts. So we are home free.
Indeed.
And now this is exactly like the last run.
Mm-hmm.
I'm real bad for that guy looking for like oceans and trees inside of a bunker full of dead rats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can find a thing that he left behind earlier, which just has a convenient note saying that I can now finally see. And it makes sense too because his eyeballs are right next to that note.
They're doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Moment.
Listen, that guy's living his life down there.
Oh yeah. No. And like our friend up here doesn't seem to be bothering
what do you
him.
call it?
So
It's living la vida loca, as I believe is what they call it.
Oh my gosh.
Nope. Not going to go further than that.
Oh my goodness. It is so cool how we get to see different parts of this every time you go through these sections.
Yeah.
Though. Like the evolution of, okay, we saw none of the game too. We actually got to see all the rooms.
That's actually one of the reasons that I thought this would be a really cool category to like do at events and stuff, because it's like you get to see more of the game as the runs gain more restrictions. And I thought that was really interesting. And I wanted to kind of like show how, also for anybody who's interested in playing this game, I am also unique in the community for like, I don't downpatch this game. Everything that you have seen, you can get this game, play it, and do everything that I've been doing, every single skip. It's not like a unique to let me patch the game down or anything. And as far as the regrab glitch goes, you can do it in the last 3 games that this company made, Amnesia the Bunker, Amnesia Rebirth, and also Soma. So go into those games if you've got them. See if you can do the regrab glitch and start flying yourself on objects that shouldn't be aerodynamic.
Here comes the boy.
I am always so nervous with him there. Oh. He's kind of tame. He's kind of tame in this section compared to the rest of the game, but still makes me nervous every time.
Time
he's
is
right
coming
there.
up, and time.
Yay! GG's!
There we go.
And
Finally
this
out
game
of the
does have a
bunker
good
again.
ending. It does. Because if you look up, your friend is free.
Yeah. Yeah. Dog
Yeah,
is
our friend
free.
got out.
That's what I actually cared about.
And off he goes on to have another adventure.
Yep. Another adventure not terrorizing us.
Well, that was fantastic. Anything you'd like to say to everyone watching?
Well, I hope that y'all had fun. I'm Master the Horror Girl. I play horror games and I speedrun horror games. And I love speedrunning this game. It's so much fun. But yeah, I'll also let my commentators shout themselves out too.
I'm Joe Josie on Twitch and Blue Sky, and I want to say that it's Intersex Awareness Day. So shout out to all the intersex people out there.
Woo!
Woo! And I'm Kraino. You can find me on Twitch. If I ever start streaming there, mostly you can find me on the Flame Fatales Discord, which our lovely host can tell you how to join later.
Exclamation mark FF in the chat to join the Patel Discord.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, all of you, for that incredibly fun run. I had a great time. But thank you for humoring me as I kept adding more restrictions to your run. That was a ton of fun.
Of course.
I do want to drop a quick announcement for everyone watching. If you also had fun, then please remember that your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel help support Games Done Quick Hotfix. If you enjoy watching speedruns, consider subscribing to the channel to get access to our emotes and chat with other subscribers during our replays. With that, we're going to take a quick break, but we have 2 more incredible games coming up just after this. Clock Tower 3 will be next with Phasmophobia later tonight, so please don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fright Fatales. We have a few more games here to close out the night after a spectacular day of horrific speedrunning. I did want to make a quick announcement, though. Did you know there is a new charity event in GDQ's lineup? UBAF is returning as GDQ's first Black charity event, Back to Black, which will be live February 7th through the 9th. Run submissions are open now through November 5th. Go to submissions.gamesdonequick.com for more info. That group does incredible work. They put on incredible events. Please, if you're in that group, go ahead and get your submissions in. If not, mark your calendars February 7th through the 9th. Of course, you don't have to wait quite that long to get more awesome speedruns because we have a Clock Tower 3 run up next with Miss Scarlett Tanager. Miss Scarlett Tanager, great to have you here again. Welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm present and accounted for. How are you?
Valid.
I've got bunnies,
good.
as per normal. Everyone say hello. The white one is Tally. The gray one is Garrus. They're very adorable. I don't know how long they're going to stay on camera, but we are going to be playing some Clock Tower. And if my lovely couch would introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Kara. I'm extremely excited to be here for this wild game.
This game is absolutely bonkers, and fingers crossed, if we get some time afterwards, you might get to see some of the absolutely bonkers cutscenes as well. But we're going to get straight into it. Time is going to start as soon as I hit new game on here in 3, 2, 1, click. All right. So what is Clock Tower? If you play the other Clock Tower games, the earlier ones, the PlayStation 1 and the SNES version that is recently, pretty soon, going to be finally coming out in English officially. But this game is absolutely very little like them, because this is the first game in the series that was not developed by Human Entertainment. It was developed by Capcom, actually. So we are playing as Alyssa, not Alyssa from Clock Tower 2, Ghost Head. No, we are playing as the new Alyssa, because of reasons. Alyssa got a letter from her mother while she was out of boarding school that said, don't come home until after your 15th birthday. And so what does she immediately do? She goes home. She completely ignores her mother. And that's the only reason this entire game happens. So now she's just trying to find her mom, and she's finding all of this weird stuff and locked doors in her family's mansion and spooky things happening. But I'm sure it's fine. Sure, it's completely fine.
I would do the same thing, Alyssa.
Yep. I'm sure she's going to be completely fine. So, Kara, have you played Dead by Daylight?
I have not played Dead by Daylight.
Awesome. So I'm going to introduce you to something to you later on then.
Ooh.
I forgot to ask if you played Dead by Daylight before. I'm convinced for some very specific reasons we will get to later that the developers of Dead by Daylight have played this game. But
Okay,
we'll get to it. We'll get to that in a bit. Alyssa, that is a wall, lady. Honey.
Had days like that.
Yeah, so I just got a flask of holy water. The flask of holy water is the most important item in this game. We're going to be using it to open doors, solve puzzles, and deal with enemies. Leak. Okay, so the holy water helps get rid of this, and now I just get to run right here, because it takes a little bit for the door to actually unlock. So the reason why I use the holy flask so far from the door is there's a radius in which the holy flask, holy water will actually hit. So you try to use the holy flask as far away from the door as possible. I'm going to be doing less of that because of just safety reasons, because the routing for the holy flask or the holy water is very, very tight in this game. So what happened in that cutscene I just skipped? Alyssa started hearing funky music and then she passed out. And now we are in World War II during the Blitz in Britain. Don't worry about it. It's going to be fine. So the central conceit of this story is you're going to be going through various time periods and places in order to put specific souls to rest, find your mother, and hopefully figure out what's going on and why there's so many dead people and ghosts everywhere. And as soon as my game decides to load, thank you. So that is the first ghost that you're going to see. We're going to pick up this engagement ring here. There are both optional and mandatory ghost healings that you have to do, or spiritual healings, as the game just completely memed on me there with. But this is the tutorial for it. So I picked up that engagement ring. We're going to use it on this body in order to get rid of the ghost. You're putting the ghost to rest. Alrighty. And then for safety reasons, I'm going to pick up the item. Every time you sue the ghost, it'll leave you a special little item. Some of them are mandatory, most of them are not. That one's not, but we're going to pick it up for safety. All right, I'm going to refill my holy water here. And, oh, by the way, sometimes there's noise makers that you can step across that will more quickly summon the enemies. However, we're not going to really worry about that because unlike most horror games, when you are being chased by your stalker character, Alyssa doesn't care. So unlike other horror games where you have to go run and hide when you're being chased, you can just keep doing puzzles while you're being actively chased. So you're going to see me quite a few times just being chased all over the place and just not caring.
She's a role model.
Yeah, she's just a cool cucumber.
Strong under pressure.
She's an independent woman until she panics. So you may see that up. Hopefully you're not going to see me panic during this run. But that little whimsical thing up in the upper left corner of the screen, that is Alyssa's panic meter. Anytime she comes across something spooky, scary skeletons or gets hit by an enemy, her panic meter will go up. It's sort of like a weird health bar that goes down over time. If the panic bar reaches maximum, Alyssa's going to go into a state of panic. When she is in a state of panic, she is one hit from death. Unless you have a sigil stone like the one that I picked up a moment ago. And those let you have one extra hit. Hopefully, we're not going to panic. Are you panicking, Car? I'm not panicking.
Not yet, but I'm prepped for panic.
No, you're prepped for panic?
I'm always prepped for panic.
Hopefully, there is no panic. I'm going to be on the side of no panic, hopefully.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, no panic. All right, so we just picked up a drawer key there. Now, we're not being chased by an enemy yet, and I'll explain the enemies in a bit. But thankfully, you don't have to worry about it until you initially get chased by them, which happens after a cutscene. And we're going to be taking advantage of that in the late game in order to get something done earlier. But right about here, after this cutscene, we're going to be in an active chase, because this is the cutscene that I'm skipping right here that causes the first chase. We're going to be fighting against, or running from at the moment, a guy named Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer can be pretty rude, but he's generally safe. And now that I say that, I'm probably just going to get hammered by him. But all right, so I'm going to just immediately use that red drawer key that we got in order to get Maze Room Key. That's going to be going immediately behind us and past the boss. Hopefully he doesn't hit me here. Is it going to be rude? Hey, he's being nice. Cool. We like it when Sledge is being nice.
Thanks, Sledgy.
Thank you, Sledgy. Thank you, Sledge Man. All right. We're going to go in here and grab this invitation. And that's immediately going to put us into a cutscene with Sledgehammer going, I'm outside. Bang, bang, bang. Let me through the door. Except we're just going to turn around, grab this lovely little chair here, and bonk him over the head with it. And as soon as the game loads, there we go. Alyssa's just memeing on him. It takes a second for you to get control of your character after a cutscene, which is why she's just standing there staring at him for a second. But yeah, so that was our first
she was
encounter.
taking in the sight of her victory.
Yes, she was I couldn't say that she was T-posing for dominance because she wasn't T-posing, but pretty close.
So close.
So close. So we got the invitation, which is what we needed to go into the hall where all of that piano music is coming from. Sledgehammer's chasing us again, by the way. He's like, Alyssa, where are you? And we're just like, I'm leaving, bro. You're just too slow. The other enemies in this game, much faster than Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer is relatively difficult to actually die to, with one possible exception. See, he's already vanished because he can't come into this specific area until the later part of his section. All right, so now that we have our Holy Flask refilled, we have our invitation, and we're gonna go in and see who's doing the lovely music. Do you like music, Kara? I like music.
Especially spooky ghost piano music. It's my favorite genre.
It's the best. It's the best in it. So each section, except arguably the last one, has a main ghost that the entire point of that section of the game is to try and soothe that ghost in order to finish the section.
I really think there's a hierarchy of ghosts. Like, some ghosts are more important.
There is. All right, so the ghost that was at that piano there during that cutscene that I just skipped, that was May. We need to find May's special sentimental item in order to be able to actually take out Sledgehammer. So hopefully, we'll be able to do that fairly effectively. Alyssa, excuse you. Sometimes after a cutscene, she just decides to go in the wrong direction.
Yeah, she needs to find the pocket watch that she gave to her father when he went off to war, where he unfortunately super died.
It happens in a very gnarly cutscene.
It's very upsetting.
It shows you. It's pretty upset. This game's really dark if you watch the cutscenes, but also extraordinarily campy. All right, so the reason why I picked up that note there is,
don't want to know what super guide is.
Sledge, why are you like this? Literally, in all of the times that I've been practicing this game leading up to this, he has never once been in front of me during that run. Sledge, why are you like this? Don't worry about it, Sledge. All right, so that memo that I picked up lets us, I'm going the wrong way. actually do this puzzle. If you didn't pick that up, even if you knew what the code was, it won't let you actually do the puzzle for some reason. Even though the code never changes.
It's very advanced psychic lock technology. You have to know the code or the code won't work.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm gonna pick up this lavender water here for safety reasons for a bit later on. Hopefully, there is a chance we won't have to use it. I'm probably gonna have to use it because 9 times out of 10 I end up having to use it at a specific moment. All right, so I'm gonna use that key that we just got to get to this area of the theater. Now, the pocket watch that we need is back in the house in the beginning, but we can't actually get in there yet because we need a set of pliers from here. Now, I'm gonna hang to the left real tight. There we go. Now, the reason why I hung so far to the left, are you gonna behave? Okay. The reason why I hung so far to the left there is if you go straight into that room, he will hit Alyssa, and if he hits Alyssa, that's pretty much an instant panic. All right, so I'm gonna use my holy water here, and I'm gonna open this locker. And the reason is, for some reason, when you're in a door opening animation, none of the enemies can hit you. You can just sit in the doorway forever. And he'll be directly behind you doing absolutely nothing.
It's Dark Souls rules. You're invincible while opening doors.
Exactly. Except not only are you invincible opening doors, you're invincible when you're in that screen of the door opening. You can just stand there after opening the door.
Oh, it's even better.
Which is what I did there in order to buffer how long it took for the door to unlock itself and still not get hit by sledgehammer during it. All right, so I'm going to pick up these pair of matches that we're going to need in a moment here. And I'm going to focus a little bit here because the timing of the next thing I'm going to need to do to get the sledgehammer to go away from me is a little bit tight. There we go.
Nice.
Yes, you have to let him come towards you a couple steps before using holy water, because if you use the holy water instantly, it won't hit him, and then he'll hit you. So you have to let him get a little bit closer to you. And this invisibility band that I just picked up is for safety. Normally in a run, you wouldn't grab that one, you would grab one later, but we're gonna grab them both because there's a very infamous moment that all of the tech people got to watch me absolutely get destroyed on while I was practicing right before this, that is going to be coming up about halfway through the run that I'm just gonna be just stocking up on extra items for, just to make sure that I don't get killed during it. All right, so now that we have the book of matches, we're going to be going all the way to the other side of the theater, and hopefully Sledgehammer behaves and Alyssa behaves, because there's a very real chance I'm going to have to use that lavender water when I go through this hallway if Alyssa decides to just not go in the right direction. Okay, cool, she behaved. She can get knocked down there if you go too, again, just like before, if you go too far ahead, you can get knocked down there. Hopefully I can take this corner tight. I'm gonna have to use the holy water. Womp, womp, womp. I wanted to not use that because I like to keep that one for safety, but I mean, I guess we can consider that safety.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
so Sledgehammer can't come here. Yeah, that's safe. Sledgehammer can't come in here because it's a quote-unquote puzzle room and they can't come into puzzle rooms. So I'm taking a wide berth around there in order to not have to get rid of a text box. And I'm gonna focus on here. Okay, good arm up. Anytime she starts wibble bobbling, I completely let go of the joystick. Because if you make any movements while she's doing that, oh wow, that was, oh no. Game's just trolling me today. I thought I was gonna get through there with only one, which would be very good RNG. Most of the time you're gonna get 2 or 3. You get instantly killed if you fall off of this, obviously.
So there's
that's why I'm
opening door invincibility. There's rafters. Are you sure this isn't Dark Souls?
Maybe.
I feel like this might be a Dark Souls game.
This is the Dark Souls of Clock Tower games.
There we go.
Game, are you kidding me?
One toe on the plank both ways.
Both times, and she almost fell off. I wonder if you can actually die at that point.
Oh, I'm sure you can.
I'm actually not entirely sure, so I'm going to hang the left here and hope I don't get hit. So a safer way would be if I still had that holy water, I could hit him with the holy water and go around him. But in my practice, I've realized that you don't actually need to. If you just hang close enough to that sidewall, he usually won't hit you. Usually. All right, so funnily enough, pretty much from this point, we're just running straight to the end of the section. Because of the fact that Sledgehammer is behind me and that he's slower than Alyssa. I think he's the only enemy that's slower than Alyssa of the 5 or so of them that you fight. I'm just going to be able to run straight. He's no longer a problem at this point. So if you got any questions about this game, because I know you had a few cards that I wasn't able to answer, now's the time.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out a lot of the lore, to be honest. Like, I know these guys are called subordinates. And
right, that's the part that I forgot about.
They're subordinates of an entity.
Yes, this is the Dead by Daylight. Like, I'm convinced that the devs of Dead by Daylight.
Oh, now I get it. Okay, I see the Dead by Daylight connection now.
Yeah, so you have the entities, which are evil, like, demonic spirit soul things that possess killers. They become their subordinates and go around and killing people in order to just harvest their souls for the entity. It's literally Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, wow, you're right.
Yeah, including the fact that you're getting, that Alyssa is getting shuttled along to different specific areas that are specific to that subordinate.
Oh my god, you're right.
It's the fact that they're called entities, and I can't remember, I don't think they're called subordinates in Dead by Daylight, but it's still very similar.
Just gotta drop some generators in here and we're good.
Yeah, I know, right? Alrighty, so I'm gonna pick up these. The arrows aren't gonna be a thing until very, very late. Alright, so this is the cutscene we're skipping where we get to see the dad die. So, no dad death at the moment. And here's the pocket watch.
Char, you're spared the sight of super death for another day.
I can't tell if I want to see it or not. Like, I'm very curious, but it doesn't sound like something I would enjoy watching. So
it's sort of like, it shows him running like in the trenches in the war. Whoops, didn't mean to go to the menu there. And as he's running through the no man's land, he gets just shelled and flies into the air and just ends up on a bunch of razor wire. It's pretty gnarly.
It's awful, and it happens so fast.
Yeah, and like then the sound cuts out except for the pocket watch, which is like hanging off of his lifeless body, and the pocket watch starts playing. Yeah, it's really gnarly. So now that we have the pocket watch,
now that we have that,
now that we have the pocket watch, Char, Kara, do you guys like Sailor Moon?
Yeah, love Sailor Moon.
You love Sailor Moon?
Who doesn't?
So we're gonna have some Sailor Moon action. I'm gonna be skipping the cutscene for it. But literally the boss fights are your holy flask turns into a special super like Sailor Moon girly arrow and bow. And you run around and you kill the boss with the bow. So yeah, essentially what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be trying to hit them with charged shots in order to sort of tether them in place. And once you have a boss enemy tethered in one place so they can't really move, then you'll be able to use a super powerful shot on them. Most of the time, you'll be able to take out the enemy in one hit. Once you get to that point, there's a couple times when we're going to have to do one or another one or some extra hits after that. Alrighty. So here is the first boss against Sledgehammer. Their HP is directly correlated to how many victims they have killed.
Yeah,
in their time as a subordinate. Yeah. All right, so I'm just going to hit triangle a bunch of times. Oh, I'm getting memed on. Okay.
Yeah, so this is definitely the most RNG heavy part of the run.
Yes.
And the part
normally the fight would actually be over by now, but he's just being rude. Because what I was doing in the beginning there was buffering my movement. So now I'm having to do this fight like a normal person. Oh no. Okay, there we go.
He's showing off for Twitch. That's all this is.
Yeah, he's just showing off for Twitch. Alrighty, there we go. So now he's tethered. And depending on which boss enemy it is, they take a different number of charges in order to get completely tethered. Sledgehammer in the final fight against Barrows, you only have to charge up to level 5. Every other boss, you have to charge up to level 6. There we go. Okay. Now this is the super special Sailor Moon ultimate attack that takes the boss out.
I love it.
He memed a little bit. He memed on us a little bit.
It's a little Revolutionary Girl Utena, too, at the end of the tower.
Like, it's magical schoolgirl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks really cool.
And there's Sledgehammer. First subordinate defeated. And there's 4 and change. The 4th one is actually 2 people, but you only ever fight them one at a time. All right. So now that we have the pocket watch, all we have to do is give the pocket watch to little May and her piano, and we'll be done with this section.
We also just got part of a pendant from our mother that's going to be really important for the story at the end.
Oh, yes. There's 4 pieces to it, and that was the first one. There's the clover of... It's a 4-leaf clover. So it's clover of love, courage, and I cannot remember the other 2.
Yeah, me neither. Friendship.
All right, so yeah,
hope.
May's been reunited with her dad. Everything's fine now.
It's actually very nice.
It is. It's a very nice cutscene. Hopefully I don't get absolutely memed on too much. But chances are we're going to finish this run with quite a bit of time left, so I'll show off 1 or 2 of the cutscenes, because there are some... This game's got some banger cutscenes.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely awesome cutscenes. Mostly because, for some reason, they hired a bunch of theater actors to do the mocap.
Oh, I think the reason is that it's awesome.
I mean, that's fair. So every single cutscene is mocapped by theater actors. And if you've ever been in theater or watched a theater play, they are a bit extra in absolutely everything they do. So every single cutscene is very extra in their movements. They're just flailing around. It's great.
You're getting me right in my theater degree.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was actually a theater major before I switched to biology. I was definitely a theater kid.
That was my entire career before this.
There you go. Char, what about you? Were you a theater kid?
No, I did a play one time, and I was Beethoven in like an elementary school musical once.
Beethoven?
I was thinking about not being able to hear. Yeah, it was this whole musical about like the classical composers.
If you're gonna play one role, like having an acting resume that says Beethoven, end. That's it. That's so powerful.
I did do Lucius Andronicus from Titus Andronicus, which meant I got to stab a guy, which was honestly a big highlight for me.
Okay, that's fine. Beethoven also stabbed a guy. I'll accept that.
I don't think we got to do that part in the elementary school play, unfortunately.
Oh, cowards.
I once got to shoot live arrows on stage in a high school play.
Oh my God.
Live arrows.
That's pretty intense.
Yeah, it was a play. It was a play of Macbeth, done by the Shakespeare teacher who was very much into Akira Kurosawa films. So it was Macbeth, but it was set in feudal Japan. So all of the outfits and set and everything was feudal Japanese.
That's Throne of Blood, right? Is the
Throne of Blood.
Macbeth? Yeah.
No, he actually made us watch Throne of Blood. It was part of like practice. Okay, anyway, back to the thing I'm actually doing.
Right, sorry.
Speedrunning is happening.
I'm speedrunning. So everything that I just did there was to get to the second subordinates area. I can't remember where it's set. I just know it's set in an alleyway of a toy maker shop.
I think
so
it's
I'm
like
just gonna,
the 70s?
Is it?
No, I don't know. I made that up.
I can't remember. It's later. But yeah, the reason why I just used all of my flask is that there are a couple times in this game where the game gives you a free refill. So we're just gonna be taking advantage of that. Hi, Ghosty Goo. Please don't chase me. This place is full of ghosties. Hi, Ghosty. Sometimes they chase you, sometimes they don't. Kind of RNG whether or not they aggro on you. Alrighty, so I'm just gonna be skipping a bunch of cutscenes here because like 3 of them happen in rapid succession. But yeah, you don't have to worry about the subordinates at all until you get the initial cutscene with them. And funnily enough, stage 2, so this stage, its subordinate doesn't show up until like 3/4 of the way through the stage.
Just
take a nice nap.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least when you're, doing it at speedrunning pace.
Is there a reason there's just so many ghosts chilling in this stage?
Yes.
Like, is there a story for that?
Thank you for bringing that up. Every ghost that you see in a specific stage is a ghost of somebody that was killed by the subordinate of that stage.
Oh.
And you can get... Oh, that was the wrong button. Game memed on me again. So you can heal all of the ghosts. I think there's a category for that. I'm pretty sure there's a 100% category. But it's slow for most of them.
Yeah, just
Hopefully
like the
this guy
main
doesn't grab me.
ghost of the area has their sentimental item, each of the
Oh, it's
sort of
the
minor
extendo arm.
ghosts have their own little items that you can grab to heal those ghosts.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So you may have seen it there. I'll point it out later if I remember it. That's called lovingly by me and I think a couple others in the community. Alyssa's extendo arms. And for some reason, the radius on most of the items in this game is way too big. So it looks like Alyssa's grabbing things from like 6 feet away. And there's one part that's even funnier because you're on it like almost all the way up to a second floor on the stairs. And Alyssa grabs something underneath the stairs.
I didn't realize this was a common horror protagonist trait because we just saw in the last game with Amnesia Bunker, we were grabbing dynamite through a wall, around a wall, through some cell bars. Like,
there you go. So there's going to be a little bit of Alyssa extendo arms as soon as this cutscene skips. So funnily enough, I haven't looked into it. I haven't compared my load times of my disc to the other runners yet, but I have a sneaking suspicion my load times might be a little bit longer because my Clock Tower 3 disc actually has a chunk taken out of it. Alyssa extendo arms.
Yeah, I just found out about this before the run, and I am stunned, to be honest.
Yeah, there is the plastic of the inner disc of the PS2 disc. There is a small bit of that plastic that's actually missing on my copy.
Oh no!
But the game works.
Glad it still runs.
Yeah,
That's the
it's
important
a
part.
Halloween miracle that the game is functioning.
It's because the damage to the inner ring of the disc isn't enough to actually make it wobble, and it isn't far enough into the disc for it to actually have damaged the data.
Wow.
But I definitely am super careful every time I'm going through it.
Oh my gosh. Look, we're all a little bit damaged. It's okay. I get it, Disc.
Exactly. We just have
still
to
run just fine.
We still run
we just have
just
to heal
fine.
ourselves.
Exactly.
So we got Alyssa's grandfather's Dick's, that is his name, and I got permission to say it. His desk key. So we got his room key earlier, now we have Dick's desk key. Now we're gonna be using that to get into his desk to pull out a key item, excuse you, Alyssa, a key item for this next area. More stuff to skip. Who needs lore? Lore's slow. We skipped lore here.
Which is a shame because it is wild.
It is absolutely wild. I'll bring up the Rooter stuff in a bit.
Oh, the Rooters.
The Rude Girls, which is my favorite way to refer to them, but they're the Rude Girls. All right. So now we find out that our dear beloved grandpapa has a secret desk and a secret study next to his actual study.
Oh, intriguing.
Very intriguing. I'm gonna get the film out of here. We need that to help out one of the ghosts in the other area.
Yeah, a shocking amount of this game in terms of like actual gameplay is running around and getting an item so you can go back and open a thing to get another item, which allows you to then access a space with another item, and then you put an item on an item. It's a lot of that.
It's very Resident Evil that way.
Yeah.
Which is fair because it's Capcom. So anyway, the Root Girls. Alyssa is something called a Rooter. It's spelled R-O-O-D-E-R in most things in the game, but if you actually look at it during cutscenes, when Alyssa's looking at like books and stuff in cutscenes, it's spelled R-U-D-E-R. So it's literally spelled Rooter. So Alyssa is a Rooter. She's from a family of Rooters who literally are described, I can't remember the exact text, but they are described in a cutscene as teenage girls who fight against the forces of darkness or something like that. It's literally Sailor Scouts.
Yeah.
They're literally horror game Sailor Scouts, and I kind of love that.
So cool.
Yeah, Rooters' abilities peak when they turn 15. And this is today is Alyssa's 15th birthday. Not today out of game, today in game.
Got it. That's why your mom said not to come home till she was 15, I guess.
Until her 15th birthday had passed specifically, which will be important in the late game.
When they peak on their 15th birthday, but it's not like a gentle peak. It seems like after 15, their power just sort of like plummets.
Yeah, their power starts to fade away. Her mother canonically does still have a little bit of rooter power left, even though that she's an adult. But yeah, she's no longer a rooter. I might be. Oh no, I was still close enough. Okay. So we're getting rid of this ghost in order to get a picture of a wall in the other room because for some reason, Alyssa doesn't think to move the very obviously crooked. Oh, excuse you, game. Okay. The very obviously crooked painting that's on the wall. It's like, oh, I'm just gonna leave this here, even though there's obviously something wrong with it. No, you have to actually wait to see that photo in order to actually move the painting. So yes, Alyssa is a rude girl. Sorry?
I was thinking maybe she just thought it was the aesthetics. Like maybe tilted photographs were in the 70s or whatever era we're in.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so now we can actually...
Imagine being able to leave a crooked painting crooked. This is where me and Alyssa don't understand each other.
Exactly. So Alyssa's a rude girl. Her entire family's dedicated to taking out the subordinates and the entities. They can't take out the entities because the entities are immortal, but they can take out the subordinates and prevent new entities from being created. Put a pin in that. We'll get to that later. So this is Corroder. We don't like Corroder. But also Corroder is usually pretty easy to meme on, so.
Also,
as you can tell by
the most amazing cutscenes in the game.
Which one? Is it the one where he gets smashed in the door? Oh, the one where you first see him right there. Right.
Yeah, it's an amazing introduction. The one we just
I honestly can't watch it because it makes me feel so sad.
It's brutal.
It's absolutely brutal. So the two main ghosts in this, I can't remember their names, but the two main ghosts in this area are Toymaker and his elderly mother. Now I'm going to focus here for a second before I finish explaining that, unless you want to explain it for me.
Well, so the mother's eyesight is failing, and the son very kindly makes her a shawl to keep her warm. The shawl is going to be, just like the pocket watch was in the first section, that's the main sentimental item we need to get. As he is giving his mother the shawl, this horrible man, the Corroder, bursts in, douses them with acid, I believe, blinding and killing both of them. So
not only does he do that, he stuffs them both into a barrel and then douses them again with acid. He melts them.
Wow.
Yeah, and actually, if I remember correctly, he was living with them. All right, for safety reasons, I'm not going to save. Sometimes you get dropped inputs when you're trying to refill your flask. There we go. Okay, safety reasons, I'm going to do that. Because immediately summons Corroder.
There he is.
Yep. Normally you wouldn't refill your flask there and you would just try and get by with two, but marathon. And there is Dorothy's shawl. We have to go get it. So once we get that, we can take out Corroder. But yes, it is a great cutscene, but it's brutal.
There's also, I'm not sure if we've passed it yet, but because their ghosts are also blind.
Yes.
And there is a scene where Alyssa encounters the blind mother ghost who...
That was at the very beginning of the section when I did when I did those 3 quick cutscene skips.
And because she can't see Alyssa, she just panics, but the panic of the ghost panic causes everything in the room, including Alyssa, to start flying around and smashing into walls.
Yeah.
It's really upsetting.
Yeah. But cutscenes are slow, so we usually skip them, except, at the very end, if we have a little bit of time, I might show 1 or 2 of them off just to show you the absolutely bonkers acting. But, all right. So hopefully I don't lose a full minute of time here by falling off of these. Not the walls itself, because you can't fall off of the walls, but you can fall down these little planks here. Thankfully, for the first 3, you know which one to take. It is obviously the longer one. But the last one will shake and can drop you. But it's just time loss if it does. There we go. Cool.
Nice.
You got Dorothy's shawl. Alrighty. We're gonna skip this here. We're gonna be immediately being chased by Corroder. Gonna turn around and run away from him though, because we don't like him. He's a bad man.
The voice acting on the subordinates is so good.
Oh, it's great. I especially love Jemima and Ralph. They're my favorites.
Oh, they're so unhinged.
All right, so I'm going to pick up this item and I'm immediately going to start hammering triangle. If you don't do that fast enough, he'll hit you and you'll go into panic mode. Door, Alyssa? Thank you. All right, so since we have Dorothy's shawl, all we have to do is get into the next room and we will be doing Corroder's fight. Even though he's already actively chasing us, it's fine. All right, this is going to be just like the other ones, except this fight and Varros' fight, so the final boss fight, are the two most RNG heavy, in my personal opinion. So there's a good chance I might get memed on here. Hopefully I don't.
Here's hoping
fingers
this
crossed.
serial killer behaves.
Yes, hopefully the serial killer behaves. He has 31 victims, and his sentence is 605 years, which is his HP.
So bouncy.
I know, right? Okay, I think they're cool.
Nice.
Yeah, you can interrupt the enemies' attacks if you have a charge, high enough charge on their shot. See, that's what I mean by him memeing on me. When he does the "there he is" attack, that's him memeing on me.
Yeah, and only a fully charged arrow can tether the bosses.
Yeah. These ones, at least. Sledgehammer and Varros only take a 5 charge shot.
Oh, you did say that.
Yeah. So the "there he is" when he uses a range shot, which is a pain. All right, so we got one more. This probably won't kill him, so I'll probably have to do a couple other shots. Sometimes they have gotten it to where I ended up using 2 of these supercharged ultimates on him in order to take him out. Hopefully that doesn't happen because that's actually time loss.
Yeah.
But it's usually a little bit faster to finish him off with regular attacks at this point. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm over here. Stop memeing on me, please. Please be nice, Corroder. Please? Okay, he's being nice. He's being nice. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not here. You're gone. Goodbye.
All right.
Goodbye, dear sir.
Very nice.
All right, so that is the second subordinate. We're going to be going on to the hardest part of the game. Love this for us. Yes, we'll be getting there. So we're just going to have to run back all the way to where we, if we'd watched the cutscenes, would have met the toy maker and his mother in order to give Dorothy her shawl. Can't remember the toy maker's name, but the mother's name is Dorothy. I only remember that because it's the name of the item. But yes, at this point, you can't be killed by anything. It's just running straight there. And then
very
immediately
atmospheric running.
I'm sorry, what?
Very atmospheric running.
Yes, very atmospheric
looks nice.
running. This game looks great. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this game looks great.
The toy maker is named Albert.
Albert, that's what it was.
I know none of us were going to be able to sleep if we didn't know that, so it's Albert.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to
Appreciate
skip
that.
my favorite cutscene in the game, sadly. But
Aww.
it's a cutscene where you get to, the entire mansion explodes.
Oh, yeah.
The entire mansion explodes and a giant clock tower bursts out of it. Alyssa gets flung around on I'm gonna actually pick up the extra lavender water over here just in case. Alyssa gets thrown around on top of this giant clock face, and for some reason halfway through the cutscene she goes from being absolutely terrified to giggling.
It is maybe the weirdest part of the game, which
it's the weirdest, but it's so good, and the music just suddenly turns into this like upbeat pop romp. It's a great cutscene. But
yeah, we haven't seen this because we've been skipping the cutscenes, but in your family's house in present day, you're being stalked by someone called the Dark Gentleman.
That's it. That was not. I just call him the dude. Usually,
I mean, yeah, that's basically what he is. He's just some dude. Who tells you, he's in control of everything, and you're powerless. And for most of the game, it's very unclear who he is or what he wants.
Yes, but we will find that out towards the end. Alrighty, so we're going to be coming across the third subordinate. This is Corroder. Corroder is the rudest of them all.
Chopper?
Not Chopper, not Corroder. They both start with C. Yes,
I don't
Chopper
want to be
is the
chopped or
rudest.
corroded, so I get it.
No, yes, this is fair. His whole thing is he is fast. He is significantly faster than Alyssa, so he's the first, I believe, of the subordinates that can and will catch up to you. As you can see. You're going to be hearing that a lot. Every time you get out of direct line of sight of a subordinate, they have a line that they say. And Chopper's is, oh, nice trick. Oh, he says it a lot.
I believe canonically he's the leader of the subordinates.
Canonically, he is, sort of. He's also the one who's responsible for killing a lot of rooters.
Right. Who we'll meet a little later.
Okay. That was good RNG. It's better if he shows up behind you than in front of you. I just want to pick these up. Okay, I'm going to try to get past him without getting hit and without using a holy water. That was a bad idea. You know what, bro? Fine. You want to end up leaving this section with 2 holy waters in order to save a little bit of time, but it doesn't matter if I use them all. Because there is a holy water refill station in a moment, or very quickly after the end of this section. It's just, ideally you'd want to get out of here with 2 of them. All right. So do you like jump scares? You like jump scares?
No.
You don't like jump scares?
No.
They might want to look away in a second here.
Char, they're the best.
It's okay. I safely closed my eyes and thought about bunnies instead.
Yeah. I love how he just stood there. He was being so nice for like a half second there. He just stood there.
Well, he also like waits for you to open all these boxes and cabinets.
Yeah.
He has his moments.
He has his moments. He's a good boy. Chopper's a good boy.
That's what I think of when I think of Chopper. What a good boy.
Yeah, he totally hasn't done anything morally repugnant in his life.
Oh.
No. Like, it might have been responsible for Alyssa's mother's death.
Ooh.
A little complicated. Yeah. Alright, so it's this one, and then it's this one. Middle, lower left, upper right, middle. Half of the time I say that out loud because I can never remember otherwise. Alright, hopefully Chopper's gonna be in a good spot. Chopper? Oh, there he is.
Oh, hi.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
He's right there.
I prefer it when he's closer to the stairs because you can see him a little bit earlier. And if you can see him a little bit earlier, you can get him easier. No, don't look at the tank, Alyssa. Look at the thing. Okay. I'm gonna use the crowbar on here to go down and get a pair of glasses. Because we have to soothe another ghost who lost his glasses.
Ah, okay. I wasn't sure if we just suddenly decided we needed to improve our eyesight midway through this adventure.
No, but funny story, if people have noticed, I'm not wearing sunglasses. These are actually prescription light-canceling glasses because I can't see in light very well.
Oh, well, I'm glad you found glasses that work for that then.
No, it's pretty great.
And that you're playing such a dark game.
Yeah, normally I live in a very dark apartment because of it. Okay, pick this up. Now we got the card key because for some reason you couldn't just reach under the skeleton and grab the card key.
That would have been rude. We wouldn't want to be rude.
Yeah, we don't, but we're ruder though.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
That's on our name. Okay. Dodge. Oh, okay. That's actually a really hard dodge to do because you can very easily get hit by that axe there. And if you do, it's almost always a panic. All right. They're going to be going all the way up to the 3rd area, and then we will be out of this first section of Chopper. And I say first section because Chopper, spoiler alert, has 2 boss fights.
What?
One for each axe.
Yes, one for each axe. No, it's because you don't have the sentimental item of his main ghost. And Alyssa tries to take him out anyway, and it doesn't work very well. Don't be in front of me, don't be in front of me, don't be in front of me, don't be in front of me.
Girl takes out 2 serial killer ghosts, start getting overconfident.
Exactly.
It's a tale as old as time.
How dare. All right, so now I've got the power back on, and now we have to get past Chopper. And I'm gonna have to refill my flask anyway, so I'm just gonna hit him. Excuse you, friend.
I like how I get stuck in a tornado when this happens too.
Yeah, I know that I'm, making this game seem easy. It's not. It's really not. If you're playing this for the first time and you don't know what you're doing, the stalkers, the subordinates, are set onto a timer. So they can show up randomly. It's just I'm going through so quickly that I'm not having to deal with the random part of it.
Oh.
So now we're going to get to see some more of Alyssa's extendo arms. There's an arrow at the bottom there, and she picks it up here.
Incredible.
For some reason, the hitbox extends all the way to the top of the stairs. So, Alyssa's grandfather, she loves her grandfather. Her grandfather's her favorite person in the world. Her grandfather went missing. Oh no, right? Turns out her grandfather is incredibly sus. The cutscene we're going to be skipping here in a moment there, once I actually go through the correct door.
Putting it very lightly.
It's another one of the extremely brutal cutscenes in this game.
Oh, God.
You find out that Alyssa's father died when she was a baby. Unbeknownst to both her and her mother, her grandfather threw him over a railing and he landed on an upturned axe.
Well, not just an upturned axe, an axe that turned upwards on its own as he was falling.
Spookiness, because somebody wants to make the grandfather corrupted. And the reason why the grandfather was so mad at her father was he didn't think that the father was good enough for his daughter. He's one of those. So yeah, we're totally fighting the boss.
I love this walk so much.
I know, right?
This game has such an amazing combination of the goofiest stuff and legitimately upsetting horror.
Yeah, this game has some absolutely brutal moments, but so much camp that it almost makes the brutality harder to think of. Okay, there we go. So that's Chopper 1. We didn't actually take him out because we can't. And Alyssa gets thrown into another dimension to do the actual finding of the item that we need in order to take out Chopper. Because the Sledgehammer had May as his main ghost. Corroder had Albert and Dorothy. Chopper has a whole bunch of Alyssa's ancestors. Because as it turns out, Chopper's main thing, and I'm gonna take this lavender water for safety for something later. Chopper's main thing was that he specialized in killing rooters. That was his whole thing. So he was a serial killer specifically for Rube girls, like Alyssa. We don't like that, so we're gonna have to soothe a whole bunch of rooters in order to get the special item for Corroder and Chopper. And there's two separate areas really for this section. There's this section where we don't have to worry about Chopper at all, and then there's one section where we very, very, very much have to worry about Chopper.
Oh no.
But we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a bit.
So do they all need the same item, or does each rooter have their own unique item you need to bring to them?
The 3 rooters in here have a unique item, and you're sort of playing I don't know how to word it. You're just sort of taking all of these little stones here and you're putting them in the correct casket. Oh. Problem is, excuse you, friend. It's fine. What was I saying? Right. Alyssa can only pick up one at a time for some reason.
She can only heavy.
Yeah, she can only have one in her inventory at a time, so you take the earth one and you put it in this pedestal and you use that one last, and then you just sort of rotate all of the other ones. Hopefully I don't get grabbed by another ghost, because the ghost can kill Alyssa. If she's panicked when they grab her.
So you mentioned you picked up lavender water for safety. Is that to help with the panic or something?
The lavender water gets rid of panic, or gets rid of your panic meter and helps get rid of the panic state faster.
Okay.
Yeah, not instantaneously, unfortunately.
This is fine. Yeah, but most of the extras that I actually got for a section later. Though I did get one extra one, so I think I'm going to use it here just for safety. Because normally I'd be going through this entire game with just 1, maybe 2. All right, so now we got the red Rooter Stone, so we're gonna go give it to the red Ghost Casket. I'm just getting the worst RNG with these guys just appearing in front of me. All right, so that is the second one. Hopefully I won't have to fill my flask. Sometimes you have to fill your flask a second time if you just get really bad RNG with the ghosts appearing in front of you when you're going through these hallways.
How did these talismans get mixed up? Did Chopper just come in here, set down his axes, and do some like
Pretty much.
projects to mix
Pretty much. That's pretty much it.
That's the eternal question: is why is nothing where it's supposed to be in these games? Paintings are crooked, memos are just scattered all over the place. The filing system is jacked.
Because horror game, that's why.
That's the real horror: is poor home organization. A badly tended to cemetery.
Yeah. The real horror of Clock Tower is a messy home.
Can you imagine if they made it a subordinate and you're like, great, I'm a subordinate, I got all this cool power, I'm gonna go murder people. They're like, no, your job is to reorganize the filing system. Like, that's what we need you to do here.
Middle management, you know? They're not the
So I
entity,
just
they're the
tanked-
subordinates.
All right, so I just tanked that shot from that ghost specifically because I knew I was going to be able to just heal this ghost and get back out. Mostly because I didn't want to run back and refill my flask again. You usually refill your flask after this second ghost, if you have to do a flask refill. I have gotten through here before only having to use the flask once. It's only happened to me once, though. Because it's totally up to the RNG of where the ghosts are and where they move. All right, so I'm going to refill the flask, and then we're going to go heal the last ghosty.
Yay!
By the way, this doesn't give me the item that I need.
Oh.
This gives me an item that I then go to another area to get another item. You have to get two. Excuse you.
That's the classic.
Yes, you have to get two specific keys for two of the parts of the mausoleum in order to get to the area where the item you need is. Alrighty, so there's the last one. And now we've got the first key for the other thing in order to get to the area for the thing we need. It's complicated. Welcome to horror games and puzzle solving.
Is this the Compass of Shadows?
Yeah, this is the Compass of Light. The second one is the Compass of Shadows.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Compass of Light and the Compass of Shadows. The Compass of Shadows is the one that's in my personal opinion, the hardest part of the game.
And that's coming up next.
Yes, thankfully I have both a safety save before it, and the game has a very generous continue system for that section. The other parts of the game, yeah, the other parts of the game, the continue starts you at the continue always starts you at the very beginning of a section, and thankfully it considers this area, like this area I'm going towards right now, a whole section. So it doesn't start you at the beginning of Corroder section; it starts you at the beginning of this section we're going to be warping into. So if I do end up dying here, which I did get extra items, so I shouldn't, but if I do end up dying here, we'll be fine. So the reason why it's scary is you're going to be in an extended chase scene with Chopper, in which you will not be able to use a Holy Flask against him. So 1, 2, you see I only have 1 Holy Flask left. We need that for a puzzle. If I accidentally use this, we're going to be losing minutes of time, because I'm going to have to go and figure out refilling it while being chased. And possibly get Chopper away from me. Or just reset the run, which you're probably, or not reset the run, but reset the area, which you're probably faster. Good God, we do not have the time for me to reset the run. Okay.
A little far into it for that to take place.
It's okay, Char,
I'd love to see this again.
Yeah, so I'm just going to immediately use one of my invisibility bands, and just to give you an idea of how many extra items I picked up, normally when you're doing a run of this game, you would only have 1 lavender water and 1 invisibility band. Once you've gotten to a point in this run where you're, feeling better about it. So we have to activate these 3 lion statues. One has 1 eye, one has 2 eyes, one has 3 eyes. That's the order that we have to hit them in. Problem is we're being chased the entire time we're doing it. I'm gonna focus here a little bit. So you two talk amongst yourselves where I try not to get bodied.
Well, how's your day been going?
Fantastic. This is literally all I have planned.
That sounds wonderful.
Today is Clock Tower Day. Today is Fright Fatale's Day.
What a beautiful day.
Yeah, it's a nice day to get cozy and get spooky and go fast.
All wonderful things. Because we've had so many good games today.
A fun little trivia fact about this game is that one of the people who worked on it, I'm pretty sure this is correct, was the director of Battle Royale, among other movies.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah, because the original development team for Clock Towers 1 and 2 weren't a part of this, they assembled this like really weird ragtag dream team.
Yeah.
Which I think is responsible for a lot of the bizarre tone, which I say is a good thing, to be clear. And also a lot of the sort of cinematic influences. There's a lot of like Dario Argento, Suspiria influence.
There was that in the first two games, the other games as well, the earlier ones.
Oh, okay.
The later ones. Yeah. Literally the main character of the original game and one of the playable characters in Clock Tower 1 in the US, Clock Tower 2 in Japan, is literally named Jennifer, and she looks just like Jennifer Connelly in one of those films. All right. Whew. So you saw there I had to use 2 lavender waters. Had this been a like a PB attempt run, I would have lost there. That's just to show you how difficult that section is.
Dang.
Because you would usually have just the 1 lavender water there. And that's just because Chopper decided to meme on me a little bit. All right, but we got both. Yeah, we got both of the compasses. So yay.
Now we get to soothe our ancestors.
Yeah. There's one other thing we have to do first.
We almost get to soothe our ancestors.
Yeah. There's an instant kill moment that comes up in a minute here. Thankfully, it's not as, butt clenching as the other one. Alrighty.
If you hear me say, oh my gosh, it's just 'cause my cat is screaming at me. I don't know if that's coming through on the mic.
I was wondering where that was coming from.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Aww.
She's just very excited to be a part of the event.
So you see this bridge here with all of these lovely positioned roadblocks? This very precarious looking bridge with all these lovely positioned roadblocks?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be important in a moment here.
Okay. Oh, ominous.
Yeah. That's the instant kill. The bridge starts falling while Alyssa is on it. All right.
I feel like I should have seen that coming, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a horror game. What do you expect? Okay. So here is the special item, and you may take notice of that mural behind her. So, Kara, while I'm doing this, would you like to explain how an entity is created?
So, in order for an entity to be created, someone must consume the heart of a rooter, but not just any rooter, a rooter that they are blood related to.
And it must be done on on the night of their 15th birthday.
At the peak of their powers on their 15th birthday. So now we know exactly why Alyssa's mother told her to stay away, and why Alyssa really should have listened.
But didn't.
In her defense, she did get a very spooky phone call from her mother.
Except she didn't even get the phone call. She got the phone call, went to the phone, and by the time she got to the phone call, there was no one on the phone.
Which is spooky.
Ooh. I mean, sure, but
it's spooky.
Yeah.
And I also think any mom thinking that sending a letter to their teenage daughter, telling them to do something and expecting that the teenage daughter is not going to immediately do the opposite is just a little bit delusional on that front.
Yeah, that's fair.
They're all just doing their best.
That's true.
But yeah, the ritual of engagement is how entities are created, and also, I believe also a significant number of other murders are required.
I can't remember.
That's what I was always unclear on when trying to follow this, is that, because I don't want to spoil it, it hasn't come up yet.
Yeah, we'll get there, but at the moment I'm currently making a meme out of Chopper. So I use that's the first time you've seen me use a special arrow. We're going to be mostly using those in the last fights, but we only use one here in order to start off this. Okay, cool. So he throws his axes at you, and when he does both of the axes, it follows in an arc. If he does one of them, it comes straight at you. The only way in order to be able to hit him, to get him tethered, is to hit him either mid-attack or to hit his own axes back at him. I might get hit by this one. Oh, nope, never mind.
Perfect.
And theoretically, that should be Chopper. There's one time I've done this where he still was alive after this, and I had to hit him with just a regular arrow. But theoretically, he'll be Dunzo here.
I'll miss him.
Mm-hmm.
I'll miss his funny little.
Oh, he's alive. Okay. This is fine. There we go. Now he's Dunzo.
Yay!
I said it was going to happen, and then it happened. That's probably the second time in a run that's ever happened to me.
We got to see like 2 more frames of his funny walk, and for that I'm
He
very
does
grateful.
have a funny walk. He does have a very funny walk. Okay, so now we're going to go give the old Rooter arrow back to Alyssa's ancestors, and everything's going to be fine.
Yay!
It's really
Nothing
nice.
bad's going to happen.
Nope, everything's good from here on out. Don't worry about it. All is well.
Don't worry about it. So, this is Discount Ron Weasley. His name is Dennis, but I like to call him Discount Ron Weasley because he both looks like and sounds like Ron Weasley.
He really does.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's based on Ron Weasley. He's Alyssa's derpy, like very silly, weird childhood friend who has the funniest. My vote for funniest walk in the game. And he just got kidnapped.
Weirdo.
Yeah, and he just got kidnapped.
He got super kidnapped.
That was super fast.
So after that cutscene, so that's the cutscene where you get to meet the next subordinate. And in fact, there's 2 of them. Scissor Man and Scissor Woman. These are my favorite subordinates. Because 1, there's 2 of them, and 2, they look like not clowns. Very circusy. Clown circus adjacent.
Yeah, they're sort of like Commedia dell'arte inspired, I feel like.
That's the word. I don't know those fancy words, but I'm gonna assume that's the word.
That's the theater degree, see? It's coming into play.
There you go. So in both of the 2 areas where we're gonna be dealing with the Scissor Twins, because they're siblings, one area we deal with Scissor Man, one area we deal with Scissor Woman, and usually they're in mirrored areas. So we are in an area of the hospital here where we would be dealing with Scissor Man. We're going to be dealing with him a little bit later, less so than at the moment. We're going to be dealing more, honestly, with Scissor Woman up to the boss fights, just because her areas have more stuff that we're going to be doing. Even though of the 2 of them, Scissor Man, Ralph is, yes, his name is Ralph, is much more dangerous than Jemima, Scissor Woman. And yes, their names are Ralph and Jemima.
So good.
Those are names.
They are my favorites. In fact, funny story, I had a crush on Ralph when I was little.
Oh.
Just like I had a crush on Bates from Clock Tower 2.
Wow.
Ghost Head. So yeah,
It's like
that's
the
Scissor Man.
definition of a problematic fave.
All of my faves are problematic. All right, so now we're being chased by Scissor Woman because we just went through the mirror. And that's Scissor Woman. Hopefully she doesn't just meme on me here. All right, we're fine. As long as I can get into this area, we'll be fine. Because she can't actually get in here, funnily enough.
Do these have a special area ghost we have to appease as well?
Actually, funnily enough, no.
Oh.
For some reason, Alyssa, get up, please, thank you. Scissor Man and Scissor Woman, for some reason, Ralph and Jemima are the only subordinates that don't really have a special ghost that you have to heal before their boss fight. I don't know why. It sort of breaks the mold of the game a little bit.
My feeling was always that it was. I felt like it was because they're much more directly connected to the final boss than the other subordinates are.
The final boss was the human caretaker of the twins. So both of the twins, when they were still human, were under the employ of the final boss. And then they got possessed by an entity and became subordinates. So they are actually related to the overarching plot.
Are we in the castle at this point? I can't remember.
We're still in the hospital.
Okay.
Castle's after hospital. But both sections are Scissor Twins.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so Sledgehammer and Corroder each had one area. Chopper and the Scissor Twins have 2. And we're actually almost done with the hospital section because we had to get 3 keys in order to get to the portal that goes to the castle. Which we saw the castle earlier, or we would have, had we not skipped the cutscene when the absolute bonkers cutscene that blew up Alyssa's house happened. All right, I'm gonna be a little bit safe here because I have an extra. There we go. I didn't think that was gonna work as he closed the door on me. But no, the designs, you're not seeing that much of their designs, but you'll see more of it when we get to the boss fight. I absolutely adore Jemima and Ralph's design.
They're really good.
Like, if there's something I would cosplay from this game, it would be these. It would be probably Jemima.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. She has a really, really cool outfit. All right, so now we're finally getting to that castle that was in the cutscene we skipped. After we, of course, skip another cutscene of our grandfather being very, very sus.
Yeah, this is where a lot of the final plot pieces start falling into place.
Yeah, because everything comes back to this castle. And if you've played a Clock Tower game, you will recognize the name of this castle, even though in the English translation of this game, they spelled it differently for some reason. This is the Barrows Castle. If you know Clock Tower, you know the Barrows Castle. I'm not entirely sure if it's supposed to be the exact one from Clock Tower 2, or if the Barrows are the same ones from Clock Tower 1 and 2, but... okay, Ralph's being a good boy. For now.
He also has such a funny walk.
Or maybe he's not. It's fine. Excuse you, Ralph.
So yeah, as you can see, the lavender water doesn't remove panic immediately. But it does make the meter go down very quickly.
Yeah. Focus a little bit here. Get through the door. Okay, cool. Okay. So what I usually try and do there is I try and get close enough to the door before Ralph gets to me that I can hit both the door and Ralph with that holy water. I probably shouldn't have gone for it, but I mean, you know, go big or go home.
You gotta.
But the slightly safer way is to hit Ralph when he gets behind you at the beginning of that bridge and then go up to the door and unlock it. Because again, the door takes a little bit to actually unlock. But it's okay, Ralph's gonna show up. Ralph's gonna show up in a minute here. And by a minute, I mean right now.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Ralph.
Ralph runs fast.
We're at the section of the game where all of the, every single one of the subordinates are very fast. Pretty much from Chopper and both of the Scissor twins are significantly faster than Alyssa, so they will just get right on her immediately. All right, we have to pick up this because of a puzzle thing. Puzzle doesn't let you do the puzzle until you've read the thing about the puzzle, etc.
Classic.
Yep. Oh, and also, funnily enough, until the boss fight, say goodbye to Ralph. Because that's the last time, that was the last time until his boss fight that you see Ralph.
Bye, Ralph.
Because
are we in the other twins area from now on? Or?
Not yet, but we're not going to see Ralph before we get to Jemima's area.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so I'm picking up these arrows because we're going to use 2 of them in Jemima's boss fight. Ideally 1, maybe 2 of them in Ralph's boss fight, and then the rest of them on the final boss. All of these arrows I've been picking up are all just for the final boss, Lord Barrows.
And what's special about these arrows again?
The green ones act as a completely charged power shot, but they don't tether. And the red ones are an automatic tether.
Oh, those are nice.
Yes, and one thing that we haven't really brought up that much about the game is the tethers. In order to use the ultimate shot on the bosses during their boss fights, there are 2 ways to get to that point because you have to get them tethered in one spot. You have to get them stuck. You can either get them stuck by just piling on so many tethers that the game just gives it to you, which is what we've done so far. But in the final fight, we're going to be doing something a little bit different. We're going to actually be making use of the second part of the tether system, which is the angles. You can completely tether an enemy with 3-ish. Yeah, no, 3. 3 tethered shots. If they are very high, like very farly angled from each other. So instead of them all being piled in one area, which is what we've been doing so far, we're going to be in the final fight angling them in such a way they were able to get an ultimate shot on the boss after just 2 or 3 hits.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, but that's what we're going to be using the arrows for. So Jemima's here. Hi, Jemima. I don't want you to slice and dice me, please. And thank you. I absolutely love this game just lets you keep doing puzzles when you're being chased. It makes it so much better as a speedrun. I also speedrun Haunting Ground. And you can't do that in Haunting Ground, so it's a little bit more annoying in Haunting Ground. Good. Sometimes you have to deal with the fixed camera angles just deciding to make you go in the wrong direction. Am I gonna have enough? No, I'm not gonna have enough. Okay.
So Castle Burrows has apparently been buried beneath Alyssa's family home for hundreds of years.
It's sort of a question mark on that. It hasn't, sort of. So when Alyssa's grandfather went missing, he went looking for the Burrows Castle. And he eventually found it. But if I remember correctly, it's not that the Burrows Castle is underneath Alyssa's house, more so that they just got transported to a wibbly-wobbly entity dimension that had it.
Oh.
Which is why it exploded from underneath her house.
Sure.
Or something. The game is weird.
That works.
I mean,
Alyssa's mother keeps fluctuating from being dead to alive to dead again to alive again. It's weird. Because canonically at this point, as far as you know, Alyssa's mother was killed by Chopper. Just before Alyssa got back to the house. But you see her. Like, she's in the final cutscenes.
Huh.
Yeah, she's around.
She's around. But these pots have limited amounts of holy water. Thankfully, they don't. I think they wanted to make sure that you couldn't get yourself completely stuck in an area, which with the holy water you could if you ran out of it entirely. Leave me alone, Jemima. All right, so remember that sigil stone I got way back in the very beginning of the game?
Oh yeah?
This area is the entire reason I got it. So not in this room, but in about 2 other rooms, you're gonna see a whole bunch of suits of armor. Once those suits of armor get activated, the entire room turns into a massive instant kill room. Because any one of these like 8 suits of armor that are gonna be swinging their axes around instantly kills Alyssa.
That's super fun.
Super fun. But yeah, the reason why I got the sigil stone is for that room. We have it routed out. Here's the room right here. We have it routed out that you shouldn't have to worry about it if you get through the room quick enough once they get activated. But, you know, safety. It is a marathon run, so I got the sigil stone.
Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, so this is when we find out that dear old grandpapa Dick Hamilton, he's a bad guy. He found Burrows Castle because he wanted, ostensibly what he told Nancy, Alyssa's mother, was that he wanted to find it to investigate more about the entities and about fighting against them as a rooter. Turns out the reason why he was actually looking for Burrows Castle was so he could become one with Lord Burrows, so he could then participate in the ritual of engagement with Alyssa. Yes, Alyssa's grandfather wants to tear her heart out and eat it. He's not a very good man.
Yeah.
Such a loving family.
And Lord Burrows, also their ancestor, also wanted to become an entity.
I don't think Burrows is actually their ancestor. If I remember correctly, because the reason why Lord Burrows wasn't able to go through the ritual of engagement was that his wife and his daughter died in a carriage accident the night before he was going to do it. So then he no longer had a daughter who could do it.
My understanding is that rooters aren't just a single family line. Like, they tend to follow family lines, but
there's more than one rooter family line, but I don't think the Burrows are directly related to Alyssa.
Oh.
But they do have, and I think I mentioned it earlier, the whole naming thing. All of the Burrows family, they have I'm just gonna be safe here. Don't hit me, thank you. The Burrows family, the husband, the wife, and the daughter, their names, which I can't remember, start with A, N, and D. And then we have, in the present timeline, we have Alyssa, the character we're playing, Nancy, her mother, and Nancy's mother, Dick Hamilton. That's the reason why the entire game they always refer to him with the diminutive form of Richard instead of actually Richard. Because Richard wouldn't
the
fit.
initials line up.
Yeah, Richard wouldn't fit the initials thing. And I find that hilarious because, like, they just could have changed the name of either of them.
Call him Daniel or something, but no.
Yeah.
Because they needed the reveal moment, right? You gotta have the drama. We didn't know he was sus until later.
Yeah. So this area right here, we just got thrown down into a pit after finding discount Ron Weasley. Turns out we have to go all the way back up there because they threw us into a pit, so we just have to do the exact same thing again.
No.
Yeah. While his name's Dennis, but poor Dennis is just being tortured by the Scissor Twins as they're just cackling around him. That was the cutscene you missed. He has this
Very
big axe. Yeah, he has this big axe swinging right next to him, and in the cutscene, it actually falls down and chops him in half. But then you find out it was just a puppet, because they're very mean to Alyssa.
I genuinely screamed the first time I saw that.
Yeah.
It's
When I
so
first played this game, I thought Dennis was dead, and then he turned into a puppet, and I went, "Oh, okay." All right, don't get hit. 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 Okay, good.
I love the strategy of singing at the video game, so it's nice to you. It worked.
Yeah.
That's what you gotta, sometimes it be like that. You just gotta do it. It's fine.
Gotta do what you gotta do in speedrunning.
Yep. Alrighty, so if you take this area too slowly, the wall that we just raised during that cutscene with that lever falls, and then you just have to do it again. Which is the reason why I unlocked that door I just went through earlier, the way I did. Okay, so now we're gonna have the actual boss fight against the Scissor Twins. Jemima has a gimmick. Okay, there we go. Jemima has a gimmick. Jemima is the only boss in the game that cannot be targeted.
Oh.
Up until now, the arrows have auto-targeted the second you start charging them, but they can't auto-target Jemima. However, she also has the lowest, and she has her own theme song for some reason. The theme song during the fights is the same for all of the others. But hopefully I'll be able to two-shot her as long as I don't miss a shot.
You got this.
That's one. Jemima? There she is. Oh, no. Okay, cool. We're good. Nice. I was slightly off angle there. So as you can see there, Alyssa didn't automatically target onto her when I pulled out the arrow. That's because she can't. So this is Scissor Man. He's the actual boss of the two of them. Jemima is more of a gimmick boss or a puzzle boss. Scissor Man is actually dangerous.
Fast. And you can see the giant axe.
No, he got me. Okay, this is fine. Oh, he's being nice. For like 2 seconds. After he memes on me a little bit, he's nice.
Do you not have like the fear meter in this fight? Like,
no, you don't. In the top left-hand corner, you see that bar. Yeah, I'm gonna get hit. Oh, I got saved. I got saved from getting hit by an ultimate attack. I didn't realize I was that close to hitting him. I didn't realize it was actually going to do the ultimate. But anyway, yes, I forgot about that. Thank you. The on the very top left, that's all of the arrows, and you have to use them in the order you picked them up, which is why I picked them up in a very specific way. The other one is a health bar, so you actually have a straight up health bar.
Okay.
He's gonna hit me.
Like, he's also this giant axe to worry about in the middle of this fight.
No, it doesn't actually hit you. Also, he's being really nice to me. He almost never does that jumping attack. Come on, bro. There we go. So you saw that he went left. Sometimes when you're charging a shot, the subordinates can go left or right, which messes up because you can't actually retarget while you're charging, which is a little bit annoying. See, there you go. Because he just managed to dodge one of my shots doing that. There we go.
Is there a time limit for how long the tether stay active before you have to sort of restart? Okay.
I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's, I think, a minute. It's about 30 seconds to a minute. I can't remember which it is from the first tether that you did. So the timer doesn't start based off of how many tethers you, off of the most recent tether. It's off of the first tether in a session of tethers. So now that we've taken out, now that we've taken out both of the scissor twins, we're now going to go confront our grandpapa. Because he still kind of wants to eat Alyssa's heart. Kind of rude of him.
That's so rude.
This is the real Revolutionary Girl Utena moment.
Yeah. But we're just running all the way up to the massive clock tower. Dennis has gone off somewhere at this point. Because we rescued him. He's fine.
Oh, yay.
Oh, whoops, wrong button.
I mean, how did Dennis even get here? How did Dennis even get here?
Oh, he got, I mentioned it earlier when I first mentioned Dennis as Discount Ron Weasley, and then I said, and then he got kidnapped.
I
because
see, sorry.
In the cutscene that introduces the Scissor Twins, they're introduced by kidnapping him.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so they kidnapped him. In fact, Jemima like shapeshifts into Dennis's sister to lure both of them into the hospital.
Yeah.
That's rude.
Yeah, it's very rude. But not ruder.
Crucial distinction.
Very true.
Very true.
Now,
But
the
yes,
gears
Dennis-
that we're moving through, the gears of the clock tower, are actually how Lord Burroughs died hundreds of years ago, fleeing a mob that were chasing him for all of the murders he was responsible for, and he fell and was crushed in the gears of the clock tower.
Yeah. Which totally isn't going to get repeated on anyone.
What? No.
All right, so we just hit a switch. Switches are fun. I'm gonna pick
Yay
up
for
this.
switches.
Pick up this arrow.
Game has it all. It's got switches, levers, medallions you got to put into the right slots.
I saw Railcoon mention dress appears, magical pauldrons. Funny story. Alyssa actually has a full magical girl transformation, sort of, at the right before the final fight. So we're actually going to be out of her schoolgirl uniform for the final fight.
Oh.
Dress will appear.
Yes, dress changing will happen.
No pauldrons, though.
Nope. There is pauldrons on an optional outfit, but you can only do the optional outfits on New Game Plus.
So are there any more
Alrighty.
ghosts we're appeasing, or we're just on to fighting Gramps?
We're fighting Gramps. Straight to
go.
Gramps.
Yeah, this is
All
it.
right.
Straight to Gramps. Here's Gramps.
Whoa.
Lord Laura. Yeah, he's a big boy.
Yeah, it turns out the Dark Gentleman that's been stalking us throughout the game is sort of a fusion of Lord Burroughs and our grandfather.
Yeah. So I'm going to focus here because this fight takes a lot of focus. So if you want to explain anything about it, well, I'm doing it.
So, as Charlotte mentioned before, this is where it's really important to get the angle of the tethers right, which does involve... Okay, there's the first super. That was pretty good. That was pretty clean.
He didn't meme on me this time.
Yeah. In order to set up those, 180-degree opposite angles, Alyssa does need to move past and very close to Lord Burroughs.
And he can hit you with his sword.
You can hit with his sword. There's a grab attack. And then there are these, I think we saw it a little earlier, these purple, the purple orbs that he shoots out. Those can tether Alyssa in the same way that you are tethering him. So if enough of those build up in a short enough period of time, that's an instant game over.
Yeah. So this is the only fight in which not only do you have to tether the boss can tether you.
Yeah.
So it's a little scary.
So far, it's going super clean, though.
Don't say it. Don't. Oh, you just jinxed it. You just jinxed it.
I think you're too powerful of a gamer to be taken down by a simple jinx.
And you just double jinxed me.
Or I double believed in you. We'll find out.
Oh, he's gonna get rid of it. Can you not meme on me, bro? As I say that, he just memes on me.
Okay, so maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
How dare you? Don't grab. Oh!
Okay. right, I feel really bad now. I still believe in you, though.
Thanks.
It's okay. We can unjinx this, I'm sure. What do we say to reverse it? Do we just sing at it again? Because that worked earlier. Please
1,
cooperate,
2.
please be nice. Did that work?
It seems to be
3.
working.
Woo! Okay, we're good. So there is a chance I'm gonna have to hit him 1 or 2 more times after this. But theoretically, and you still can get killed after the fight. It gives you like there's one other small moment that can still get you killed. But
of course.
Yeah, if you think that it's over just because the final boss has been defeated, you are wrong.
Yes, Alyssa has lost her arrow. I cannot attack anymore. But he's still there. So time's gonna be coming up as soon as Alyssa hits. I'm taking the safe way. As soon as Alyssa hits that glowing thing on the floor, and time.
Nice.
Woo! GG!
So
I'm so
that's-
sorry I almost jinxed you.
So Alyssa's currently holding her mother's head. Don't worry about it.
Well, her statue head.
She got turned to stone by the possessed grandpapa. Her spirit or body, it's confusing whether or not Alyssa's mother's alive or dead. She's like Schrodinger's mama. But her body got exploded during the cutscene before the final fight. And Alyssa is now using the pendant in order to create this massive sword, very magical girl, and stabbing Grandpapa. So Grandpapa is now getting the exact same ending that Burrows did, falling into the bowels of the clock tower. And this is why I don't trust video games. Is she alive or dead?
She's
Mama came back to
fine.
life.
She's fine. Look at her.
So,
She looks
yeah,
great.
it's canonically, I think she is dead and that this is like they're in a different dimension stuff, but it's never confirmed either way in the rest of the ending cutscene whether she is alive or dead. So she is Schrodinger's mom. Now, just to get straight to what I was going to show you before, because we ended quite a bit ahead of my estimate, and the bunnies have decided to show up again.
Yay!
So yeah, Ruder points. We get Rude Girl points at the end of the game because we're Rude Girls.
Yeah, the game
we don't
has
get
a
a
high
lot,
score
though.
system.
Yeah, the game has a score system.
Out of nowhere.
For some reason. And the score, I believe, is based off of how many times you die, how many times you have to use continues, how many of the ghosts you healed, etc. Now to show you the cutscene thing that I was wanting to show you guys if we had a little bit of time, which thankfully we do. Okay, so the game has I do need to turn on the options because I usually don't play this game with subtitles on. And I forgot to change that before I started. There we go. Yes, hello, bunnies. They came out for the end.
Yes, they're
So
curtain
nice
call.
of them.
So, as we mentioned before, all of the mocap actors in the game, they are theater actors. Now, it's going to take me a second to get to the cutscene because for some reason it's very, very slow. There it is. So this is one of my favorite cutscenes to
I thought
show
this was
off.
the one you were gonna pick.
Yeah, to show off the absolutely bonkers acting in this game. So this is after we take out Sledgehammer. And Alyssa gets yeeted back to her house. And she's like, oh no, somebody's banging on the window. Yes. What is it? Yeah, it's Discount Ron Weasley. He's, for some reason, hanging out of her second floor window instead of trying to go through the front door.
Because he's a little weirdo.
He's such a weirdo. Now just look at the mocap in this game. This is what happens when they hired theater actors to do the mocap.
Okay,
And you
not
can
all
find-
theater actors are like this.
Okay, come on.
No, a lot of them are.
So you can find this specific cutscene online. You can find the mocap. You can actually find this scene's mocap actors because they filmed the mocap set And you can find this scene specifically and see them doing all of the funny mocap overacting during that session, and I find it hilarious. And yes, this was directed, if I remember, mentioned before, by the guy who did Battle Royale, which I find even funnier.
I mean, they're really leaving it all in the field, you know?
Yeah.
And I respect it.
Yeah, so I would definitely recommend looking up the actual mocap for this game because I find it hilarious to watch the actual actors doing all of these movements. Especially this part right here. Like, what is he even doing?
Theater actors getting a lot of heat in chat right now.
Yeah. Hey, theater's awesome, okay? Theater's great. So that was one of them. That was one of them.
And
there
we
was...
wouldn't have had that cutscene, so shout out to the people who made that
That's
one
right.
happen.
Thank you, Char.
Let's see here. Where is the other one?
I'm feeling so defensive about a job I don't have anymore.
So this is the other one of the two I wanted to show off if we had time.
Yeah.
So there was that scene that shows off all of, the absolutely wacky mocap in this game. And this is the one where the house explodes. So this happens right after Corroder's boss fight. Alyssa goes back to the house and the Dark Gentleman throws her up into the air and the house explodes. Whoa!
Incredible.
Clock tower comes out and Alyssa's on top of the clock tower face. So she's scared, flailing around, holding on for dear life to this clock tower face, and it just goes flying through the area that you guys saw earlier from the end of the game.
Terrified as anyone would be.
Yeah. But as it keeps going, the music starts getting, it starts bumping. It starts getting great.
He's so dizzy by the end of this.
Yeah. Right?
Oh, yeah,
Here.
I would throw up.
I love this song, unironically. But for some reason, she's still sitting on this clock face getting spinned around. And she just stands up and starts giggling and throwing her arms out. Like, why?
Yeah, it's...
You can't beat him, join him? Like,
pretty much. And she's just all smiley.
It's very odd.
Yeah, so I won't show so that's the ending boss fight area. And this happens less than halfway through the game. It shows you all of this stuff from the end of the game. So I'll only show you the first part of this cutscene because the second half is just or do we have time? Should I show off the whole thing or just end it here?
I think you have enough time to show it off if you'd like to. Up to you.
Yeah, we might as well. So the second part of the cutscene comes out of the FMV and goes into the in-game rendered. That's why they looked a little bit different. So if you are wearing optional outfits, they do show up during these parts of the cutscenes, if I remember correctly, but they don't show up during the FMV parts because those are pre-rendered. So this is when the Dark Gentleman starts talking about his, he's gonna eat Alyssa's heart and stuff, and this is before you know that it's actually her grandfather. Which he's not a very good grandpapa.
No.
And then we get a little bit more. Yeah, and he gets a little bit more of just the absolute ridiculous mocap here. There's Mama. She's at better.
He does have a vaguely Oswald Cobblepot look to him.
Yeah, and then Alyssa gets thrown off the clock tower, and this is what starts Chopper's section. So there you go.
If she's that crucial piece of the puzzle, you wouldn't just chuck her down a clock tower. You'd want to keep her next to you for the whole important moment. But
yeah, you'd think
I'm not a supervillain, so
yeah, I can't remember the reason why. Well, I think part of it is
midnight yet.
Yeah, there's so many moments where they could just take Alyssa's heart and they don't. I think part of it is because they actually do need to take it at midnight.
At midnight, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So they're just messing with her until then or something. It's complicated. If they really were smart about it, they would have just locked her up with shackles immediately, but they don't.
Yeah,
but thankfully that didn't, so the game can happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So that is some of the examples of the absolutely bonkers acting in this game. I adore it. This is probably my second favorite clock tower adjacent game. The first one has to be Haunting Ground because it's Haunting Ground and it has Doggo. But this one's definitely my second favorite out of all of them, and this includes the newer stuff like Remothered. So, a little bit of an outro. My name is Miss Scarlet Tanager. You can find me at twitch.tv/Miss Scarlet Tanager. That's MISSSCARLETTANAGER. I don't stream that often at the moment because I am currently editing a fantasy novel that I'm hoping to get published next year.
Oh, good luck.
So I'm a little bit busy, but when I do stream, it will be on there, and I will put out announcements on my Discord before I do that. So, Kara, do you want to shout yourself out too?
Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/ohheyitskara. I stream full-time and actually will be practicing a speedrun of Skater Gator 3D in the next few weeks, so come on by.
All right.
That's super fun.
And this is Clock Tower. It's a pretty good game. I'm glad my disc decided not to shatter.
Me too.
Chip, it's like, oh, this could get spicy really fast. But thank you so much.
It's fine. The disc still has integrity. It's just every time I pull it out, I'm very careful of it.
That is fair. Well, thank you so much for that incredible Clock Tower 3 run. That was so much fun. I do want to let everyone know that you can join the official GDQ Discord and add the hotfix role so you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. Use !Discord in Twitch chat for more info. You can keep up with cool stuff like all the runs we have today. With that, though, we are going to take our final break. We only have one more run, but it is Phasmophobia, which is going to be a ton of fun. So please...
I'm so excited.
Get hydrated, stick around, and we'll see you again soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the finale of the 3rd annual Fright Fatales. We're going to have Phasmophobia here for you. I'm very excited for this one. Of course, we've had an incredible day packed with wonderful horror speedruns. Make sure to catch up if you've missed any of them. They are fantastic. And if you're looking forward to speedrunning events, just going to remind you that GDQ 2025 will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania from January 5th through the 12th. Registration and hotel booking are now open. Visit GameStoneQuake.com and check the GDQ 2025 important date section to learn more. But of course, you don't have to wait all the way until then because we do have Mel 1997 and Princess Shortcake here with us to close out the night at Fright Fatales. Would the two of you like to take it away?
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everybody. My name is Mel.
Hi, I'm Grace, aka Princess Shortcake.
And we're here to show off Phasmophobia, or as we like to call it, Galsmo, because we're two gals playing Phasmo. That's our little fun way to say it. Do we want to show off the lobby really quick?
Yeah.
For everybody. So this is the lobby. You have like equipment over here, so it like shows all of the possible equipment you can get that Grace is walking by, which is really cool and exciting. There's like collectibles over there, so there's like the cursed possessions, the bones that you can find throughout the house, and the seasonal event trophies. So we have actually a seasonal event coming up starting on Monday that'll be available. I'm really sad that we couldn't show it off today. I was hoping it would be ready before this, but it'll be ready on Monday. So if you're a Phasmo enjoyer and haven't played in a bit, now's a good time to get back into the game. And there's also some games up here too. What's your favorite game, Grace?
I really like the giant Jenga that's usually sitting here in the corner.
Definitely.
Though I'm not very good at it.
Yeah. Sometimes we make a little bit of a mess with the Jenga. Anyway, I think we're ready to load in.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and ready up. So we're doing any percent small maps. Yes. And we'll start with Tanglewood.
And the time will start after we like both load into the van. So it can be a little bit unpredictable exactly when it will start. So I'm gonna click the start button, but then as soon as like both of the view of the van is visible for both of us, then time will start, and I can give a little indicator with that. But I'm gonna click the start button in 3, 2, 1. Clicking. Usually it's myself that takes longer to load in. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. But it should go relatively quick here. I'm already at 90%. And just waiting for the last little bit here. And game. And go.
Okay, go. And go. All right,
so we're starting off on Tanglewood House, which is like the very top left one on that bulletin board of all the maps there. This is like our comfort map, I would say.
When you've had a bad day, you just come to Oh my god, the cabinet door is back. Oh my god.
The cabinet door is back?
Is it back for you? Oh my god, this happened last time. We were out of the vent too. The cabinet door just spawned in the middle. There's just a cabinet door. I don't know why. Anyway, this game is perfectly coded. It's fine. I'm so happy about that. Anyway,
cabinet's back.
Cabinet door, my beloved. Oh my god, we have tarot too. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
This game is blessed.
I think it might be either dining room or kitchen because there's a plate on the floor that normally is not on the floor.
Yeah. Okay, so what we're doing, it's definitely in here. So I'm with the thermometer looking for a cold room because that's where the ghost is going to be. And this room is colder. And a good telltale sign too is that, stuff's out of place. Like a plate just doesn't normally spawn on the floor there. Maybe somebody at home, watching at home, keeps their plates on the floor, but I definitely don't.
I also do not.
That sounds like a ghost thing to do, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love how the plate on the floor is ghostly. The floating cabinet is just normal, though. We just
that's normal. That's totally normal. It's fine.
Perfectly coded game, no flaws at all.
I'm
and
so happy about that.
Unfortunately, we can't say this has never happened before because it has.
Because it has happened before. Dang. I love a good "this has never happened before" moment.
We can only hope we get one. Oh.
Yeah.
It just chucked that spoon at my face. Thank you.
Oh, that's
so
rude.
much
Ew.
for that.
Excuse me.
Okay,
that was rude of you. Okay, I'm gonna leave. We're also using a bunch of other equipment. So Grace is using the spirit box, which is an evidence type. So if it talks to her on the spirit box, that's a evidence that we can check off. We need to get 3 types of evidence.
Yep.
To
no
detect.
Spirit box.
No spirit box. Okay. I'm going to bring in salt as well because that'll give us a chance to get UV evidence.
Right, I was also just going to do that.
I grabbed all 3. Sorry. I stole your job.
No worries. No worries at all.
Other types of evidence is this green projector thing I have going on is the dots projector. So if it's a dots ghost, it will make itself visible in the grid of dots, which you'll be able to it'll make more sense once you actually see it. Another evidence is freezing temperature. So if it goes below 0 degrees Celsius, then we know that it's a freezing temperatures ghost. And we're already down to 3s and 2s, so we definitely could potentially be dealing with that. We shall see.
Good. I'm gonna check for Gorbs again.
Okay. We also have some writing books established here.
UV?
Oh, we have UV. There we go. You see those little feet? We have Pete's and Toes.
Pete's and Toes.
Yep. So when a ghost steps in salt, it's Pete's in our Galsmo terminology. And then if it leaves UV, it's also Toes because it leaves little footprints. So it's Pete's and Toes. We'd love to see it.
No Gorbs.
No Gorbs.
We can't have an Onryo, but I am just double checking for maybe trying to get some EMF 5. It is throwing a lot, but
we also have writing books here, which is an evidence, and it has not written in the book yet. So it's also not an evidence. I wonder if we're dealing with a Goryo potentially.
I'm a
little sad about it. I would be a little
the camera for a while.
Because it's still kind of hovering between 2 and 3.
A Goryo is a really difficult ghost to try and figure out.
Oh no, that's just a ghost event.
Because it is a dots ghost, but the dots will only show up on
EMF 5.
EMF 5, okay.
Yep. Microwave. More evidence that we could be dealing with a Goryo.
But the dots will only show up on video camera and only when somebody is not in the same room as the ghost.
Yep.
Is there any way you can step out of the room for a little bit, Mel?
Oh, it's freezing. It's freezing. So we're good.
So it's a Djinn.
So it just dipped below 1 degree Celsius. I know I said below 0 degrees Celsius earlier, but if it's a freezing ghost, or if it's not a freezing ghost, it will never get below 1 degree Celsius in the game's code, basically. So as soon as we see that it's below 1, we know that it's automatically going to be freezing. So I saw the 0.9 come up and we knew it was going to be freezing, which means that it's actually a Djinn. Oops. Djinn. There we go.
Perfect.
So that's our first map done.
That's Tanglewood House done there.
That's Tanglewood House done.
To Edgefield Road, which is our next little one here.
Yep. It's a little bit bigger of a house. It's a 2-story house this time.
2-story plus basement.
I'm just going to grab the same equipment that I had before. I always start out with my EMF reader and my thermometer. This is the easiest way to find the ghost. It is also snowing.
Mirror.
Oh, perfect.
Think that's dining room or kitchen?
Dining room? Okay.
I saw a table. Yes, it's dining room.
Dining room? Okay. Well, this is dining room over here. So is it...
Oh.
Is it this or the kitchen?
I think it was kitchen.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I just saw.
It is colder in here
table.
than it is in here. Okay. Oh, shoot. Well, that's fine. We don't need pictures anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. It just threw stuff over here. Okay. I'll leave.
I'm going to go take a pill.
That possession that Grace just used was the cursed mirror. So if you use it, it will show you the location of the ghost, which is obviously super helpful for speedruns because you don't have to go about, like, going to each room and testing and finding the ghost. So we like to see the mirror in our speedruns here. I'm going to go ahead and set up more dots projectors. Then I'm also going to set up this writing book. I'm going to check the temperature again. Oh,
UV?
Yep, UV, perfect. Another Pizzantos. We're lucky today. We got Pizzantos all around.
Can I spirit box, please?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. The ghosts can be really picky with the spirit box, and sometimes they won't give you a response. If they are a spirit box ghost, they won't give you a response. There it is. If someone else is in the room, we did get spirit box.
Okay.
Phantom Pulti or Mimic. I'm going to look for Gorbs.
Gorbs is ghost orbs.
Ghost orbs.
Yep.
It's these little floating white balls that show up on camera. And the Mimic always has them. So something that can be really difficult for like players that are just starting to play Phasmo is like if you see ghost orbs, then you click them in the journal. But for Mimic, it doesn't actually count as an evidence type. It counts as an ability. So the Mimic technically has 4 evidences that it will give you. It is Spirit Box, Freezing, and UV, but then it is also ghost orbs. So it kind of tricks you a little bit. And then it also mimics other ghosts. I do not see them, so no Mimic.
Okay. So we can rule out Mimic, so it's just a Phantom or a Poltergeist.
Which means it'll be writing or
dots. Yep. Okay.
Okay. Which is unfortunately something that we just kind of need to wait for here.
Yep, unfortunately.
It just kind of is that way. And neither of them are really like faster during a hunt, so it's kind of just a waiting game here.
The Phantom is less visible during a hunt, so we could do that.
Yes, but I don't know about you, but I personally have a hard time figuring it out.
Okay. Valid. Okay.
I'm going to take all of the other interactables out of the room. So that the ghosts can hopefully interact
deciding
with the
not to do much
instead of the
I mean, it's still cold in here. Sometimes it just maybe it's in the bathroom now. Oh, maybe not.
No, it's still out here. It's still stepping.
It was pretty cold in the bathroom, so it might have just been going back and forth.
Yeah.
Write in the book. Either write in the book or show dots. It's easy. Oh, there.
Oh,
okay, there we go.
Nice. So it's a Phantom.
It's a Phantom. Perfect timing. Excuse me. Try to shut me out of the house.
I love that.
That was so rude. I don't want to hear your song, Ghost. Okay, Phantom. Let's go. That was such good timing. Literally.
That was perfect.
All right.
That's amazing. We're already 2 houses down.
I know.
Going fast.
We like to go fast. We're speedrunners.
So where are we off to next? Where are we now?
We're
here in Ridgeview Court, I believe is what it's called.
Yes.
We always just typically call the houses by like the first word. So like Tanglewood,
Ridgeview.
Edgefield, Ridgeview.
This is my dream house. Besides the fact that it has a ghost in it, I want to live in this house. This is a really nice house.
It is a very, very nice house.
It's so big. It has so many rooms. I'm just like, this could be my crafting room. This could be my gaming room. Like, there's so many rooms.
Oh, separate crafting and gaming rooms would be the dream.
I want it so bad. I run like a crochet business on the side. So my office is my gaming setup and then just a closet full of yarn. It might be in the garage because it's like 3 and 4 degrees in here.
Okay.
So it's pretty cold.
Oh, there's actually Gorbs out here.
Oh,
so those are what Gorbs look like, everyone.
Okay, cool.
AKA ghost orbs. Yep, in this office area.
Yeah, it's also
here.
4 degrees here too. Oh, it just touched the computer. Oh, the ghost wants to speedrun. UV.
There's
oh my God.
5 fingerprints. Is that typical?
I don't think
EMF
so.
5, it's an Obake. It's an Obake.
Oh, that was fast.
Oh, and go. Because we had ghost orbs. Let's go. I forgot we had. I was like, how do you know it's an Abake? We don't like. What do you mean? But I forgot we had ghost orbs.
And there was EMF 5.
That was so fast. Okay, let's go.
I think that was legitimately the fastest we've ever had on Ridgeview.
Yeah, Ridgeview usually takes a while because of how big it is. So it can take a while to find the ghost room sometime. Okay, that was so much that happened in that like 10-second window. Oh my gosh. I was like, what do you mean it's an Abake?
Okay. Because we had the ghost orbs, and then it was UV, and it was the 5 fingerprint UV on the keyboard, which is more fingers than it usually does. And then we also got EMF 5 off of that.
I can't remember I couldn't remember if it could do the Abake. So the Abake has an ability to leave a 6-fingered fingerprint, which is fun. So you'll see on my shirt, I actually have that, the handprint on my shirt, which is really fun. And
I designed that shirt.
Yes, Grace did design that shirt. It's very cool. It's very comfy. I love it. Okay, next we're on the farmhouse. So Grace's screen's gonna be pitch black. I always make this joke every time. And then I'm gonna use the night vision camera because I cannot see where I'm going. But Grace has learned. Oh, it's tarot again.
Nice.
Grace has learned how to navigate this house in the dark, whereas I have not. So.
The farmhouses are dark intentionally by design. So out of spite of not wanting to have to grab a flashlight and use up one of my inventory slots, I figured out how to navigate both of the farmhouses fully in the dark.
I like that it's out of spite.
It literally was. I was like, I don't want to carry around a flashlight. Let me spend like a while figuring it out. Also, I did turn the breaker on just in case
thank you.
were curious.
I did see that and I was like, oh, she must have turned it on. So I'm just continuing to look around with my thermometer to see where there are any cold rooms. It's pretty much the same temperature like everywhere I'm walking around so far. So I'm gonna double check in here really quick. Okay, it's probably upstairs then.
Very likely. I haven't seen any is that in this room? I gotta wait to see if I see my breath again. It's either the bedroom with the it's the bedroom with the
okay,
with the workroom.
Oh yeah, it's 4.8. Okay. Oh, okay.
Great. I did not like that.
Thank you so much,
Spirit box
Ghost.
noise. It just said tragic death, and it made me uncomfortable.
Yep, I hate that.
Sometimes the
fine.
ghosts will say things to you that aren't the best thing to hear in a spirit box while you're in a haunted house in the dark.
Most of the time, I'm unfazed by it, but every now and then we get a little bit of an out of pocket one like that.
Also, that was a 0 to 4, so I thought it was a 0 to 5 on the board, but yeah, some of the responses I feel like are more common than others. Like I feel like pretty often we get like the close behind or other things like that, but then every once in a while you get one that's just really unhinged. There's dots. Okay.
Okay.
And
they were behind me. I didn't even see it.
For a loop.
Oh, let me get salt because it could be a wraith.
I also have salt on me right now.
Oh, perfect.
Will you bring an emotion sensor though when you do grab that?
I said wraith, and that reminded me of what you said the other day.
I called Mel my wraith wife earlier today.
And that set me for like 5 minutes because we call each other like our like platonic wives, our Twitch wives, because we're like besties. Literally, like we're best friends outside of speedrunning and stuff too. And then I come into her chat the other day and she's like, "Oh my god, it's my wraith wife," and I'm like, "I'm sorry, you're excuse me."
Why are you breathing at me, Ghosty? Can you stop?
That was unsettling.
I did not like that very much.
That was unsettling.
Like that.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to bring it. I got too distracted by Wraith Wives to bring the motion sensor.
It's okay.
I'll bring it right now.
I understand.
We're just so silly. We like to play this game in a very silly way. It's just the Galsmo. It's the Galsmo way. For fans of Galsmo, you know.
Makes it feel a little less scary.
Yes.
When you're just a little silly.
Yep.
Silly goober about
little silly goose. Silly goose on the loose. Okay, I have the motion sensor.
I am simply a silly goose on the loose. I think it might be a wraith. I thought I saw it walk through the salt.
Well, it stepped over here.
1.1. What would a wraith be?
EMF 5, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, where is the EMF reader?
There is
I just
one
heard it
in
knock.
here.
Yeah, I just heard it knock on the window. I hear
Those
it.
were just 2s.
Oh, you're holding it.
Yeah.
I was like, I hear it. Where is it?
I'm gonna go grab some candles and try to get the EMF 5. But I thought that I saw it, like, it was in dots form.
Yep.
But I'm, like, not confident that it actually walked over the salt pile or not.
Right.
So I'm just gonna confirm it with an
hello.
EMF 5.
It broke the lights. Thanks for
Love
that,
that.
Ghost. Thanks for that. Some of the ghost events that the ghost can do are usually to drain your sanity, basically. Oh, dots right there.
There's
Walk
not
over
a salt
here.
pile under it.
There's not a salt pile under it.
Keeps walking around the salt.
Yeah. That was rude. It walked on top of the bed. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Can't just step on somebody's mattress like that. Dots over here, like dots on top of the salt pile.
Oh.
Well, I feel like it's got to be a wraith because it's booping
like
all over here
too.
several times and hasn't stepped. Oh, it dotsed over there for a split second. So many it just booped right over here.
Direction. Yeah, but there's not a salt pile there.
Yeah.
It booped here. There's not a salt pile. I put it there so that when I saw that the angle of where it walked, I would be able to actually see. Because if we just have it like next to the salt piles, it's hard to tell the angle. But if it like boops like here, right, then I'll be able to see because it's on the border.
Yep.
Of the salt.
I've never stared so intently at salt in my life.
Me neither.
That's not true. We've done this several times.
I will point out that you're not leaving footprints in the salt. Like, what does that say about...
I don't know. I honestly don't know. The salt just stays in a pristine pile no matter what. But then as soon as a ghost steps in it that doesn't have a solid form, it leaves a footprint.
Is it ghost salt? Like, is that a thing?
I don't know. This is tier 3 salt, so...
Tier 3
This is tier 3. This is the tier 3 level of salt. Because each level of equipment has like tiers, so we all have the tier. This is the best. This is the best salt Phas money can buy. Exactly.
What's the difference between like tier 1 and tier 3 salt?
Tier 1 salt is like just it's like a bottle of like table salt.
Okay.
Basically, and then tier 2 is like a little bit fancier. It comes in like a container, but it's like still white. And then this salt is black salt. And it will also slow the ghost. Oh, it's not writing. There it is. Okay. There we go. That took forever to confirm.
But yeah,
it is a data write.
It's also different sizes too. So like the tier 1 salt is just like little tiny circle piles. And then like the tier 2 and the tier 3 are both the lines. And then they have like different things that they can help you with.
Yeah. So the tier 3 salt will actually like physically slow or stop the ghost down during a hunt, which can be useful.
The tier 3 salt also like makes the ghost like stop and then turn back around, like when it's just walking around too. So if you put it like in a doorway, if the ghost is like wandering a lot out of its room, if you put it in the doorway to the room, then the ghost is like kind of trapped in the room because it'll stop at the salt and turn back around instead of leaving the room. So it's kind of helpful, like a lot more helpful than the previous tiers.
Also, we're on Willow.
I love Willow.
We love Willow. Our favorite person lives at Willow that I'm going to show you, that we're going to show you in a second. I'm going to go straight to where he lives. Those that know where we're going. This is Toilet Cat. Toilet Cat, our beloved. He is a picture of a cat that's sitting on a toilet, and he is precious, and he blesses our runs. All hail Toilet Cat. All hail.
Hail Toilet Cat.
All hail. We love Toilet Cat. Okay. Now we can continue on with the ghost hunt.
I'm glad we got the most important thing done first.
Yes,
Good call.
yes. We have to share the love of Toilet Cat with everybody.
Yep.
Oh, it's in the blue bedroom.
Okay. Nice.
It is 6 degrees in there.
Perfect.
Well, that was a quick find. See? The toilet cat blesses all.
Time well
We were able
spent.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna go continue to grab more equipment.
I'm also going to go grab more equipment as well.
I have 2 dots and a writing book. Excuse me.
I'm gonna grab a crucifix, which would stop the ghost from hunting if it tried, and then grabbing some salt as well.
Oh, ceiling dots, my beloved.
I love ceiling dots with my whole heart.
Some rooms you can
tier
put dots in the
3
ceiling.
Dots. Sometimes you can put them on the ceiling.
Yep.
And it's very helpful.
It's really helpful.
Oh gosh, that
Spirit box.
startled me.
Oh. Oh god. All of a sudden you just appeared right next to me. Oh, is it in the hallway now?
It just evented out there.
But it's cold in the hallway too.
The breaker isn't on.
It's colder in the hallway. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Okay.
That's the second event in a very short time span.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check my sanity. I should go move some equipment in here though. I think it's in here.
In the hallway?
I think so. I think it moved. Because it was like 8 degrees everywhere. Oh, dots. Well, now it's in here. It dots
in the bedroom?
In the bedroom. Oh. That was another ghost event. Hello? Is it an Oni?
You're at 30%.
Oh, okay.
I think it might be.
I think it might be. Do we want to confirm?
Yeah. I'd say we should just go for it.
Okay.
Nothing else would drop you down to 25% sanity in that short amount of time.
That's you're probably right. Okay.
And look at the activity board.
Yeah, that looks like an Oni to me, honestly. Okay.
Onis are super, super active.
Yes. Yes. So that combination of like ghost events and sanity drains. Onis can also drain more sanity from the ghost event. Let's see if we were right. Let's go. We're correct. Let's go. Let's go.
Love that.
So Thays that early in a contract can also be super active like that, but it would not have drained the sanity that much. Because Onis have double sanity drain when you get affected by events that they do.
Yep. So we're onto a little bit of a different map now. We're on Camp Woodwind. Okay, thank God we don't have fog weather. We would have just pretended that the game crashed and reboot.
Yeah. Oh. Fog weather on this map is absolutely awful.
Yeah, it like literally you cannot see a single thing. It's so bad. But we're fine. Anyway, so this is like a little campground. So there's like a fire pit. There's like a little games tent. There's a cooking tent over here. Oh, we also have a summoning circle over here too. Spicy. The sanity drain on this map is a lot worse than like usual because you're really almost never in the light, which is
it's in the yellow tent.
It's in the yellow tent. Amazing. Love that. I love Gorb's ghosts. It makes it so easy to find.
I think the ghost touched the door to the tent. But I gotta confirm.
Okay, yeah, it's 5.9 in here.
Did it touch the door?
Oh, I'm trying to leave. Oh, there's just a rib cage in here.
Yeah. You had the EMF, so I was wondering if it touched the door.
Oh, I dropped it on the ground right when I got in, so.
Anyway, back to spirit boxing.
Is it common to find rib cages on this level?
It's so every
a little thrown off by that.
So every level, like every map that you spawn into, will have a bone that you can find somewhere in the map, and it can be various, like it can be different types of bones. So in that example, we just happen to have a rib cage and it just happened to be in the ghost room, but it doesn't have to be in the ghost room. It can like spawn anywhere. Yeah, they will spawn anywhere, and they can spawn in like various types of like bones. So sometimes there's like spines, there's like skulls, and you get extra like money, and it's part of also there's a mechanic. Dots? Oh, okay, nice. Alrighty. They give you extra. Oh, not an Oni. We got an airball ghost event. which an Oni cannot do, that type of ghost event where it breathes in your ear, so it's not an Oni. So yeah, it gives you extra money, and it's also part of, it touched the door now.
Yeah, there's no UV.
Yeah, okay. And it's also part of the mechanic of getting a perfect game. So if you fill up your book of photos, so you can take photo evidence and get like extra money for that as well. But obviously in speedruns, we don't care about that. Who cares about making money? We just want to figure it out fast.
Literally.
So if you find the bone, take all perfect pictures, and then complete all of the optional objectives as well as getting the ghost right, you can get a perfect game. Which is a speedrun category, I'm pretty sure, but it's a lot
Perfect
more.
percent.
Yeah, perfect percent. But it takes a bit longer than just going at it like we do here.
Understandably.
Yep. So I'm going to bring in a little bit more evidence. This game is just super fun to play with friends, regardless of if you're speedrunning it or not. It's so fun. I highly recommend anybody to play it. It's also going to be available on console. Freezing? Okay. And there's
what
Gobes.
it is.
Yep, it's a Yurei. Okay. I forgot
No wonder
we
it
had
was touching the
Gobes.
door so much.
True. Yeah, you're so right. Yureis have an ability to do a double door touch. So it basically does like it touches the door 2 times in a row, and then will drain your sanity by 15% with that. So a lot of the ghosts have like really fun quote unquote abilities like that. I only know them all, or most of them at least, because I've A, played this game a lot, and B, I watched a lot of videos as well when I was learning how to play. So I know way too much about this game. So if you're just an average player, I don't think a lot of people know the game as well as we do. I would say, because it takes a lot of time learning.
Yes.
And we're on the last house already.
Yeah.
Whoa.
This is the last one. So we've speed through.
We're going so fast.
I know. No breaker here. We have more snow weather again. Interesting.
Love that. Been very snowy.
Very snowy. I mean, it's almost winter time, at least here in the Midwest. No snow quite yet for me, at least.
Yeah, no snow here either yet. But snow in October is not
it's not out of the question.
Concept.
Yeah. I think last year for me it snowed on Halloween.
Yeah, we had snow on the ground on Halloween last year. Oh, it is in the far back bedroom upstairs. Not the nursery, I don't think. Like on that
the
back
far
hallway.
back bedroom. Okay.
Yeah. There's Gorbs as well.
Okay. Good to know.
It's the one that has the bunny on the bed.
Oh, I see you. Okay.
That's my favorite.
There's a lot of little bunnies all around, like a lot of the maps. The ghosts can be kind of creepy with them, and they'll like move them and giggle. Sometimes they'll like turn its head backwards. It's a little bit unnerving. I'm not a big fan of that. I'll be so real, but
also not a big fan of that.
Understandable.
Oh, it threw this cup. I was like, why is that cup just scooting along the ground?
Like the last time we did this as a race, and my EMF radar just slid itself across the floor.
Oh, really?
For no reason, yeah.
This game is perfectly coded.
Perfectly coded, no issues at all.
No issues at all. But I think
it's still technically early access.
It's still in early access, and it is coming out on console on Tuesday. This coming Tuesday, after however long we've been waiting for it, it's finally coming out on console, and it'll be cross-play across all platforms immediately, which is going to be super cool and exciting. So also, if you're looking for, a way to play this game, and you're like, I don't have a computer, so I can't play it. Well, now you can play it on console. So it's
Just in time for Halloween.
Just in time for Halloween.
Yep.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, so Halloween event starts on Monday, and then console drop is Tuesday. And the Halloween event is actually different this time than it has been for literally any of the other events. It's basically like a community challenge event, and we don't know exactly what it will entail yet, but it's instead of being individual, like each player has to complete it, it's like a community challenge, so all players will work together to try and complete the goals, and then there will be different tiers of like rewards that all players will get based on how well everybody does in the community event.
Yep. And there usually be like fun decorations in the lobby as well. Like last year, there were a bunch of like pumpkin and skeletons and like a summoning circle in the middle of it too. It was really fun. So I'm excited to see what they'll do this year. They usually always do a Halloween event, a Christmas event, and then an Easter event or like springtime event.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. So actually, would have been a really big fan of the Easter event chart. We had to basically you had to go to each house and find a like ghostly little bunny that would like run around the house, and you'd have to find where it would lead you to like the spirit, like I don't remember what exactly it was called, but it was like some forest spirit essentially.
Yeah, I
is
don't
what
know,
you eventually had to find, but it was really
the bunny
cute.
would you would hear it like ruffling around the house.
It's the Skerfuffles.
And so we would always say, it's the Skerfuffles.
It's the Skerfuffle. It's Skerfuffled. Be
so
Buffled.
cute.
It would just do all these little. It just crucied. It just tried to hunt.
Interesting. I wonder if it's a Thay, because it's either Mare or Thay.
What did we have so far?
Gorbs and Riding.
Oh, Riding. I didn't hear Riding. Sorry.
Oh, we're below 50.
Okay. It's Riding again.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna turn. Oh, okay. No, the light's on. I turned the light on to see if it'll like be less calm. I didn't see any UV.
Okay.
And it's still not freezing. Dots. I think I just saw dots.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure.
We should confirm that.
Yeah.
I also did just take pills, so we'll know if it tries to hunt again.
It doesn't seem to be freezing because it's been hovering above freezing forever.
I got like a 1.0 multiple times.
Come on. Dots for us again, please.
Literally.
It was like so quick that I wasn't 100% sure if it was just my breath or
actual dots.
Or actual dots. I hate when that happens. Because then you have to wait. Like you technically did see it already, but then you have to wait for it to show up again. What's the ghost name? Susan Schlein. Susan, show us a sign. Show up in the dots, please, Susan. 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 Do dots.
Susan.
Susan. Come on, Susan. Just show us the dots. Show us the dots.
Dots. Come on.
Susan, can I get your photograph?
Susan, can we take a selfie?
That's not what you were supposed to do. She threw a cup after I asked that. Susan.
That's her saying no. No. Dang it. I thought that was dots. I'll leave.
Thank
I mean,
you.
it's not Spirit Box and it's not freezing. So I feel like it's got to be a Thay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no way it's Spirit Box. And it's just not freezing. Like it's hovering so close that it's not like it's just taking forever to go down. It's just hovering. It keeps hovering right above. So I feel like it's got to be dots.
I agree with you.
You want to go with that?
Oh, dots.
Oh, dots. Okay, let's go. Thank God.
Right as you're turned around, she showed up behind you.
She just didn't want to show herself to me. That's why. The second I turned around, she's like, "Okay, hi." And then we're gonna go back into the van, and then our time is gonna end when the confirmation screen comes up that it is a Thay. There we go.
I have it circled.
I have it circled as well. And time. Let's go.
Yay.
We did it. That was so much fun.
That was super fun.
This is perfect for this time of year for Halloween. This game is fun all year round too. So
yes,
if you haven't checked it out, I would highly recommend you do. With friends, it's not so scary, and with practice, it gets less scary too. So highly recommend.
Me as well.
Any other final things you'd like to say to the community here? We wrap up this day.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to see more of us, you can find me on twitch.tv/melmamel1997.
And you can find me at twitch.tv/Princess Shortcake.
With a 1 and a 3.
With a 1 and a 3.
We stream together often, so you'll have a good chance of catching us together again very soon in the future.
Well, that sounds lovely, because you two are a fantastic duo. I know I had a ton of fun tonight. Thank you for letting us join you on this Phasmophobia adventure.
Yeah, thanks for having us. We had a blast.
Yeah, thanks for giving us the opportunity to show everybody Phasmo. We love this game a lot.
We love this game.
Oh, we do too. Sadly, that was our final run of the night. This does bring us to the end, the finale of Fright Fatales, the 3rd edition. But thank you so much to everyone who's watched and supported. Shout outs to all the Fatales who ran today, who commentated today. It's so wonderful seeing everyone come together. !FF in the chat if you'd like to learn more about us and our wonderful community. Of course, just because today is done doesn't mean that's the end of speedrunning. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to check out our Season 3 schedule and check out the schedule for an in-depth look at the runs on this week. For example, Hotfix is back tomorrow with Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. And if you'd like more Fatales, Lana Ruse, our host from earlier today, who did a wonderful job, is back on November 8th at 10 p.m. Eastern for a Fatales Game of the Month special. If you missed any of our action tonight, don't worry. I think we're going to do a quick replay so you can catch up on the beginning of today and see all of the wonderful speedruns. But as it is the end of our event today, thank you so much to everyone who's watched, shared, supported our event, and who shares and supports our Fatales community. My name has been Charbonnie, and it's been wonderful to have you all with us. Happy Halloween, and good night to everyone. Bye!